Testing microphone 1 2. Ladies and gentlemen, testing microphone 1 2. Yeah. Yeah. Testing microphone 1 2. Yeah. Testing microphone 1 2. 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 Ladies and gentlemen. Testing microphone 1 2. Testing microphone 1 2. Testing, testing, testing microphone 1 2. Testing. Isaac, Isaac, Elizabeth. Yeah, bit. Testing, yeah. Testing microphone 1 2. Testing microphone 1 2. Testing microphone 1 2. Testing microphone 1 2. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, yep.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are having a small skit to present to you. Please be attentive. I'm starting. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Success Airlines. Your destination is a bright, successful, and a sustainable future. Can you now come in and check in? You are reminded that this is a direct, you can check in and go. You can go that side. Take your pass. You are reminded that this is a direct flight. You should check in all your baggages. Okay. Hey, excuse me.
I'm missing my flight. I have to go.
Excuse me, you're supposed to check in all your baggages. It's a direct flight. You are reminded that this is a direct flight. You need to check in all your baggages.
But why should I check in my baggage? Me, I want to go with my baggage.
It is a direct flight. You need to check in all your baggages. Can you please put your bag? You can pray, fast, and also work hard to attain what you want, Linda. So can you please help me with that baggage and I check it in?
I hope they stop.
Okay, Linda. I'm seeing a baggage of being young.
Oh, yes. Here. I am very young. I have a lot of time. You know, I have time.
Are you really sure that you have a lot of time, Linda?
Of course. I'm young enough. I have all the time in the world.
When do you think you'll start to plan for your future, Linda?
Now, let me tell you something.
Tell me about it.
Since my nursery, I've been going to school. Primary school, I spent 7 years.
I see.
University,
I now see you.
High school, 6 years. University, 3-4 years. Bananga, I'm tired. I need to rest at least for a year. I need to rest like for a year. These things of going to hustle. Let me first rest. Go. I'm tired.
Can I ask you please a question?
Go on.
Okay, Linda. I'm saying technical know-how. Technical know-how.
Yes, Banange. You know, Banange, this country is very difficult. If you don't know anyone, you cannot succeed. Let me tell you something. Can you imagine?
Yes.
I don't even have anyone I know in government. I don't have any relative who works in a big office.
Yes.
How will I get a good job? Where will I get an opportunity to sell my product?
Linda,
as I'm talking, I want to go back to
what you studied. By the way,
business.
I think you have to first attain the skills, Linda, in order for you to get that higher post.
But okay, if I say I'm going to attain the skills, will you forget that at least I have a degree?
No one will forget that.
Will you know that I'm a business? No. You know, I studied business.
You see, what you want right now, if you work hard and attain and go to that higher position, you'll just be respected automatically. Linda, can I please have that baggage of ego?
This one is hard.
May I please have it? Okay. Okay, I'm seeing finances, yeah. So what's your problem with finances? I'm seeing this baggage of finances.
This country is difficult to be in. How can you run a business when you don't have money? They tell us be entrepreneurs, but is money supposed to fall from the tree?
Of course.
What am I supposed to get from money to start my business? But this government is also not serious. They would be giving all of us some money. These NGOs also, they need to be giving us money.
Are you trying, do you try to go out and look for the money, like to work?
But
What innovative thing do you have to bring for you money?
I started my business. I'm doing liquid soap, by the way.
You're doing liquid soap?
Yes.
How do you advertise your liquid soap?
You know.
You see? That's where I'm seeing a problem. You're not giving your business enough time, Linda.
But I need money.
You need money, but how can you get the money without like advertising, trying to go out for workshops where you can advertise your things? I think you need to give time to advert.
Okay,
and you market your things.
I'll try, but me, I still know I need money.
Okay, can I please check in that baggage? Okay. What about education?
Now let me tell you something. I went to the university, but I stopped in my second year.
What happened?
I stopped in my second year. I didn't have money. My parents couldn't afford.
Yes.
So how will I compete with all these people who have MBAs? I cannot be successful in business. I cannot. You
see, Linda, there are very many people who have not studied and reached a higher level, but they are making it in life.
But who will buy from me? Who will buy from me?
Have you heard of Henry Ford?
You know,
he stopped in, I think, primary 4, but he is a very successful man today.
Okay.
Okay, can you please give me that baggage? Wow, 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 wow. I can see fear. So what are you afraid of, Linda?
Well, I'm afraid of everything. Everything.
What? I want to know what you're afraid of.
Rejection.
Rejection?
I'm scared that people will reject me. People feel like I'm not enough. I feel like when I apply for opportunities, no one will even give me a chance.
That's your mindset, Linda.
But also, I'm afraid of investing my money. What if things don't go the way I have planned?
You know,
what if I make losses?
You know, if you want to achieve in life, at times you have to risk in order to get what you want.
But I don't have that money to risk. This is the only money I have.
Then you will not get it. You need to risk so that you can get it. You should stop fearing. Should get out of your and stop fearing. Okay, Linda, can you please help me with that baggage? So, we should come. Your boarding pass here, please.
Thank you.
It's now time for boarding. Okay, you can board. It's time for boarding, please. Time for boarding. Boarding. Linda?
Coming.
Okay. Wow, wow, wow. So I can see how you light and organized you are now.
Yes,
Linda.
I've realized that for me to be successful, I need to be light, and I don't have to carry a lot of baggage with me. And I hope that as we were checking this baggage, you guys were in position to check some of the baggages that you have. Some of us are already entrepreneurs, and some of us are planning to be entrepreneurs. So from the discussion that we have already had, what are some of the common baggages that some of us in this room carry? In fact, let me first ask, how many of us are entrepreneurs and have some sort of business? And how many of us are planning to be entrepreneurs? How many of us don't know? How many of us are not sure? All right, then. So as an entrepreneur, there are certain baggages that we all carry that stop us from progressing. So maybe just a few people could volunteer and share with us some of the baggages. Some people can share with us some of the baggages that they carry every single day. If you have a mic. What are some of the baggages that you carry?
I have to go to the gym now, eh?
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm at Ronnie Moses. I'm pursuing Bachelor of Commerce. One of the baggages really I experienced before I started is fear. There is that anxiety is very common. You fear that really, with my little capital of 100,000, can I start a business really? So it's very paramount to know that fear, any entrepreneur must have that commitment that you are taking a risk. You're a risk taker. Thank you.
Fear of failure, huge, huge fear.
My name is Stephanie Mbatha. I am a student in Rwanda studying entrepreneurial leadership, and I love the skits, and I feel like some of the baggages that I really relate to are finances and blaming the government. Yeah.
Saba government tuyambe. There was another hand somewhere here.
Hello everyone, thanks for the skit. My name is Namte Patricia Gloria, and some of the baggage that I carry always up to now actually is financial issues. I always feel like the finances that I have are not enough to actually move my business. And the other thing is the education that, well, on my side, the education may not be a problem, but to my parents, it always causes a conflict. That what I wish to do is not what they really want me to do. My dad has plans for me, and I have plans for myself. So the education becomes a conflict between the two of us. And then I end up not being supported fully by him, and hence facing the financial instabilities. Thank you.
All right.
That's a very interesting one. Looking forward to how you deal with that, because often no one, maybe only recently, have people started learning entrepreneurship like a proper, real course.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Atari Collins. I'm a software developer and an entrepreneur. For me, my main problems are two: imposter syndrome and inconsistency. Because we are now aware that anyone can start a business, but how many have the consistency to continue, working towards making the business more profitable?
A very typical challenge. They say, fake it until you make it. That's a real issue in entrepreneurship. Are you making note of this, or do you want someone to help you make note of them? Because we might lose track. Let's take this one first. We'll respond to these ones, and then we'll do another one.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Adong Gloria, a student of economics and statistics. One main issue is also an ego. Yeah, most people, especially me, you're supposed to do something, and if you do it, it will come out good. But then you see, it is really below your standard. You rate yourself so higher than, you're so high that you see that's something that if you do, it will bring out something good, but your ego is telling you not to do it.
Yep, ego is a big one. I think it's one of the bags that Linda was carrying. Do you want to deal with these ones first?
No, I think she can go first. I'll just continue from there.
No, she's...
All right, thank you very much. I'm Nachitende Mastula, tour consultant and an entrepreneur. My biggest baggage is fear. Fear, like competition. You can look at the business next to you and you'll be like, hey, when I begin mine, like I don't have enough resources. Me, I fear competition. It has put me back, like I bake cakes, but you put online yoga cake and others have these big ones, nice ones. They have the machines. So you sit back and relax. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to just do a small presentation and I'll be in position to answer some of your queries. But then what I know for sure is that each and every one of us in this room has some baggages. And we should learn to let go of some of our baggages and learn skills to enable us master some of these baggages that we have. So before I even continue, what is entrepreneurship? I know you guys are studying entrepreneurship. I don't want the definition that they give you in class. In a layman's language, how do you understand entrepreneurship? Okay, it's about identifying an opportunity and acquiring funds. All right. Anyone else with another way they look at entrepreneurship?
I look at entrepreneurship as coming up with your idea, then you develop that idea, and then you turn it into the business. Of course, while turning it into the business, you're going to look at the resources you're going to use, and then how you're going to manage the resources, and everything concerning about the business, up to when you earn the profit, if it's a profit-making business, and everything. But it's all about managing that business you've come up with.
All right, thank you so much. I don't have something to write on the blackboard, but I'm going to give you in simple terms what entrepreneurship is all about. You said it's about an idea. I remember when you were taking an entrepreneurship class with Tony Elumelu, and the first thing, you know, when I started a business, the first thing on my mind was my idea. You know, you've started this and that is all you want to think about. And in my very first class, they taught us that entrepreneurship surrounds a problem, not entirely the idea. Because sometimes you're focused on the idea and not the problem, and sometimes your idea might not work because it's not solving the actual problem. So entrepreneurship, the biggest part of entrepreneurship is understanding the problem and understanding the client whose problem you're trying to address. So there is a simple story. There is a small town in China. The local leaders in the small town in China realized that since it was now going into a small town, they needed to have water. But they did not have a water source. The nearest water source that they had was very far. You had to walk a very long distance for you to get water. So early in the morning, in the small town, people didn't have water. So what did the small community do? The leaders decided to call upon people to bid. You know, let me say, to call upon people who can actually supply the water to the people in the community. So people are able to bid, but then finally they said, you know what? Since we've not done this before, let us go with 2 people. So they decided to take 2 people, let's say John and James. So they took John and James to be the people to supply water to the village. Now what happened? John immediately went off and started working. John would go very early in the morning before everyone in the well woke up, run to the lake, and then collect water, bring and fill up all the water tanks. So that by the time the people in the village woke up, there was enough water for them to drink and bathe and do whatever they wanted. He started off with 1 basin. After that, he bought another jerrycan. And he had about 4 jerrycans. Now he stopped carrying these things in his head because finally he bought a wheelbarrow and he was pushing the water using a wheelbarrow. So a few rounds, there would be enough water for the people in the village. His son later on came to assist his father in business. And what his son did is they would go and fetch water with the son in wheelbarrows, and then they would supply water to the people in the village. So that was John's part. Remember, the contract was given to 2 people. Then there was James. What did James do? In 6 months, James did not do anything. But John was very, very, very busy. So 6 months later, what was James doing in the 6 months? James was trying to strategize, putting a good strategy, engaging different investors, and engaging different technical people to come on the team and help him with his business. So 6 months down the road, James comes with a team of people. They start to put pipelines that were coming direct from the lake, and they started to bring water directly to the people. So the people would wake up in the morning, and then they would, you just wake up in the morning, open the tap, and then there is enough water. There was enough water for everyone in the village that John was almost being kicked out of business. In order for John to survive in this business, John decided to lower down the price of his water and his services. However, remember, it's only John and the son, while James has systems in place. James has a lot of systems in place. He has, how do they call it? He has pipes moving, and people are being and so many people are being supplied water. Over time, John realized that he could not compete with James, and John was kicked out of business because he was even very tired. He could not manage this. This is a simple story, but this is a story of how entrepreneurship is done and the way we Africans tend to do entrepreneurship. Now, I know many of us here will say that we have businesses, but I love to refer to Robert Kiyosaki's cash flow quadrant, which I believe that we have all been taught in school. And most of us entrepreneurs, we tend to operate our businesses as a small business. And you know, someone like me, I'm an entrepreneur, but tomorrow if something happens to you, can that business still survive? So I don't have a marker, but usually there are 4 quadrants. There is the employment, then there is the there is the S, and then there is the big business, and then there is the investor. I don't know how many of us are already in the big business side. How many of us, if anything happened to us and we went sick like for a year, our business would still stand? You? Your business would still stand. Anyone else, if something happened to you, your business would still stand. You've been able to build systems around your business. So for me here today, I'm here to share with us something more deep about entrepreneurship and what it takes to move your business from the S to a B business, a business that has systems and a business that is quite sustainable. And everything has to do with us, the people who are behind the businesses. My mentor always says that, Linda, as a business owner, you are the foundation. If the foundation is weak, that business is going to collapse. So you really need to work on yourself as a person so that you can support the entire business. So, I'm going to be sharing with you just 3 simple steps to help you move your business from an S to a business of a B, but also help you to build a very, very successful there's a very famous guy. Thank you. There's a famous guy who is a very good entrepreneur. He has a lot of businesses in the oil sector. He was once asked, what must I do in order for me to be successful? And he said that success comes in just 3 simple steps. And those are the simple steps that I'm going to break down with you in this session. And we'll be in position to have a small discussion amongst ourselves. And Trudy, please come and help me write the 3 steps to success. the first step is very simple. Number one is decide what you want. Decide what you really, really want. That's a very simple step, right? It's a simple step, right? Many of us don't know what we want. Now, the second point is decide that you're willing to pay the price. Decide that you're willing to pay the price. First, determine what you really want. And then secondly, decide that you are going to pay the price. Then the third step to success is pay the price. Decide what you want, find out the price that you have to pay, then pay that price. It's so short, not so? It's easy, right? It's easy. So if you don't do any of those, if you don't do the third step, and the third step is paying the price, your business will never move from where it is, and then you'll also never be in position to thrive or be successful. So, I'm going to just help us go through a few questions here for a small discussion. It's not going to be group work the way I'd planned for it to be, but now it's going to be just sharing a bit. And I'm going to be talking about failure. Failure. I'm not going to talk to you about success because everyone talks to you about success. So for me, it's about failure. And my question is, if you are really determined to be a failure, and for you, you really want to fail, and you want to be known as that person who failed in history, in fact, you have a trophy in failure. In fact, I don't know if it's a gold, whatever it is, and everyone has to know you for being the person who failed the most in this world. I do have a few questions for you. And you know, body, mind, spirit, your soul, I am a failure. The first question is, how must you spend your day, every single day, as an entrepreneur who wants to be known as a failure? How must you spend your day? You have a business, but you want to win the award for being a failure. How must you spend your day? Trudy, you can go with a microphone. How must you spend your day? Now we are talking about competition in being a failure, not a success. How must you spend your day?
My name is Ronald Okunda, and I'm a fresh graduate of law at Uganda Pentecost University. I think, or in my own wisdom, someone who intends to fail in the whole day, as the day begins, he or she keeps in his or her comfort zone. If the working time was at 8 a.m., is going to wake up at around midday, choosing for what to eat, and he or she has not got a work plan for what he's doing, and therefore the focus and the results he intends to get from whatever he or she is doing is that in mess. So someone who doesn't wake up focused on what he does, have no timetable, nobody is intending to say he's going to find himself only in paying bills if he is lucky, and if not, then automatically he will.
Thank you. You guys, let's try to use 30 seconds. What must someone do to fail, like really, really fail?
Thank you. I think this person must spend a lot of time investing in a terrible customer service system. They must just make sure they offend their customers 24/7.
That's true.
Just really insult your customers all the time.
Exactly. That's what you have to do the whole day. Just insult every customer. What else? if you really wanted your business to fail and go in Guinness Book, in the records, yes? Mm. So you know these people, the whole day they have no agenda. You just go and say, Trudy, can we go here? Like, yes, we go. Yes, we go. So if you really want to fail, continue doing that and do it so well. Yes? Okay, there's some. Yes?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, I'm Kasoma Raymond, doing Bachelor's of Entrepreneurship and Small Business Management from MOBS. Yeah, for me, I think like someone who wants to be a failure in the 21st century, especially in business, is that person who doesn't want to innovate and to take up change.
Anyone who is rigid and does not want to take up change. Yes? We shall have the lady.
I'm Bainom Shamebo. According to me, one who invests in failure in business is one who doesn't give attention to customers' complaints.
Thank you so much. We shall go to the next question. Who must you hang around if you really want to be a failure? Who are the people that you need to be around? You can start.
I was going to go to add another point for being
Okay, go on. And as others think about who you need to hang around.
Mkai Rashid is my name. I think in addition to other points, if you don't do research about your products, I think it also contributes to failing because really the market changes, so you need to do research.
All right. Yeah. For the sake of time, we shall only have 2 volunteers on the next question. Who must you hang around if you really want to be a total failure?
Thank you so much. I think if you need to be a total failure, you need to hang around with people who tell you that you cannot make it. Thank you.
Thank you. You need to be around people who tell you not make it. And you need many of them, very many.
Thank you very much. I'm called Cedric. If you want to be a failure in life, just hang around on someone who has no starting point and ending point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the third, yes.
Thank you very much. If you want to be a failure in life, you hang around people with different interests. Your interests, it's like you're an entrepreneur. You hang around people who want to club like different interests, then you will fail.
Thank you so much. For the next question, you're going to answer that. And the question is, what are the things that you must not do as an entrepreneur if you really want to fail? What are those things you must not do? Please.
I say rule number 1, never rain your finances, because finances are assets to you, and if you rain them, they will
So
go.
what must you do if you're to fail?
Misuse your finances.
Exactly. Misuse your finances. The second person, what must you do if you really want your business to fail?
Yeah, thank you, madam. But unfortunately, it is only in Uganda where you can find a whole congregation discussing how to fail. Okay, another point, what I wanted to say, that I wish we give more time how to succeed as young entrepreneurs.
Thank you. There's a reason why it's organized like this. Go ahead.
Thank you. My brother who have just contributed, failure is part of success, for your information. Someone, if you are planning to have your business not fail, to me, is understanding and differentiating between a business and you as an entrepreneur. In other words, you need to consider the money in the business You differentiate, you get your money, then the money for the business. Those are two different things. Don't own your own money and don't mix it with business money. Try to make a difference. Then
All
you will
right,
succeed.
thank you so much. The last question is, if you really want to be a failure, if you want your business to fail, what skills must you not learn? You tell yourself, if I really want to fail, I must not learn these skills. If I learn these skills, I will succeed, and I'm determined to fail no matter what.
Thank you so much. If you really want your business to fail, you must not know communication skills. How to communicate to your clients. Don't even try learning it. Thank you.
Don't even try learning communication skills. Don't. Because you might succeed by mistake, and you don't want to succeed.
If you want to fail, you should not learn financial literacy.
You should. You shouldn't. Why should you know about money? Yes?
You should also not learn about your marketing skills.
Yes. Leave it to chance. Who cares anyway? I'll have 2 more volunteers, and that will be that as I conclude.
If you want to be a failure in your business, then you don't have to invest any time in it.
You don't have to invest time in it. Just start it and leave it there. Yes? Exactly. You don't have to be persistent. You have to really give up. So you guys, I shared with you from the aspect of failure because everyone is always telling you from the side of success. And sometimes if you really want to understand a concept, you have to understand it from the other side from the other point of view. And that's what I was trying to do with you guys. But I'm going to now try to complete with my presentation. So for me, I think the number one thing that every entrepreneur is supposed to have is a vision and remain extremely focused. Have a vision and remain extremely focused. For many who don't know me, I am a licensed flight operations officer. And by the time I got my flight operations license, we were only 44 in this country. However, I had a burning desire to do something else. Working at the airport, I would see so many of these girls leaving the country to go and do cheyo. And for me, having been the kind of person who studied in a very good university, my flight operations course, it was not something that I knew the way the place is, and I wouldn't really encourage the young people to go. But every day working on the flight, looking at the passenger manifest and seeing tons of girls going to the Middle East. And the worst were the days when you're getting the briefing, and during the briefing they tell you, you know what, there's actually an INAD on this flight. An INAD is someone who is, you know, so you go very well and then you come back when you're a little bit mentally retarded. And at times I would really sit down with these girls and I say, why are you guys going like abroad? The opportunity is here at home. Everyone is rushing to Africa. Why can't we do the same? And they're like, you know what, you have a job. That's really comfortable for you. I don't have a job. I also need a job like you. So for me, it was very easy. I made up a decision. I wrote my resignation. I took it to the HR. I said, I think I'm done here. My work is done. I've played my role in the company. And I think it's high time for me to really. And being the person who does what I do, I always admired one of my so many mentors, but in Uganda, I really always admired Mussolini. And I would read his book, so I called him and I said, you know what, I really want to meet you. I want to take on this journey to be an entrepreneur. And I want to help so many people become entrepreneurs and build businesses that are sustainable so that our young people get to be employed and they don't need to go elsewhere looking for greener pastures. And he said, okay, no worries. And the first meeting I had with him, he asked me a very important question. What do you want? You remember the first part here? Maka, what do you really, really want? He asked me that question, and trust me, I had a lot of ideas at the back of my mind at that time. I wanted to do so many things, like so many of us. We have a lot of ideas, right? And he sat down with me and he taught me the concept of focus. And he told me, Linda, if you really want to succeed in this journey of entrepreneurship, if you really want to succeed at anything, learn something called focus. At that point, I wanted to, Uganda Airlines was coming. And you know, being a licensed flight operations officer, starting salary was $1,500. But here I am starting on a journey, and I'm not earning anything, and I'm not sure about how that journey is going to be. I told him, you know, I can work with Uganda Airlines as I try to do this, and I see how it works. So he put down the line, okay, Uganda Airlines. What next? I was working on an app on agriculture, I even shared with him. I wanted to do tourism. I wanted to be a coach. And then he drew all these lines for me. And he told me, Linda, it will take you a very long period of time before you reach to where you want to go, because you want to do everything. As an entrepreneur, you need to learn how to take one thing at a time, build it, and then later on come back and pull these other things. Why? Because whenever you do so many things, you divide your energy, and it takes you a very long period of time to succeed at any one thing. And I decided, you know what, he told me of all these, pick one where your heart is. And I decided that my heart is in coaching, and then because of, you know, my passion to help young people create businesses. And I said, that is where I'm going to start, and that is where I'm going to build. And I called my friend, Edson. He had a small organization, and they were doing training. And I knew I really struggled in communication. But I knew that to be a successful entrepreneur, you really needed to master something called communication skills. And he was conducting classes. I said, I want to come and volunteer in your organization. I want to improve my communication skills, but also I want to serve. I really want to serve. So this is me walking out. I have no money, I have nothing, and I'm starting out on a journey, and I don't know where it is really going to take me. My friends call me and they're like, Linda, you're crazy. You have a license. Everyone is dying for this license. Come and have a job. I said, I don't want. I've decided that I'm going to focus, and that I'm going to do till I get to where I want. And I struggled a lot in communication then. Even presenting in front of the class, I really did struggle so much. But I started to develop syllabuses, I started to teach, and there is a time I really did it with one heart. And of all the trainers that were there, in 2 weeks, I was just the best trainer because I gave it my whole heart, body, and soul. And there is a time that doing some work, I think, close with OPM. And he called me, and he kept talking about me. There's this girl, she knows how to teach, she's passionate about what she does. And they called us. We had a brief meeting, but then I remember in 2019, in February, it was Valentine's Day 14th, I received a call from the former resident coordinator, Rosa Malango. She heads the whole of UN. She was heading the whole of UN in Uganda then. She was replaced by Susan Namondo. And she invited us for lunch at her home. You know, only 14 of us in the entire Uganda, a group of young people, and we were down now discussing what are we going to do, and we were discussing, I think, the 1 million solutions, the businesses that we wanted to help young people create so that they can thrive in this country. And as I sat there, I told myself, you know what, Linda, this is even just the beginning. So many people undermined that. There were so many trainers in that small organization, but it's only me and the head of that organization that were in that room. Because I knew for success, to become successful, you need to pay the price. And I was really willing to pay my price. So anyway, cutting that short, I started getting exposed to various platforms and communicating and going ahead to learn about entrepreneurship, learning about the struggles in my business. But I had one goal at the end of the day. I need to build this till it reaches the top before I come back to pull something else up. I have a lot of ideas, my sister knows, but I don't try to focus on all of them at the same time. I'm focusing really on that one idea. So having a vision is very, very important. Have I had my struggles and challenges along the way? Yes. But I'm not giving up on something that really I am pushing for. And every day she keeps seeing the changes, and she's like, Linda, you're really doing this. And yes, I am really doing that. And well, the sky is only the beginning. The sky is just the beginning. So I'll finish in 8 minutes. I think the second point, besides having a goal and having that insane level of focus, is being very, very, very persistent. There's a story I read about how many of us use border borders. We've seen Honda motorbikes and even Honda cars, but how many of us know the story of Honda? How many of us know how that motorbike got to be there for you to use it? And I'm always inspired by Honda's story. When Honda was much younger, he decided that he was going to take on the journey of entrepreneurship. He only had something called a bicycle shop, just like the White brothers. And so he made that bicycle shop his office, he made it his home, etc. And he had a wife. I think at that time, he went and even sold off the wife's jewelry to get some materials to help him make a piston engine. And he was able to create the piston engine, and he went and pitched to Toyota. You know, that time Toyota was a big thing. When he pitched to Toyota, Toyota told him that his piston thing was a substandard. It was not good enough. So they told him to go back to school. He had to go back to school for 2 years. But in those 2 years he was in school, his classmates kept making fun of him. Even the teachers and the lecturers, they made fun of him, but he never made fun of himself. He continued to work diligently. He studied because he knew what took him there. And after that, he was able to finally finish, and he pitched to Toyota, Toyota, and finally he was supposed to start his work. But before he would start his work, and before I think the contract would be signed, people went to World War II, Japan went to war. That means the money that his government was supposed to give him to start up his factory had to be withdrawn and used for to sponsor the war. But he didn't give up. He didn't. He got his team, and they decided to make their own cement to build the factory. And then they built the factory. But during the World War II, the factory was bombed twice, and they had to rebuild it again twice. And he looked at it from the positive angle, and he said, you know what? Let's use this crude oil, these oil remains that are being sent to here, and they call them, I think, gifts from Truman. And they used it to help to move their work. And I think after World War II, there was a serious crisis, serious inflation. Things were not doing so well. And what Honda did, he decided, he had a bicycle. You know, those days they would ride bicycles. And he rode his, as he was riding his bicycle, he realized that he could actually create a small motor. And that motor was using very little fuel. His neighbors started to see him, and they're like, can you make for me one? Can you make me for me one? And so many people wanted. Soon he ran out of motors, and he didn't have what to use for making more of this, you know, touching for people on their bicycles. So what he did, he sat down and wrote 13,000 letters, handwritten. How many of us can sit down and write 13,000 letters? He wrote 13,000 letters and sent them to different people who own bicycles. We've talked about a big business and how to build a big business. He sent it out to all these people who have bicycles. But how many people actually responded to him? About 8,000 people. And that's how Honda started his business. That's how his borders are here every day. So when you find the young people like, oh, I want to be rich, I want to be an entrepreneur, are you willing to take on that journey of entrepreneurship? Are you willing to fail as many times as possible, and then you pick yourself up? Because that's the true definition of an entrepreneur. We keep persisting, we keep moving, even on difficult days when you don't have transport. Don't say, I don't have transport. Find out ways of moving and finding yourself to that destination. So entrepreneurs don't give excuses, they only give answers, they only give results. No one cares about what you're going through. We only care about your success. So don't tell us about your problems. We really don't care. And lastly, I think my last point is persistence. Sorry, it is never ever, ever give up. You know, when you look at Donald Trump, we tend to admire him. And I took time to read his book entitled Never Give Up. And we think this guy, his businesses are so effortless. But after reading his book, and I realized the hassle that this guy has to go through before putting up one hotel, I told myself entrepreneurship is a real hassle. And at the end of each chapter, Trump said, never give up, and never give up. And why don't I ever give up? I remember there's a story of a guy whose uncle, during the gold rush, I think in America or Europe, I think it was in America during the gold rush, his uncle moved a long distance in search of gold. And they moved, and he was able to finally find some land with gold. He went back home, mobilized people. You know how big businesses do. They mobilize people, they mobilize funds. Then he came, they bought machinery, then they started to mine gold. A few months down the road, business was doing okay, things were doing well, they were getting gold. And after a few months, the gold stopped. There was no more gold. As we start our businesses, things are okay. Along the way, after a few months, no customers, no money, nothing. These guys continue to dig. The way we all do. You continue to dig, they dug, and they couldn't see anything. Finally, the uncle decided to give up. There was a junk man, and they sold all this machinery to this junk man for a few dollars. And do you know what this junk man did? The first thing that he did is that he brought an expert who was good at telling these lines. And when he brought the expert, he told the expert, find out for me how far the gold is. And after the expert did the research, 2 minutes. After the expert did the research, he found out that the gold was just 3 meters away. And plenty of gold, too much gold. 3 meters away. 3 meters away, you guys. That was like digging for only one day. 3 meters away. And the junk man enjoyed from the gold. He harvested, he made tons and tons of money from the gold. Whenever I remember that story, I tell myself that I'm 3 meters away from gold. And me, I'll never give up. That is my motto, and that is something that will keep on pushing me. But also what we learn is get mentors, get coaches, get someone who is already doing what you're doing, and ask them to take the journey with you. If there's something I have plenty of, is mentors of all ages, of different types. If you have a business, get a board. Let them help you. It will help you to move much faster, and you will progress. Then the other easiest way of getting mentors is read. I read a book every week. Every week. The first thing I do in the morning is read a book. And I'll never compromise. If I sleep without learning something new, I'll make sure I don't sleep till I learn something new. And that is the attitude that has kept me going. Why? Because Bill Gates himself is a super reader. If a billionaire is a reader, who am I? There's a lot of knowledge in books. Pick those books, read books. It was lovely communicating to you guys, and I hope that you've learned something and you've carried some of these lessons on in your entrepreneurship journey. Have a lovely day.
Thank you very much, Linda. Now, I knew about you guys, but I didn't know that you were very good actresses. I loved your skit. Really, did you enjoy the skit? Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much. Now, there's some kind of overflow, and lots of other people are going to be joining us. So I wanted us to do a very quick exercise before I introduce the next team. There are some seats in the middle here, so if you're somewhere at the back, you could come and occupy the lone seats in here, yeah, so that other people, when they come, they can go all the way at the back. That's point number one. Point number two, I want you to make at least 3 very good connections by the time we're done here, right? By close of play today, I want you to know 3 new people. So I want you guys to move around. If you don't know the 2 people that you're sitting with, your opportunity is gone. So I want you guys to move around, find another seat somewhere, and at least make one connection with those 2 other individuals. So if the guy next to you has been boring you, please move, find another seat somewhere. Move, 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 move. I want you to find someone new that you haven't met. And when you find that individual, please make note of their name, what they do, and try and figure out how can they support you on your journey. Do they have some skills that you don't have? Do they have some money that they can invest in your business? Could they be your next business partner? You know? But I'm not seeing very the guys at the back are moving. I like that. And by the way, you don't have to move from the back to the front. You could move from here to here. Like you two, you're not talking to each other. What's going on? Do you know what her name is? Okay, good. And you know what his name is, right? Good. This is going to be very important. Once you start doing your hustle, there's something called networking, right? In entrepreneurship, and I have some interesting entrepreneurs here who are going to talk to you, but every one of them will tell you that networking is really very important. Often it's who you know that can open that door for you, that can get you that mentor that you need, that can connect you to the investors that you want, that can give you a speaking opportunity here, and so many other things. And you never know when those dots are being connected. That individual could be right here. You know, most of the richest people in this world were once students like you. You know, imagine if you're sat next to Bill Gates, or next to Professor Abaho when you are in O-level, you know? And now he's here, you know? So you need to not take these opportunities for granted. So let me introduce some of our guests here. The reason we're here, really, is because of Professor Ernest Abaho. A huge round of applause for Professor. Professor Abaho is a professor for entrepreneurship, but he also heads the Makerere University Business School Department for Entrepreneurship. And he has been with the LEAP conference from the word go, the very first one. He was one of our keynote speakers, and we've been here 3 times at MOOBS, all because of him. He's very supportive, not just at Makerere University Business School, but in other things that we do around the policy that governs entrepreneurship in this country, around entrepreneurship education. I could go on and on and on. He's going to get a chance to give us some of the opening remarks later. But for now, I just wanted to introduce him, and thank you very much for supporting us. Second, are those the only hands? Man. And most of these are your students, so you know who to give marks, eh? Now, I wanted to introduce the next group. They are from United Social Ventures, and I think you guys have attended the LEAP conference. This is the 3rd or 4th time. They've done a lot of work in higher education institutions supporting young people. They've taken some of our entrepreneurs to the UK and back. They've supported businesses, startups like yourselves. I think you've raised over like $1 million worth of grants and things like that. So if you really want someone who can support you with some little money for your business and you're still a student entrepreneur, pay attention to these guys. Over.
Thank you. So my name is Esteri Cabanero. I'm here with Dan Wasa. We're with United Social Ventures. So we support entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, much like yourselves, with their business models and getting them really to go and get them really with their market ready, whether it's a challenge with their marketing, supply chains, even helping design products that you have an idea from. We actually have workshops, and we take you through all those steps to make your business a success. So with entrepreneurs like yourself, we actually go in and really find some of the problems that you're facing, and we give you a coach, we show you, kind of handhold you in the process to get your business ready. So with what we're about to do today, just like what Linda had been saying, entrepreneurs solve problems, right? That is the main issue that entrepreneurs do. You solve problems and you work with what your customers' needs are. A lot of times, entrepreneurs say, you know, I have this idea, I'm gonna make this product, it's gonna be a great idea, let me go out to the market and they should come to me because this is a great idea that I have. And they don't talk to their customers, they don't do research on their products, and then they're in the market and it fails. So they have to go back, design their products all again, and whether it's a product or a service. So really what's important is to understand your customer's needs, really fix your customer's problems, and then you'll have an innovative product or service. So today, that's exactly what we're gonna do. As entrepreneurs, you're going to help solve the problems for your fellow entrepreneurs here. And we're going to see if there's anybody with any ventures. Can anyone raise your hands if you already have a venture, a company, a business that you've started? Okay, and from those that have raised their hands, have you faced any challenges currently that you have? You can raise your hands. Okay, great. So we'll go through exactly what we'll be doing in this session. It'll be very interactive, and we'll help you solve those challenges that you have currently. Yeah?
Thanks so much, Esteri. Yes, so everybody who raised their hand, I hope you are brave because we're going to be inviting you to come to the front and share your problems. But this is the process we're going to use today to essentially crowdsource from other entrepreneurs how you can solve some of the problems that you faced. So it's called the hot seat, and that's going to become clear in a second why it's called the hot seat. But it's basically a tool that we use to have peer-to-peer group support to solve specific challenges that your businesses might be facing. So here's how it works, and Sarah and I will kind of help you throughout to use it. So the first step is the challenge. So our brave entrepreneurs who step up will share with us what challenge that they are facing within their business. They'll have 5 minutes only, and we'll keep time very strictly. And you can use this format. So the first thing is, what is your goal? What is the purpose of your business, and what is your vision, your mission? But the problem that we face, and then you can describe what specific challenge within your business that you're facing. It could be you don't get enough customers every month. It could be your suppliers are always late. It could be that marketing is really tough to do. Whatever internal business challenge you're facing, you'll share that. Tell us a little bit about what you've tried and what you've thought about, what you're working with currently and what's failing. And then also ask the audience or ask the crowd, how might we overcome this challenge? How might we increase our sales? How might we market better? And again, you're speaking to other entrepreneurs who most likely have been through the exact same thing as you. So these people will have experience, insights that are super, super valuable. And then the Q&A. So at this point, our entrepreneurs will sit down, and it's over to the audience to ask questions about that problem. The key thing here is we're not solving the problem yet. We're clarifying exactly what that problem is. Like Esteri said, it's always really important to understand exactly what problem you're solving before you run headfirst into coming up with solutions. So at this point, our audience will then ask the entrepreneurs more about that problem, understanding exactly what it is, so it's very clear as a whole group, we know exactly the problem we're facing. So questions like, what do you mean by, who are your key stakeholders, what have you actually done, and what do you think and why do you think this problem exists? So by this point, about 10 minutes of Q&A from you guys, it should be really, really clear for the whole group what is the exact problem that we're going to be solving. And then observations from the balcony. So here we have 3 minutes just to completely clarify what it is. So instead of once the entrepreneur answers the questions that you've asked, oh, thanks. Hopefully you can all see me now. Is this? No? Yeah, PDF. So at this point, the balcony, which is all you guys, you're going to then summarize the challenge again. And again, the entrepreneur up here won't be able to speak. So we want, as a group, every one of us to be very clear on what is the problem that we're solving and what are the causes to the problem. So again, we're all super clear on, what it is that we're talking about, so there can't be any and then the response. So now the entrepreneur has listened to all your questions, he's answered some of your questions, he's also understood how you guys have understood his problem. He then has 2 minutes just to respond and clarify anything misunderstood or anything that needs to kind of get clarified, just so again that we know exactly what we're talking about moving forward. I think you're noticing that we put a lot of emphasis on knowing exactly what problem that you're solving before you try and solve it, because that way the solutions you come up with are going to be way more valuable. And now it's interpretations from the balcony. So again, the key thing here is we're still not giving solutions yet. We're still not offering solutions. We're trying to interpret why that problem might exist. So we're thinking about if someone has mentioned, yep, we are not making enough sales each month to break even. Before we offer them solutions, we want to ask them, why do you think the problem exists, and what interpretations we're making from this problem? Could it be that they're in the wrong market? Could it be that their product isn't the best product? Could it be their prices are too high? We want to essentially offer potential interpretations of why the problem exists. Now, the key thing here is the hot seat entrepreneurs, you're all going to turn around. You're going to face the audience. I think one thing that we found when we've tried this in the past is it's very easy to want to defend your product, right? When you're hearing questions about, oh, your product sucks or the price is too high, people want to fight back and defend. And so what's going to happen now is they're all going to face the other way, so they won't be able to see who's saying what, but so you can really be really honest about how you've interpreted their problem or how you've interpreted their business and give them that hard, honest feedback. We did this one time, and the entrepreneur who was on hot seat actually started crying because they were hearing some real hard truths about their business, which people were kind of nervous to say or wouldn't want to say to their face, but it was super important for them to actually hear and take in before we solved the problems. And then the brainstorming. So now it's time for the audience or the balcony to come up with those solutions. Start to give suggestions. Dig from your own experience. Maybe you have a similar business. Maybe you face a similar problem. Give suggestions to the entrepreneur about how you would overcome some of those challenges. What potential experiments could they run? What risks could they take or what risks could they avoid? And what relationships would they need to change or build in order to overcome that problem? And that's it. So that's the whole format. Usually we would do this in small groups, but since there's so many of us, I think what we can do is, who raised their hand at the start when Esteri asked? So who has a business with a challenge? Okay, it's like one per row. So 1, 2, I'd like some ladies, please. 3, 4, one more, 5. So if you can all come to the front. Hope you're brave today.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, but for the most active entrepreneurs, for the most passionate one, after every session, we'll be giving away one of those goodie bags. So too late for you guys who didn't put up your hands, but my guy Miracle is behind there watching and identifying who are the most enthusiastic entrepreneurs, and one of them will be getting a bag. So for these guys, one of them is going to get one of the bags.
I had one more, yes. Perfect. So, we're going to start with the challenge. You're each going to have, since it's 5 of you, 1 minute. You're going to just tell us what your goal is. You can give us a super brief intro into what your business is, but mainly, what is your goal? What is the challenge that you're facing within your business? What is that roadblock that you've currently hit? You can tell us a little bit about what you've tried if you have enough time, but you really have 1 minute. And again, if anything's unclear, that's fine. So we're going to have more time to really clarify the question with the team. So give us your name, the challenge, your business, and the challenge that you're facing.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Clever Magalawasalirwa. I'm a social entrepreneur. I have an organization that is Summer Kids Foundation. Summer Kids Foundation is changing many lives of children and women in slum communities through sports and self-sustainable enterprises by providing support in areas of education, nutrition, health, and access to sports. We have 2 biggest challenges within our organization, and one is communication skills. One time we happened to host an American. So this American came to our organization and interacted with kids. So what this American did, he was interviewing the kids. And this was the response of those kids. He asked the kids that, do you want us, we come in very many numbers so that we can support your organization? And the child was like, no. And then the next question was, do you people here have Bibles? Indeed, we have lessons of Bible, but the kid was replying, no. Can you tell us any story concerning in the Bible? And I was like, this kid is taking away these Americans and the money. What should I do? I told this kid, you talk in Uganda, so for me I will interpret. And the kid was like, for us in Uganda, for us we go with coach area at the field. And I was interpreting. For us we go with coach area at the field. And this person was like, wetugenda netuzowa kuchisawe, coach area gives us food. And I was like, the first verse in the Bible is Genesis. So the biggest challenge within organization is communication. And then two, the biggest challenge is, okay. 1 minute. So hostile tribes. So when we go out in the community, those people there, they don't know about organization. And with organizations, it's all about taking pics as evidence to the funders. So when you go to the field, these people are always asking us, why are you taking our kids' pics? Do you want to take them to Illuminati? Do you want to sacrifice? So there is always a conversation between us as organization and within the community. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, hey everyone. I'm by name of Jackson Abigaba, student at Chambogo University, Director of Oil and Property Services, Hoima City. I own a real estate company. It is in Hoima, that's where our head offices are. We do different services in real estate. I'll be brief. They say when you get a chance like this, I'll give you my contact. When you get a chance like this, you have to expose yourself to the people. I'll first give my contact. It is 0784. It is 0784 697264. All real estate needs around Bunyoro. Okay, my challenge which I faced to get the right team to work with. Then the next thing was, let me first explain that. Yeah, I'm still a student. You know these issues, traveling, campus, go back, work. I had to face that, getting a clear team who are having the same goal which I wanted to pursue. The another thing was finances. Guys, real estate is, it needs a lot of funds to finance such a business. Funds were not as such, but again, I'm trying at least. Yeah. My aim is to clean the real estate sector in Uganda through, I've been working with Justice Centers Uganda. I'm trying to do community outreaches on land rights and domestic violence at a free cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm called Grant Nzabarinda, and I can say I'm an incubator at the Mobs Entrepreneurship Center. So we work as a team. I'm the director of Tuza Company Limited, and I'm working with a team. They are around. At Tuza, we produce 3 products. I will say we are not good at maybe technology, but we are good at producing products in an innovative way that we add value and we solve some problems which we face in the society. So I will go brief. We are producing organic fire starters. How many of us use charcoal stoves for cooking? Okay, even you, I understand. So we come to understand that most people who use charcoal stoves, they use Kavera for starting fire. But we don't know the negative implications of using Kavera when starting fire. When you use Kavera, whenever you use Kavera, it produces the toxic gases which enter into your body, and they affect you slowly by slowly. By the end, you find you have cancer. So we have produced a physical product made from wood, wood dust, these people who carpenters. Then after that, that product which remains, we use it to produce these organic fire starters, where you just pick a piece and you light and you put in your stove, and in 1 minute your stove is done. So next, we are also producing soap. Okay, I'm sorry for, but let me just talk about the soap briefly. This soap.
Can you just share the challenge that you have for?
Okay, the challenge which our product is solving. For example, the Smart Choice multipurpose liquid soap. It's multipurpose, and then it also has that value of chasing away mosquitoes. Whenever you, after using that soap, after mopping your house, there are no mosquitoes which will be in your house. And then lastly, we are also producing a beverage. I believe you have seen it outside. It's called Tuza Kombucha drink. Thank you very much. Of course, the challenge is, whenever I was mentioning a product, I would at least try to put there the challenge which is trying to do what? To solve. So thank you. Okay, the challenge I'm facing. The challenge I'm facing is our team, the team, where you find some people like you start with them, but they don't have that, they just expect money. So we are facing a challenge of getting a clear team, and even in terms of scaling up our business. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. My name is Habib Nakasiri. I'm a former student of Makerere University Business School. I graduated in May. That was 27th this year. I'm dealing in weaving baskets, the wall decoration baskets. I think some of us have gone to those nice hotels or restaurants where you find when they've hung baskets, they're in different designs and shapes. They are small, like 6 to 10 inches most of the times. I think we've seen that. Some of them use them for decoration on their weddings or introductions. So currently, I'm dealing in those. First, I was working with all across Africa. It also deals in those baskets, but then they basically sell them outside country, mostly in Europe. They have even other businesses or other groups in Rwanda, Tanzania, and Kenya. But currently, the business is not moving on very well. And some of the reasons is the Ukraine saga. I think we all know what's happening in Ukraine. So the business is not moving on well. The company can even spend like a month without giving us any order. So I was like, as an entrepreneur, a person who pursued a bachelor's degree in entrepreneurship and small business management, what can I do? And I help myself, and then I help other ladies who have been in all across Africa, and currently they can spend a month without doing anything. So I was like, let me sit down. I come up with other people, with other ladies, because mostly this business is dealt with ladies. Because a few men can sit down and then they weave those things. They can't do that. So I'm calling upon the other women to come and join me so that we can weave those baskets and sell to the local market. Because all across Africa or other organizations, they tend to ignore this market. Why? The biggest challenge is that the Ugandans or the local market thinks those are things of luxury. So they're like, I cannot spend my money to buy something that you can weave, which I can also do. But then once you tell that person to try and do, they can't. So they have that mindset of our products being, I don't know, they're taking them as luxury. So you bring a basket to someone, you tell that person it's for 10K, someone tells you, no, I'll buy it at 4,000. So that is the biggest challenge you're facing, to convince the people. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. My name is Nachtende Mastula. I'm a tour consultant with a bachelor's in tourism management from Makerere University. Okay, my goal, I'm an entrepreneur. I bake cakes, birthday cakes, graduation cakes, introduction cakes. My goal was to supply cakes to my social group so that they can recommend me to others. I have a huge social group. You know, those people you studied with, those people you meet. That was my goal. I wanted to supply quality cakes so that they can sell me. You can be in groups and a week, like 4 people have birthdays, so I was targeting those people. But the challenge is targeting those people, remember they know me as a friend. So they can tell you to make them a cake at a price where you cannot even, at that price you cannot even purchase the raw materials to make the cake. That's the biggest challenge. They can put friendship with business. Now the next challenge is finances, because you need like machinery, you need to market. Okay, marketing is not the issue, but machinery to make those quality cakes. Other things I've considered trying being a tour operator, beginning my own company, but still finances, that one, I've not been there. I've talked about the challenge. Now the next thing is what you think you people should do to improve on my business. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all our entrepreneurs. I think a very quick early lesson, and we'll find out now whether everyone has understood your challenge, is as an entrepreneur, it's very important to be able to communicate quickly what you do, but also the challenge that you face. Because many people won't give you 5 minutes, right? They're gonna give you 1 second, tell me your idea. So we need to make sure that we get to the point, it's clear what we do. Hopefully now, when we go to the audience, if anybody is unclear about what your challenge is, it's because you weren't clear. So this is the kind of, to show you how important it is just to be very concise and very clear about the challenge. But thank you so much. So now, we're gonna go to the audience. I wanna know whether you guys understood the challenges that they face. What do you think the challenges are, and what are some of your ideas? Feel free to put your hands up and we can come through. So you can let us know which entrepreneur you're talking about and what do you think their challenge actually is.
Thank you very much. I'm called Moses, former student of Makerere University Business School. I want to help you, this girl who is dealing in cakes. Madam, any entrepreneur has to face challenges, but it's upon us who are engaged in the business to be competent, and we find avenues of sourcing the right materials for you as inputs so that you can fairly compete at a small scale. That is solution number 1. 2, sorry. Her actual challenge is actually building the market share. Second point, sourcing of building a chain of raw materials where you're going to get the raw materials for baking, because now we are facing a challenge of Ukraine war. I think those are 2 major. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Sarah Sumika. Mine goes to my friend Grant. He was talking about the team, that his people want money. What I think the problem is facing is the poor team building, definitely.
Thank you. I have a question for first Jackson. You mentioned you are dealing with real estate. I'd like to ask, it's nice that you are young and in real estate already. That's encouraging. who are your stakeholders? You mentioned that you have a challenge with finances and the right team to work with. Do you have any mentors in the real estate industry who you want to work with? Next, you mentioned that you're dealing with organic fire starters. What do you mean by that? Is it that the charcoal don't produce smoke? What do you mean by organic? And then finally, I didn't get your name. You said, is it Irene? I'm not sure. Okay, Habiba. You mentioned that the Ukraine war is affecting, let's say, your products being exported. And I'm not so sure because you said that the products are going to Europe. Would you mind explaining how Ukraine is affecting you're exporting the products? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Abola Hilary Makwa, an IT student. Just with the challenge for the social entrepreneur, your challenge is actually not communication skill, it is management. Because you can't tell me that you as the one in charge of that organization, you need to establish how to communicate to these white people. It's not a kid that can only be like data collection, but management. The same with the gentleman for real estate. Actually, you said you're having a challenge with the right people to work with. It's also management, skill, and leadership, because I have a feeling you want to look for people whom you know, people close to you, and they let you down. Yes, so you need to look into how to actually, okay, for that. Then the challenge for the lady for the cake, yours, it's your mind. You think only people around you can actually market your stuff, but you need to adventure beyond people around you. Try other people, even strangers. Sorry, those are the few that I could pick. Thank you.
Let's have two more. We'll have one here.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so just to make sure that we're all on the same page, I want to be a bit speedy with this. So I'm going to start from the right and then move to the left and try and summarize what I understand your problems are. So you talked about communication. I think you're referring to language barrier in the sense that people are not able to communicate on the same language. I'm going to go to the gentleman in the middle. I understood that your issue might be with building a team. And the lady referred to how people don't really understand what your product is not luxury, essentially. And your friends are trying to take advantage of their closeness with you to get the prices to be really low. But you can please clarify and correct me if I'm wrong. But Jackson, is it Jackson or Johnson? Jackson, oh, sorry. Could you please clarify what your problem is? Because I heard real estate, I heard finances, I heard domestic violence. So I wanted to just be sure what your issue is exactly so we can move on.
Yeah, that's very useful. So, like you were saying, we're still trying to make it super clear. What is your business challenge? We understand now what your businesses do, but as a business, you're going to be facing challenges that are limiting your growth. So what we're going to do now is we're going to offer you a chance again. In 1 minute, just be very clear about what specific challenge your business is facing and how, as the group, we can start to come up with solutions for your business. So 1 minute only, and it's also one challenge alone. What is the challenge that your business is facing?
Yes, my challenge, the other gentleman got my challenge really well. My friends tried to use the friendship to like make me not move on with my business. So I need to get other marketing strategies. Yes, I bake cakes. If you want a cake, let me begin by giving you my number. It's on WhatsApp, 0754 48 0977. Nice quality cakes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My challenge is about marketing those baskets I've talked about within Uganda. Because I told you I was working with all across Africa, but due to the challenges, we couldn't get the orders as we were because we know the business cycle. So I was like, as an entrepreneur, what can I do? But then I'm focusing on the local market. But then the local market cannot understand the product. So the challenge is about marketing or convincing the local market to understand the product, and then they attach value to the product. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Actually, everyone or most of you have got the challenge that we are facing as Tulsa. At first, because we were a team of 7 people, but now we are 3 people. So I believe that that challenge, with your guidance, we shall be able to see how we go about it so that we get a clear team. Then the other one asked what are organic fire starters. I will not take much time. Just with time, we are going to put them here to show how they are, because it's a physical product. So you'll get to get a look of it here on the projector. Thank you very much.
Okay, Jack back again. We'll first with my problem was team, getting a better team of which can push my goals forward. This one at least have managed. Rachel, there's a lecturer, Rachel at Mobus University. Atisha, she's my mentor by now. She's pushing me in that to get the clear team. Okay, I'll talk about, there's a guy asked me about how does domestic violence come in. We made a feasibility study that most causes of land disputes and other aspects, they are domestic violences. Now, if we come and give solution for this, that means we should have a clear path for such. Thank you.
Once again, Clever Magalava is my name. As earlier I said, we have 2 challenges within the organization. One of the challenges is the language barrier. There is no way you're going to interact with these international donors when you don't know English. So that one, it has been our biggest problem within the organization, because these people, the international donors, will always want to interact with their kids and then themselves. Then 2, it's the challenge, what I said, of hostile tribes. There is no way you're going to interact with the international donors when they are funding you and you're not giving them evidence of the photos. Because whenever they donate money, you have to show, you have to take pictures, and you send them to tell them that this is what we did. So without photos, you will not tell them the exact things. So when we go into the field, they're always telling us, why are you taking photos for these kids? So those are the challenges.
So thank you all for expressing your challenges. So I'm just going to summarize what each of them said. The first lady over here talked about her cake business, right? And she said marketing outside her friends, right? So looking at pricing, looking at how to really gain market that's outside her friends. The second one would be looking at customer segmentation, right? So marketing, her market, who she's going to, is the local market, yet the people that would pay are not in the local market, but are looking for luxury outside of Uganda. So how to provide value for her product within the local market where they'll be able to pay. The third, I talked about the team. They started off with a team of 7, now it's gone to 3. So looking at how to motivate a team, especially when funding and money is not there, how to build a team that wants to be part of your organization. Unfortunately, I did not get the challenge for number 4. Maybe someone else understood it. And number 5 here talked about handling international donors. So who communicates to these donors? Is it the children? Is it your organization? And how to really handle communication with international donors and funding. So maybe just 30 seconds. Did you have your challenge that you really wanted to specify? Because unfortunately, we did not get the challenge.
And be very...
Okay, so he said how to do team building. So it looks like the 2 teams here are really focused on how to build their teams, so you could give those solutions. So I'm going to take it away to the first person that wants to give a solution.
And so entrepreneurs, usually we'd ask you guys to turn around and face the wall, because audience, we want you to be honest. We want you to be brutal. If there's something wrong with their product, with their price, with their team, whatever it might be, And entrepreneurs, don't try to defend your idea. Just take it in, try to understand what other people think, and then go from there. I think we have a question up here.
Thank you very much. For me, I think the first gentleman dealing with social entrepreneurship, basically the problem you are facing, it's more like you said, it's language barrier, and most of you are facing a problem of the team you are using. So for me, what I think, language barrier, basically, you already know the problem you're facing. So what basically you can do is, so you can use this solution, like all of you who are facing the problem of the team, make not understand English very well. Let that person who can communicate in English properly do the communication. Then the problem of hostile tribes you said you're facing, that your donors can't give you money when you don't show them the pics. So the question, basically, you talked about the question, the people, they ask you. They ask you, why are you taking the photo? So that's, for me, I think it is effective communication. When they ask you, why are you taking the photos? Try to bridge that gap and answer them that I'm taking the photos for such and such, this purpose. I think the problem of hostility will be solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Looking at your communication strategy. Who is going to communicate with who? Next question.
Yeah, and just to clarify, again, fantastic, but we're not doing solutions yet. So we're trying to tell them why they're facing this problem. So you're definitely right. The communications problem might be because they don't have someone who's able to communicate well. But before we suggest solutions, just tell them basically what you think the cause of their problem is based on what they shared.
Thank you very much. So I think I also want to talk about the gentleman who talked about the issue of hostile tribes. I don't really think he probably understood what these people were actually demanding for before he qualified them to be hostile. I think I'll have to, and he has to agree with us that the challenge is you're not explaining very well what these people actually want from you, because you can't just come here and say, you know, this conference is organized and I have to maybe like take pictures for the funders to be able to give me the money before you actually explain to me why you're even like taking the pictures. And then I think to sum up, the next two gentlemen, I think there's a problem, first of all. If you want to have a team that really contributes to the vision, first of all, you yourself, do you understand even what you're doing? We had to give you like 20 minutes to even explain to us what you do and what challenges you're facing. So I think there's supposed to be an element of first understand what you're doing before even you speak to the other team members.
Thank you. To me, I will first generalize the whole business entrepreneurs here, and I will tell you that two heads are better than one. Most of you are focused on individuals, as you have your personal interests which you are going to achieve, and you're failing to understand your customers, the base of your customers. Then to the two ladies, one is having bias and perception. This one who is saying that Ugandans are not buying their product, this comes back to failure to define who your real customer is. And then you're having that strong bias within the population. Maybe I don't know what brings it. You need to take away that bias. Then you define your product very well to the customer. Then my friend of children having a community-based organization is also not understanding the real purpose. Because when someone asks you, why are you doing this? You need to be able and to be bold enough to explain why you are doing it. Generally, you are focusing on yourselves as individuals, not focusing on the problems you're solving. Because from the statements you have given, the vision is not clear, the goal is not clear, everything you cannot explain it to your fullest, meaning you're focused on your own mind, what you can deliver, rather than what the customer needs. Thank you.
Yeah, Yes, that's a good point. Remember that we're focused on your customers' needs, looking at their problems. You can't possibly then put a product to a customer. We have someone here.
Well, I would like to start with the lady who deals with the cakes. Her main problem is that she considers friends, and putting relationships with business is one of the worst things that entrepreneurs do. Each time you think that your friends are the ones that you're going to lean against, you'll be falling. There are many people outside there that can make a bigger market for you than the friends that you're having on your social media. And then the guy that deals with the foundation, the kids, your problem is that you're only looking at how you're going to get the funders or the donors, but you're not looking at how you're making the foundation for these kids. You're using them in a way that you want to get funds, but you're not giving them basics. I mean, you should start by teaching them the little. The English. You can't tell me that a person can ask someone, do you eat food? And then they say no, meaning that they even don't know what food is. Begin with the basics. Teach them the little they can answer. We're being told when someone says, how are you? You sound fine even when you are sick. So just teach them that little so that they begin picking up. Because the funders won't divert to you to ask you what is going on the ground. Obviously, they'll be going to the kids. Then the guys that have problems with their teams, please stop looking for friends to make a team. Look for people who are competent enough to do what you're looking for as a goal. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Justice Summer, that's a good point. Well, we talked about this early in the morning when Linda explained who are the people around you that can lead to your failure. So if it's your friends, if it's your colleagues, you really have to pay attention to that.
All right, thank you very much. I'm a student of Lyra University doing psychology and psychotherapy. As it is, mine is with the two gentlemen because it has things to do with social life. And where there is social life, one, you must put the people before you. You put the interest of the people before you. We watched a play there. Sometimes you have to put the interest of the people. What are the solutions that are going to come up after? Like, yes, you want to benefit. It's an entrepreneurial business that you're starting. But you need to see what are the solutions that are going to be brought up by this, maybe the idea that you've brought. Does it solve a problem? But I think the gentlemen, just as the last presenter has said, they were looking at the aspect of the funders and what they stand to gain. But where the community is involved, I think you need to put their interest first, then you explore what they want, what you can do about it, and there you can get it around. Thank you.
Do we have time for maybe one more interpretation? And this is perfect, guys. So it's good to hear why you think these problems exist for these teams. And then right after this, we're going to have a quick round of suggestions, what you would do to solve these problems. So one more person to tell us why they think these problems exist.
To be honest, I want to inform the first lady who is dealing in cakes and all other colleagues. One is that from my research, their companies are beginning. They have just initiated them. If they have, they failed to do much on research. So at the time of beginning up the company, they simply ran to begin the companies, but they have failed to invest much in research that would help them to identify right departments to open up these companies, that would help them to identify the type of market they want and their customers. And secondly, apart from research, they are still too young or they are still coping up with the conditions challenging their businesses. As in, for example, if someone says, I do cakes, or I am baking, or I'm dealing in bags, local bags, and for example, at the time when you began your company, what was your target market? You made that product wanting to sell it to who? If your interest was foreigners, then if one customer changes, what next? You don't change. If it has failed, have you changed the whole concept of your company before even wanting to sell to local people? Because you might find that what you're doing is not what is in need by the local people. Then for the one of organization, one, you're trying to convince people and parents. And in business, convincing do not work. What you need to do is to explain what is your real problem or what are you solving. So, for example, if you're going to the villages collecting kids, before a parent gives you a kid, what have you done from the onset? What is you telling the parent of this kid that I'm taking this kid, the purpose of me asking for this or requesting for this kid, I am going from here, it is going to take these years, you're going to benefit this way, the kid is going to benefit this, before you benefit, this and this will be done. No. Why? No research. So I think my most focus is on research. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you so much to the audience and to our brave entrepreneurs for taking this on. We've had quite a few suggestions in the questions as well. So I think we can just look for 3 practical solutions, practical advice that you would give any of these entrepreneurs that they could do. And then after that, the entrepreneurs, we're going to give you a chance to tell the audience what action will you take following today to try and overcome your challenge. So one practical bit of advice you would give them.
Okay, to start with, I'd like to address Mastula with the baking of cakes. You mentioned that you're a tour consultant, and I'm sure in your course as a tour consultant, you did with some basics of marketing. So why are you leaning on your friends more? I think by the fact that you did some marketing basics, you should employ better marketing strategies. For instance, just work on your product. A good product always sells itself, and a happy customer always comes back. Work on your product. Once the word gets out there, other customers will refer you to other customers. So don't lean on your friends. Your marketing strategies should put you ahead. And then finally to Habiba, who said that she's weaving baskets and the locals think that her products are luxurious. Have you understood your local market? The local market are saying they're luxurious because you've not tailored your products to suit the local market. The local market want products that they'll go to the supermarket or to the market with. Can you tailor your weaving to make a product for, let's say, going to buy tomatoes, going to buy grocery? Also, you can also weave products like for cushions, homeware. So you can just diversify your products, not only for export, so that you can find local market. Also, in the local market, you'll find market for the luxurious items that you're saying most of the locals don't. You can sell them to hotels, and you'll still have market. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I am so sorry, everybody, but we actually have run out of time. So I just want to summarize. Entrepreneurs, turn around now, if you want. You guys can turn around. So I just want to summarize. First of all, I want a huge round of applause to our 5 entrepreneurs for being so brave to share their challenges with us. I think one thing that we've learned is the most important thing that was coming through from everybody, particularly for the teams for yourself, was around communication, making it very clear what problem you're trying to solve. Tell that to your stakeholders, to your partners, to your funders, and to the people that you work with, just so if everybody understands the shared common goal, it's much easier for you to mobilize, convince them, and really kind of have them play a role in your opportunities. And for everybody else, it's really about, for the guys who are working on your team, It's having that shared vision, understanding what your team needs, what other gaps that exist, and what are their strengths, and maximizing those. And if you find that within your team there are a lot of gaps, it's going out and identifying who has those strengths and how can they fill them. And for you guys, it's really about knowing your customer, understanding what motivates your customer. Is it price? Is it quality? Whatever it might be, and making sure when you design your product and when you design your marketing strategy, it's aimed at solving those customer needs, those pain and pleasure points for those customers, and making sure that you do that. And I think to everybody, just to kind of share more about what we do at United Social Ventures. So we, as Sari said, work to support young entrepreneurs like yourself to design the strategies and the policies very early on to make sure that as you grow your business, you don't fall into the same pitfalls and the same challenges that everyone falls into. We work with businesses, people who come in with an idea, no team, but a drive, and we work with businesses who've been on the market for years, are turning over millions of shillings a month. Both of them will share the exact same challenge because they haven't built in the policies and the strategies at the very early stage to do so. And so what we do is we work in a consultancy capacity with these organizations to try and build out those frameworks really early on. And in terms of engagement for us, so we invite everybody. Our first step with USV is a road mapping session where we invite you in to learn more about your business and essentially do a diagnosis, understand where the gaps exist in your business. Based on that, we're able to suggest potential tools that we can actually work with you to actually build out. It's a free session. The first session is free. You go to our website, unitedsocialventures.org, you register, tell us a little bit about your business, and then we schedule that road mapping session. After that, you come in, it's about an hour and a half. We go through a long list of questions based on our framework, and we're able to produce this diagnosis of your business to let you know if it's marketing, if it's team, if it's communications, whatever it might be. Here's what you need to solve, and here is the tool that we would use to solve it. So I'm very excited to hopefully see more of you again, learn more about the businesses that you solve, and hopefully as a group create sustainable, lasting businesses that really create impact in our communities. Thank you so much for listening to us, and looking forward to the rest of the day.
Is that all? A huge round of applause. I noticed that these guys have actually been constrained by time, and I think because when they've delivered these kind of sessions in the past, they're out and about, it's very interactive, but you've still done a very excellent job. Thank you very much, both of you. There was one small exercise, which was giving away this goodie bag to one of these guys. I'm going to go to each individual. When I get there, if you think they deserve, say, woohoo. So start here. Next. 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 I think it's between here. Sorry, guys, you guys can leave. So, 1, 2. I think we should give them 2 bags, both of them, because I couldn't decide between one. There you go. That's yours. That's yours. Well done. Thank you very much. Now, we are really running slightly behind schedule. So on this occasion, I would like to hand over to Professor Abaho, who is going to help us with our opening plenary. This is what we should have done at the beginning, but you guys were not here. There was just a few of you. So over to you, Professor Abaho.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. There is no woohoo between me and my boss. My boss is a woohoo. I don't want you to create me trouble. One, I want to thank everyone for coming to learn. Entrepreneurship is not for everyone, so for some people start enterprises and then the others study hard to get employed there. Don't worry that you are few, because it's for the few. You've seen how our entrepreneurs were here getting hit by the questions, the ideas, a lot of issues. And that's the reality on the ground. So I'm a pioneer student of the Bachelor of Entrepreneurship at MOOBS. So you can see how far I've become. And it's because of this institution. So I want to thank management and the deputy principal for actually pioneering entrepreneurship education in Africa. You know, I'm not used to speaking as a big man, so when you clap, sometimes I think I should stop. I've ended. But clapping for me also motivates me. So don't get tired of clapping for me where it is necessary. Like there. Okay? I know we have people from different institutions. We have psychologists, we have engineers, artists, etc. Entrepreneurship is a practice. It's not a professional discipline. For people who decide to become economically independent but financially inclusive, you choose entrepreneurship. For people that prefer to wake up at 5 to work for others, Monday to Monday, and when you receive a call from your boss, you are stressed without even hearing what they are telling you, you can choose another area. So for me, entrepreneurship is a way to go, because when you choose that line of career, you will have more money than you can get when you are employed. I think you know that. Unless you are a powerful person in opposition and government is interested in buying you out, that's when you can get more money than you expect. But it is only temporary. You get freedom and connect to people that are important in your life. That's when you are in self-employment. It cannot happen anywhere. It's only in that space. Because people will come to you with a purpose. And you have been hearing her saying, don't go for your friends and relatives. In self-employment, you get people who should come to you, not people who just bump into you. Everyone comes to you with a plan and a reason. That's why we have what we call the voice of reason. I don't know if you have heard of that term. Okay? It's a jargon. And then the only person I listen to is one who is self-employed, because whatever they say makes sense. You've seen people who are not in business. The way they are talking about the current economic situation is different from people who are not in business. You talk Ukraine, that's why they were asking you, what has Ukraine got to do with baking? Okay? But I'm sure now that investor has actually seen how not so important the war in Ukraine is. But people who are in employment, they are not going to work because the costs are high. But for you are going to work because the people who are going to get employed are going to pay your cost by buying your product. So you are not worried. Have you seen China worried about the war in Ukraine? Because the level of self-employment is high. But most importantly, when you are self-employed, everyone will listen to your story. Because in business, you don't complain. You only look for solutions. Imagine if this was a political science workshop. Just imagine what would be happening around. Maybe all the tear gas would be on standby. But here we are talking about things. If each of us could start a business, and in Uganda, averagely, a business employs 6 people. How many people are depending on the people in this room? I'm a professor, but I'm not a theorist. I also have a business. I pay taxes. So when I tell you taxes, I know. When I tell you people are difficult to manage, I know. It's not from the book. It's from experience. So when you see academicians, we have what we call phenomenologists. They talk from experience and link to theory. Okay? So sometimes we tell you things that are on ground. Another important thing is people will look for you. But when you are looking for a job, people will avoid you. Every time you say hi, they know the next thing, can I send my CV? When you are in self-employment, when you say hi, the next thing is, can we have coffee and discuss something? So which of those would you respond to? And you know you will be fighting to pay. But someone who is looking for a job, you will be struggling to look for how to avoid giving them transport back. So those two are different. Unless you become a teacher without speaking. Because people will learn from you, from your actions, from your products. I was imagining the business in Hoima, the real estate. It's booming. Everyone wants the smallest piece of land in Bunyoro because of what is happening there, the oil and gas supply and value chains. For me, that is the person that Sudhir should be looking for. Because Sudhir may want to associate with you to see how to acquire cheaper land without going through big procedures. So think about self-employment as the most competitive choice in your careers. The challenges are clear. People are difficult to manage. Even you who are employed somewhere, you are here, you told your employer that you are sick. True or false? Yes. We are difficult. We are difficult. And we are always complaining. It is difficult to manage money. As you look for money, it will come, but it will confuse you. Money is very difficult. And I don't know why people don't talk about challenges of having money. That having money, again, is a problem. Because it can divert you, it can change your personality, it can kill your networks. So money is a problem. When you get it without being prepared to use it, it can also be a problem. And of course, excessive orders. Big business, when it grows beyond your capacity, it can stress. And you know, if she received orders for cakes more than she can produce, she will get mad because you'll be overwhelmed by calls. Suppliers will disappoint you, staff will disappoint you, clients will want their deliveries. So lack of market can also be a problem, but excessive market can also be straining. And I'm sure even our deputy principal here is an entrepreneur. He can tell you sometimes he can receive a lot of demand and then he gets overwhelmed, especially businesses that demand you as an individual to be active. And then, of course, the last challenge I've experienced is on friends and family. Not that they want the money, because at some point you will get money and you give everyone and they are satisfied. What are their problems? They want school fees. So you'll say, the whole of my family needs maybe around 10 million every year. You can pay. But then they want you on every small function. You become like an MP. And when you don't come, they say you are proud, you are not available, etc. They start to tell you how working hard is going to break you down. They actually stress you by worrying about your stress. Okay? They are a challenge. We have experienced some of those issues. So while I've told you that self-employment is good, it's a choice that is for the courageous. But each of you is courageous because you have decided to come here. And I have a feeling when you go back, you will choose to live among the few who decide to change lives, to develop yourselves, but also to be mentors for people who may not see their entrepreneurial potential. I think I'll not add more to that. My job was simple: to come, welcome you, and then invite our professor, deputy principal, who is very busy. Everyone wants him to speak, and I'm sure he skips lunch most of the time. And even here, other people are waiting for him. So let's welcome him with a big applause. And then the rest we shall continue when he leaves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Abaho, our senior in entrepreneurship. Let's appreciate the professor. The the sponsors and visitors to MOPS, we applaud you. Let's welcome the organizers. I'm told there are different students from different universities. Welcome to Makerere University Business School. And all people online, it's a pleasure this morning to be part of this interesting discussion. I must say I found an interesting discussion, and I'm challenged as a facilitator, as a teacher. The way you are dealing with this, Professor Baho, we need to pick lessons the way we teach our students. So thank you so much for that challenge you are giving it to us. I'm representing Professor Barunywa, the principal of the business school. He's engaged in other official duties, but he knows you are here, and he appreciates your coming to MOPS. So all the mentors who are here, the facilitators, the innovation experts, the students, the recent graduate entrepreneurs from over 20 universities and vocational institutes, you are most welcome to this interesting workshop. The LEAP conference must be an insightful conference, a combination of classwork and the street realities of entrepreneurship, which everybody has been crying for in this country. Everybody thinks we just teach you things that are theoretical, that are not practical, but I think from such sessions, you should be able to be relevant for the world outside the university gates. So I think those who are here, you are privileged. I came on time, I didn't find you. Please note that time is part of our entrepreneurship journey. You must make decisions in time. Once you waste time, you cannot optimize the value chain, because you will keep wasting time every other time. And you find instead of 8 hours, you work for 5 hours. And that is a loss on your part. So as students, keep that in mind, that you need to be time-conscious people. Even in entrepreneurship, Professor Wao could agree with me that time is important. To have student entrepreneurs, I think, is something to be happy about. Usually, we keep here, we waste time, we don't mind with such talks, we don't even think about what we shall do after the university, and after 4 years or 3 years, you go on the street and you don't know where to begin from. So when you begin the journey of entrepreneurship, at this age as students, I think you are lucky people, you're privileged. Please appreciate yourselves. Now, most other entrepreneurs, those who never went to school, but they are successful entrepreneurs, they somehow beat about the bush and collide with a point by accident. For you, you are lucky that you have theoretical knowledge on which to leverage, on which to base your ideas, because for you, you know a lot of knowledge. You can quickly evaluate a decision because you're educated. So if you have a talent of entrepreneurship, then you should be able to excel. Having the two, the theoretical, you have gone to school, you have read, you have attended all these presentations, I think you should be able to step on that and be good entrepreneurs. And you know, starting entrepreneurship early, at 25, at 22, at 18, you are still energetic. Big things are done when you are still energetic, when you are below 40. Once you exceed 40, 45, 50, the center can no longer hold. You can't remember even what you were holding. Keep checking. I had a pen. Where did I put it? The pen is here. Take opportunity at this stage. So if you start entrepreneurship at this stage, I think you have a whole positive future ahead of you. and take it serious and take the message to others that as a business school, we would encourage you to start now. Now, mindset. Most people think to do business, to do entrepreneurship, you need a lot of capital. I don't have 30 million, I can't start. I have a feeling they will give you the 30 million, you will just misuse that money, and you don't have ideas, you cannot be creative. Then you do what everybody does, and yet you can't manage that competition. Would you please change your mindset and know that what will make you succeed, the entrepreneurs will tell me whether I'm right, it should be your passion and your commitment to do that thing. Capital will join you. Capital will join you along that journey. But I think your passion, your commitment to do things, that is what is important for you. After all, you don't have capital. Whether you cry or you don't have it. Why would you get 300 million? So use what you have. What you have is energy, is a fresh mind, and you are able to be committed and serious and have that passion and move. And move. So mindset is very, very important. Even when we come here and do this, it will be just for speeches of the day and the nice teas, and that's it. And when you get out, and that is it. Would you do something today? Would this group, this cohort choose to do something that you are different from other groups? And we don't simply stop at ideation, at talking, and what? We'll go beyond a prototype and make something. So that the next time we have a workshop, we have a testimony to give. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Can we have a team from here that will keep pushing and you start that business? If you're looking for capital, look for seed capital. And you say, you know, we simply need 100,000 to register and reverse. And then we see what you do. But not an issue of coming every year, you come, you open, every year you come. There's nothing that is coming. We are tired of that. We want people that are actually practical. From here, would you commit some 2 hours alone in your room and think about what they are talking about? I always tell you that to write yourself an intent letter. Write yourself a letter, say, Mr. Mwez, they have told you about this. I will do this in 3 years, I will have this business. In 5 years, I will have this business. I will do this. And put sanctions for yourself. I don't attain it, I will not eat lunch and supper. Tomorrow I don't attain my target, I will not eat supper for 2 days. But for you, even when you fail, you are eating chapati and sausages. And when you have failed on your targets, that journey requires that commitment on your part. Yes, you can clap. The seniors who are here, you need to know that these people are still young. They will get disappointed quickly. Once they have a challenge, we need to be near them to give them a message of hope and support them, not simply to send them and we leave them. I think there is a need for that mentorship to keep giving them that message of hope and clarity. At every stage, they lose their spirit. And as we do this, we should also organize a group of mentors to keep checking on them. Let's do things differently. So that these people choose to start today, they keep on. I can assure you, if you all chose to say we are serious and we have started, 15 years down the road, there will be the richest people in Kampala from this group. From this group. But as seniors cross to entrepreneurs, let's deal with that, Professor Abaho, the mentorship, the young entrepreneurs, and see how to deal with that. Many people don't plan, and that's a very, very serious thing. You go with the wind. When the wind is going this side, you go with the wind. It is going this side, you go with the wind. The people who could be online, people who are in Europe and the US, they plan a year ahead. I always tell you, 1 year ahead today, somebody knows I will be in the Bahamas because it will be summer, and at 11 I will be swimming. And it is in the diary knows. Now for you, you don't know where you will be in the afternoon. When somebody comes and says, can we go out and do this? Why not? Let's go. But how do you plan to do that? You go with the wind. This is one of the reasons Africa keeps behind, that we don't plan and don't mean. You set resolutions, you break them on day one. I just laugh at those who make resolutions. 31st December, resolution 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By March, you have not achieved the first one, and you don't even care to go back and revisit. Then, as stupid as you are, 31st December comes, you don't evaluate, you set new resolutions. So what are you doing? What are you doing? As entrepreneurs, I know you are creative and innovative, things will come your way, but you need to plan. You need to plan your life. And I have told you, if you got 40 without a career way ahead, and you are still on the street, you are still complaining, the economy is bad, the fuel is expensive, food, you know, you blame everybody else apart from yourself. You blame everybody else apart from yourself. We call it locus of control. Start with yourself. And know that you are the person to blame. How come the others you had are going up? And you are the only one remaining there. And you are blaming everybody, your brothers, they didn't give me money. They would have given you money. You would have taken it to the club. They saw that you are not able. They gave you some little money, you didn't pay it back as an entrepreneur. And you say things didn't go well. Then you want them to add you more. And you fail to pay and you kill them. And hatred starts in the family. So at least have some time to blame yourself. Sit alone and know the areas that you need to change to move forward. And it is difficult for people to create routine. That routine of, I don't know how to explain it, that routine of entrepreneurship, of doing something. To know this is my routine. That whenever you wake up, you do this. You do this, you do this. You take stock of your business, for example. You go through the mistakes of yesterday every evening to develop that routine and resilience to what you decide to do. As students, learn that. And you know, you need 18 to 254 days to form a new habit. A habit, a positive habit, that you have a habit of being on time. You need up to 254 days consecutively to practice that, and then you have that habit. You need that habit of entrepreneurship activity. I'm not an expert in entrepreneurship, but I know that once you don't have that habit and that routine, you will jump off from that business, go to another one. It fails, you go to another one. I know they say it is okay, but you may never achieve anything if you don't know how to develop a habit and a routine and discipline to do what you are supposed to do. To do what you are supposed to do. For us as MOOCs, our visitors, we have exposed our students to all possible knowledge. You should appreciate MOOCs. We have done our best. Others of other universities, I don't know, but I know they have also tried. For us here, we have been addressing you. There are very many Zoom meetings every week, every other day. We have people to come here to talk to you. We have Zoom meetings. You have yourselves to blame. And those dots, a workshop here, another one there, another one there, a Zoom, somebody's coming to talk to you, will correct themselves and add to make you an important person if you didn't know. So this is, and we are not going to stop doing that as MOOCs. We shall continue to enable you. We shall address you. We shall talk to you I hope you pick something. The organizers, Professor Bao, the guild president, and all students and all visitors, please pick something from today's workshop. I picked something from the questions you are putting across. Pick something for yourself. I hope you have diaries. Switch off phones and be attentive and be serious. Why do you keep the phone on in the morning? You are answering. There are those Facebook. How is today? Then the people keep answering. Then you thank you. They answer. Then you say thank you. They ask, where do you get that time from? You are on Facebook the whole day. Do you know this phone is dangerous for your life? Do you know it is going to derail you? Because you must answer all hits on WhatsApp. You check the other platform. You have not answered this. You are influenced by technology. Would you choose a day or hours in the morning to switch off? They tell us if you put your phone on and for you receive. All the time you are calling or receiving a call, they are destabilizing your day. From 7 a.m. to 10 a.m., let your phone be off so that you start the day properly. But in the morning, they are calling you, there is this problem, let's go here. The whole day you are disorganizing yourself. And I can assure you the whole value chain, you will lose 40% of your time and 40% of your life will be wasted on the phone. Please do. Learn to do without it. Now I will do without it for some hours. I check who has called, and in most cases, they want my favor. So I don't bother. Then I check at lunchtime. Professor, there's this coursework I've not paid. I know these are lazy students. Just leave them and go on. So today, switch off data and pay attention to what will be going on. And let that be your life, that there is time of serious concentration, of reflection to what you want to be. There are people, businessmen here in Kampala. Every day in the evening, they have 3 hours to sit alone and think through what has happened during the day and how they can change events tomorrow. Big people, millionaires, they do it. For you, you don't have even 10,000 in your pockets. You sleep at 8. You wake up at 10 a.m. You forget there is a test. You don't think through your life. I'm not criticizing you, my dear students. I'm only guiding you as somebody that has gone through life, as a mature person, and as your leader. I wish you very well. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. In the Bible, they say those with ears should do what? And those with eyes, so that the arms can start working. So thank you very much, Professor. I always encourage people to listen when you start speaking, because always there is a big substance to pick. I want to thank the mobilizers, NACE. Dennis Aguma teaches at Birmingham City University in the UK. He has a huge experience. And it started at Kingston University. Here we are. And I think, I wanted to ask you, Professor says he wants testimonies next year. How many of you will give a testimony? You see, some hands are still down, others are doubtful. The testimony is for your benefit, not for us. But you must now put yourself on pressure so that by the time we come, you are struggling to find space to display and speak to people what you will have done between then and now. I want to thank our colleagues. We have Mr. Bone Kagawa is here. He has been so supportive in this process. And Professor, I think you are monitoring the next head of department, because someone who is student-centered should get a priority offer. And Bone has been so supportive. I want to thank our Makerere University Entrepreneurship Students Association. You are seeing them, they are moving up and down. Moesa here. I think they deserve a very loud applause. And Mr. President, I think in your rating, I have heard rumors that this is a signature association. I don't know whether it's true, but I have a feeling it's very true. And I'm the patron. So when you have awards for a signature association, remember the signature patron. We founded this association in 2000 and when was the first president according to our chart? 2004. I don't know where some of you were, but we are here together, and many years from here you will say, I've been part of this. I also want to thank the guild. We rarely have students' guild that is active in students' activities. Professor, you're aware, but I think this is a unique regime. I want to thank you for being such a great leader, and we hope you will not stop what you are doing just because the term will end, because you are now having a lot of space to engage. And I don't wish you to look for a job. I wish you to accumulate all this experience and start up, because it will be difficult for us to invite you when you are not in business. We will think you did not have a lot of value for us. So thank you very much, Professor. I know you want to go away for other engagements, but you realize that phones are actually our biggest enemies. It's difficult to get me on phone before 9 a.m. because when you respond to one message, then another message comes, then you become like a switchboard operator for WhatsApp. Some of you work as if you are the country representatives of social media in the sub-Saharan Africa. You are everywhere. Don't influence. I like people who go on social media to either market or to market. Because when you have the right product, marketing is not a problem. You focus on distribution. Yes. So let's minimize social media. It doesn't pay. Doesn't. I've seen most of the richest people, by the way, in our city here. It's rare to get them on social media. But some of you have status you update every time as if you are running a COVID update. Let's disengage from social media, by the way, seriously, because it has affected academic performance. It's a time waster. It's actually a virus. It's no longer a disease. It's a pandemic, but people shy away from that. So with that, I want to, I'm told people want to take a photo with you. When I was a student, really having a photo with someone like you was a big privilege, because I also take pride. So I want us to have an orderly photo arrangement. Who should come first, Moesa or the guild? The host. Mr. President. Let's give the hosts an opportunity so that when you are taking, they are also organizing others. So I want to invite Moesa to take a photo with the principal. Are they all here?
And while Moesa is coming, the next panel, which will be led by Vincent, I can see he's yearning to go and really fired up. We'll be getting ready. And then after the next panel session, we're going to have some refreshments. I see some people are yawning there. Don't worry, there will be something small. Kintu kidogo. And then after the refreshments, we'll go into the second part. So please bear with us. Do not run away. There will be some refreshments. They are very small, but at least, you know, water is also a refreshment, right? And I think after the photo opportunity, we'll hear from the guild president before he disappears.
Of course, president is a president, and you are the bull in the crowd. You must say something, otherwise they will think it is a castrated bull. So we'll also have the guild. I've seen they are smart. We'll give them a photo opportunity, and then we'll have panelists take a photo opportunity, so that you'll find some of these photos on our website and also the NES website. Yes. We want to take from inside, because when people go out for photos, they don't come back. So the paparazzis.
if we could have everyone who's supposed to be in the photo to do it as quickly as possible. And I know that these guys have been talking about phones being bad, but embodied is take pictures. Use your phones and take. Yeah? At least for social media purposes. Oh, did they say social media is bad, eh?
I should come because the president should also come and be part, because alone, because in the hierarchy he's a big man. And then you'll also take when you are alone with the professor. Okay, thank you. In diplomacy, these photos are necessary, so even as you start business, is always leave time for photos. They are key. We'll have the guild. The guild, now the president with his team. You know, you have to take active roles in leadership. That's why we have not called everyone. And it is our intention, so that you get inspired. And then I will also invite the panelists who are still with us.
Yes, there's quite a few here.
Mr. President, you have to keep there, because when your term of office ends, you will see how people will start ignoring you. But for now,
this is not all the panelists. Some have left, others are coming after.
Okay.
These are the ones who are here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have any other person who wants to take a photo with the professor before he goes? Please. We'll give only 3 chances. And the first one is an area and first riser. And then we need, yes. Of course, for gender balance, and the entrepreneur has been here. Please come. You'll get all these photos, I would imagine. Is it true? Yes. Okay. Very good. I think that's it. Let's not cause our principal photo cancer. Yeah, Professor, I think we will allow you to take leave. Okay. Thank you very much. I hand over back to our manager of the day.
Thank you very much, Professor Roho. But we forgot some bit of protocol. This is a student-led movement, student-led event. So we're going to invite the president of the Entrepreneur Society to just say something very briefly, and then invite the guild president to also say something, and then we get into our next panel.
Okay.
Mr. President, I used to be a guild councillor. I was actually chairman of the finance committee. That's how I survived campus like my whole second year. So I do have a lot of respect for the guild.
He was managing accountability.
Yes.
In
and
a
also
very entrepreneurial way.
Mr. President of the society, I also used to be president of the Entrepreneur Society at Kingston University in London. So I understand both your shoes, and look forward to hearing what you guys have to say.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Ernest Abaho, our patron, please you convey our sincere thanks to the principal and the deputy principal for making it to this event, the guild president and your vice, sir, members of the GRC House where I'm a member, Honorable Kawoya, Honorable Andre, among others, guild aspirants in here, the panelists, the student fraternity from other universities, Chambogo, UICT, MTAC, Utamu, members from the mighty Nakawa Hill, the Harvard of Africa and some parts of Asia, the Mwesa executive, for we hold the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, my role is simple, is to speak and usher in my boss. You know, bosses don't bring themselves. He's the president of the Signal Entrepreneurship Forum, that is MOESA, Makerere University Entrepreneurship Students Association. We are happy. My role is simple, to tell you about MOESA, and then your president will tell you what he has for you. MOESA, as Professor Ernest Abaho said, it was started by them. Then, and now as a professor, in 2004, we empower young entrepreneurs, especially students. We do not want you to graduate as students of entrepreneurship, but we want you to graduate as entrepreneurs. And our motto and theme, we say we hold the economy. For 75% of the population are the young people, and that's why we are having the people from Nest Africa organizing the Young Entrepreneur Forum through the 8th LEAP conference. Ladies and gentlemen, you would have clapped then, however, maybe after. Makerere University Entrepreneurship Students Association empowers all of you. We are non-segregative, we are not political, and becoming part of us is as simple as paying 5,000 Ugandan shillings, which is membership fee. You'll be entitled to our identity cards. Because of demand, Professor, we are about to get to the numbers that fill this ADB. We might say show us your membership card. But since we work to enable the future for our mobs, that's why we have people from Chambogo, people from UCU, UICT to make it here. We appreciate for the turn-up always, and we shall always empower you, we shall always employ you to become better entrepreneurs. As we enable the future, MOESA holds the economy. Allow me now invite one of the most intelligent students in MOBS. Ladies and gentlemen, the president of this mighty association, a student of Bachelor of Entrepreneurship and Small Business Management, Year 3. Above all, a future alumnus of MOBS. His Excellency Joero Katomba.
I'm not a future alumnus. Protocol observed, but you want to become the future MOESA president, do you?
If the people decide.
Okay, they will. The man standing in front of you is called Katumba Joel, the current president, MOESA. He has explained more about MOESA, so I will not go into details about MOESA. My speech will be very, very brief. I would like to first appreciate our patron, Professor Ernest Abaho, for always supporting the activities of the association. I wish to appreciate Nest Africa, headed by Mr. Dennis Angume. We are so, so grateful. The audience, I really appreciate you because here we are students from different institutions, Chambogo, MOOC, MOBS, and other institutions. I'd like to appreciate everyone who have created time to attend this wonderful workshop. The purpose is us to connect, engage, and grow. This will make us powerful people. No, there is no future. The present belongs to us. We shouldn't think about the future. The present belongs to us. So whatever you're doing, think about the present. I'll take this opportunity to welcome the guild president, but before the education minister, I will take this chance to welcome the guild president. Thank you so much.
So that is the lady behind our education, and she's good to MOESA. The education minister, I think even the president doesn't regret the choice of such a minister.
Thank you so much, the MOESA fraternity. Like Mr. Guma had said, we are behind the schedule. I wouldn't really want to speak so much. My name is Charlotte Nisima. I'm doing Bachelor of Commerce, Year 3, Accounting Option. MOESA, we are so grateful. You have done it. They really need a big loud of applause. For this semester specifically, they have held about 6 events, and all these are at enabling a student to do better. It is not about the class work, it is about the skills we need. Everywhere you go, for any employment you're going to, they're looking at what can you do. And on top of the knowledge we acquire from class, we always need all these skills. It is at this very moment that I call on the Guild President, Makerere University Business School, kindly come and communicate to the audience. Thank you so much.
Well, unless you're jealous, please a round of applause for Charlotte. Well, thank you so much. It's already afternoon, and I've noted that we are behind schedule. Well, to the Mwesa team, apologies for coming in late. As you know, presidents, where you put us is quite full of responsibilities, and we have to represent you everywhere you go. So wherever my face is, Makerere University Business School, and 20,000 students are there. So a round of applause for yourselves for having made that selection. Thank you. It's usually my custom to always, since we are a gender-sensitive community, to always invite my vice to say something. So today is not going to be exceptional. Please, a round of applause as we welcome the Vice President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, the Mwesa patron, the panelists present, students leaders, and the students from various universities, fellow academicians. Good afternoon to us all. My major role here is simple, is to usher in my president, but since he has ushered me before I usher in, I'm going to just tell you briefly. In the morning, we had to be here earlier on, but we were invited in a certain training, and I think passing on the information, I think it's a great opportunity for us all. The training is about it's called the Stanbic Graduate Training. The requirements for it, you have to be a graduate. I know some of us are still students, but you have friends who have freshly graduated to them. To sign in, you just go to the website of Stanbic Bank, sign in into the training. It's free of charge, though it requires you to be there full time. They're going to everyone is invited. You don't need to be a BCom accounting, finance student because it's a banking thing. No, everyone is invited, pharmacists, engineers, for as long as you have the requirements. You have to be a Ugandan, and the CGPA is 4. You read through their protocol and what the requirements they require for you to join in. The training, I think it's of a great opportunity to us all. Let us be part of it and see that the environment favors our careers that we have taken on while we are in school. Other than that, I don't have much to say, but to the Mwesa community, you guys have done a great job to empower the students in and outside school. Thank you so much. A big applause to them, please. Thank you, Mwesa. Thank you, President Joel. He's always on ground, and I always see him there. And to the students who have made it to be here, thank you so much. This is to you. It's not for the lecturers, it's not for the Mwesa team only, but it's for the students. Even your friends who have not attended, please pass on the information to them. Thank you so much.
Unless you're jealous, huh? Unless you're jealous, unless you're jealous. If your neighbor's not clapped, please a better round of applause for the Vice President. Well, since we are behind schedule, the Deputy Principal in his presence, the Principal in his presence, the Patron, our panelists, our visiting friends from different campuses. Please, maybe to our visiting friends from other campuses, please, when you go back to your universities, please take back our love to them. We are a very humble community, non-violent, and we are very progressive. So please, carry our love message back to your fellow students, to our fellow academicians, our fellow Ugandans. In no particular order, allow me to thank the patron of Mwesa. Please, a round of applause for Professor. Well, to those who don't know Professor much, Professor Rogers also, other than serving as a patron of Mwesa, he also serves as the chairperson of the sports committee. Do we have any sports people here? Sports people? Or maybe you know someone who does sports? Yes, thank you. Well, Professor Rogers is also steering that committee. Professor Abaho. Yes, Professor Abaho is steering the committee and is doing quite a remarkable job. Other than being the patron of Mwesa, he's also doing some good work in the sports community. So if you know a friend who's part of sports, any sports, please tell them that the process is being handled in the best way that they can be. Please, another round of applause for him in that capacity. Thank you so much. Well, I will not say much about what the vice has said. She has been very clear. But when we were coming into office, one of our perspectives was very clear. We have the Friday markets. And this is something that the Mwesa people have come to understand. I always ask the ladies, why do you go to Kaja on Fridays if your fellow students are laboring to bring these items closer to you at your university gate? Why would you incur that transport, that time to move to town every Friday if your fellow student is bringing these things closer to you? And then some of you will go on and hashtag support my hustle, but you're the same person moving to town. And we are Makerere University Business School. I would love to borrow the same words Katumba always says. We are not at producing just entrepreneurship students. It's the entrepreneurs are starting right here. Chances are high you're seated to the next beta turi. This is when you're looking at your neighbor. Eh? Okay? Chances are high you're suited to the next Sudil, someone of that stature, and you don't know. Chances are high if I'm to ask you your neighbor's name, you don't know, but you will look for them and you can't get them. Okay? So, I'll have to make this very clear. Every Friday we have Friday markets and they are run by your fellow students. Okay? If you're so much interested in supporting your fellow students' hustle, let's start with Friday markets. Let's start with Friday markets. Let's start with Friday markets. So this issue of we are collecting tuition, there's no way you're going to convince us that you're collecting tuition and you can't buy your friend's product on a Friday market. Then how are you helping them raise tuition? This business of moving through classrooms, yes, that can be done, but you're not supporting your friend's business. And you claim to be a member of Makerere University Business School. So we need to change our perspective. As Professor said, that now starts with a mindset. Some of you are going to say you didn't know about the Friday markets. Now you know. Now you know. So to the Mwesa people, I know you're spearheading this. You're steering the Friday markets. I believe after this announcement, we expect a better turn up this week on Friday. Moving on. Just 3 perspectives. That is off now. The second one, the issue about our mindset. As the youth, we are so much indulged in always blaming government for issues of unemployment, issues of instability, and all that kind, just because the political environment has engraved us in that perspective. But as the youth, we need to stop having the illusion that government is going to support or solve all our problems. As the youth, we need to stop having that illusion. It's an illusion. Government is not going to come to your hostel. Government is not going to come to your residence. Government is not going to come to your village in Kabale. And that is where the problem is. And that is why we are having a very big problem this time round. The youth getting so much involved in campaigns for the wrong reasons. People are making you believe that government should solve all your problems. We believe in University Business School, we can draft solutions to these problems as the youth, and other universities can benchmark from that. Okay? So, if you know government is not going to give you a handout, get out of that hostel. You either get unemployment somewhere, or you create your own job. It goes back to the Friday markets. We need to see that place flooded. So if you're here and you're still blaming your student leader or your GRS, your course leader for whatever problem you're having, then that's a mindset problem. That course leader or that GRS person is not going to solve all your problems. We can always handle the general issues, but now that starts with the mindset. So, if you know government is not going to solve all your problems, you need to stand up, at least have that data off for some time. Think of how you can participate in drafting solutions. Now, my last point and very important point is that we are in an academic-oriented institution. Everything about this institution is always going to be about academics. The main role of education, like I shared in the previous conference we were in, the main role of education is to help us solve societal problems. You can have that CGPA, but you can't even solve a recycling problem. Yes, you have that CGPA, but when you're put into practice, can you address issues of ignorance, issues of poverty, issues of disease? okay, we're a business school. We have left the issue of disease to Makerere and other medicine-related universities. How is your degree helping you solve the problem of ignorance? How is your degree helping you solve the problem of poverty? Now, that is what education is about. That is what this conference is about. Okay? So if your education is not helping you solve those three problems, then there is no difference between you and someone who has not been to this institution. So as you attend these conferences, as you attend those lectures, ask yourself what you're studying. How is it helping you solve those three problems? Ignorance, poverty, and disease. That is what entrepreneurship is about, solving poverty issues. Okay? And as such, I always encourage you, when you're coming for these conferences, always carry a notebook. We are always lied to by our brains that, well, let me attend, I will remember. I will listen, I will remember. And this is also what happens in church. By the time the reverend is done with their sermon, probably you don't remember what the gospel was about. Because you have convinced yourself that you will remember, but in actual you will not remember. If I'm to ask you what were my opening remarks, chances are you don't remember. You don't remember. I talked about 3 points. If you can just raise your hand and tell me the first point, maybe we could start with that. That is clear evidence that what is going to make you different from a person who has not gone through MOOBs is that whenever you're going for a conference, always note down. If I'm to ask you the 3 problems of this society, chances are high you don't know the first one. You don't know the first? So please, let's make it a practice, let's make it a culture. When you're coming for these conferences, I know we're attending many, most of the continuing students. Just carry a notebook. I will note down on my phone what if it is stolen in the evening. Okay? Let's make these things very simple for us. Let's attain education. And education is not going to be measured by your CGPA, but what you're going to remain with when you forget whatever is in class. That is your education. So, you take away from this, the Friday markets, how your education is solving ignorance, poverty, and disease, and always remembering to carry a notebook when coming for conferences. Now, to finalists, as I close, to finalists, if you're here and you're a finalist, now, our role as students is simple. Let's do our part. Let's read. Let's read. Let's read. No one has ever died because of reading. Let's read. Now, after you have done your part of reading, we as student leaders shall also do our part to ensure that at the end of the day, the graduation tent is the end goal. So, to finalists, if you're here and you know a finalist, please tell them their role is simple. Let them read. As student leaders, we shall do our part. This semester may not have a solution. And the only solution that there is for you to read. For the past semesters, we can negotiate and see how best we can work it. But for this semester, 3rd years, for this semester, the solution is still in your hands. The ball is in your hands. So if it means putting your feet in that basin with cold water, do it. If it means burning that midnight candle, do it. The end goal is the graduation tent. The end goal is the graduation. So, with those few remarks, I know we're always behind schedule, but allow me again to end by thanking Mwesa for organizing this, thanking the administration for pushing student involvement and engagement. And lastly, thank you for having been here. You would have had better places to be or better engagements, but you have chosen to be here. And maybe what they call akatalekeka. I recently joined Rotary. Our role is very simple. Good. Okay? So to those who are interested, my president is right in front here. Please, a round of applause for Rotary for that. Please, those who are interested in joining, but you can only join if you have a good heart and you're willing to give, because that's what it's all about. So, so Mr. President, I pray I'm not penalized for that. Professor, thank you so much for the opportunity. Mwesa, thank you so much for organizing. And yes, you, my fellow academicians, thank you for being here. And to finalists, read, we shall do our part. I wish you a lovely afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Sorry, yeah, Mr. President. One other thing I noticed, I'm also a Rotarian from the Rotary Club of Bukoto, so we seem to have a lot in common. Now, I would like at this point to invite Vincent Nsereko, who's going to moderate the next session. I'll let him take it over in terms of introducing who else is on the panel and so on and so forth. He's a formidable entrepreneur himself. He'll introduce himself and all the other bits and stuff that he does. But I just wanted to reiterate that please bear with us. We're running slightly behind schedule, so our refreshments might be delayed a bit. But let's go through this session first, see how we get on, and then we'll have our refreshments after that. Secondly, I see there's some seats here in the middle. So if some of you guys who are sitting on the other side would rather be somewhere comfortable, maybe next to the Minister of Education, some of you guys, you know, I don't know. But there are more seats this side, so please make yourselves comfortable. Secondly, we mentioned earlier that we want you to have, that's right, you had the first opportunity. So everybody stand up for the second opportunity. This is the next chance for you to move around if you want to move around. Okay? So if you've been sitting next to a guy and he's been boring you, this out any other person who's, you know, move around, swap seats if you have to. But if you're comfortable, maybe you can stay. But remember to do a firm handshake with the guy next to you, find out who can move at the back, you can come at the front. I don't know. It's really up to you. But make sure that you make note of the guy next to you. So in the meantime, Mr. Nsereko, over to you.
All right. We can be seated.
There's some 3 seats here, there's some 2 seats there. Unless you prefer the ones at the edge, yeah?
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vincent, Nsereko Vincent. I am an entrepreneur myself. I am the founder and CEO of a company called Zimat. Zimat aims to simplify and make it very easy for you to invest and profit from agriculture. And you can find us on any one of the social media platforms. That's at Zimat Online. I'm also very passionate about creating other entrepreneurs. And that's why I volunteer with a non-profit organization called I Prefer Foundation that focuses on training financial literacy and entrepreneurship to children and refugees. My free time, I like to speak, such as I'm doing now. In my free time, on Saturdays, I host a show on Radio 1 FM 90. It's called HealthNet. It's every Saturday from 9 to 10 o'clock. I have the awesome privilege of hosting the panel today. And today we're going to be talking about graduate entrepreneurs and their journey. We're going to be diving into the stories of the trenches of the different entrepreneurs. There are a couple of people. I can see some of the faces already here. So I'll just introduce the panelists as I introduce them, please come down to the panel. It gives me a lot of pleasure to first of all introduce Kamuhire Emmanuel. He is the founder of Vein Locator. It would be prudent to have a round of applause as Emmanuel comes to take a seat at the panel. I do not know, okay, being signaled that Kamuhire is not yet present, but then I would like to ask Brian Bender. He is the CEO and founder of Uflix. Is he present? Oh, all the way at the back. Must have been one of the people who came here first. So one round of applause for coming here very early and another for being CEO of a very formidable company. And also gives me a lot of pleasure to welcome a personal friend and seasoned entrepreneur, the CEO at Western Silk Road, Sandra Ejang. Please come and take a seat at the panel. I do not see him here. Is Justice Quadrant here? Okay, and Justice Quadrant will be joining us a little later. But worry not, because we have another seasoned entrepreneur who has gone through the trenches of founding a company. in Delia Nalukwago, who is the founder of My Musawo. Please, round of applause as Delia takes a seat on the panel. And another personal friend also joining in on the panel, that's founder of ChargeCore and several other technology-based companies. That's Geoffrey Mutabazi. Please come take your seat to the panel, and please give him a round of applause. And we also have joining us okay. We also have joining us, do we have Dixon, Kasozi Dixon of L'Oreal Wills and Trusts? Yes, please come and take your seat on the panel. And Miriam from Feza? Yes, all the way at the back. Please give the lady a round of applause. She comes down, and do I have enough seats? Because I'm about to squeeze in just one more person. Do I have enough? All right. So, Kamuhire, Emmanuel, I understand he's back. Oh yeah, sure. All right. Now, everybody here has been saying we are far run out of time. They would say that before they go ahead and give us a 20-minute speech. I will not allow you that liberty. You will only have, for your opening submissions, you'll have 1 minute for your elevator pitch. For the questions that I will ask subsequently, you will have no more than 2 minutes to answer them. If you hear me starting to speak over you, it will mean your time has run out. I will also advise you that the people we're speaking to here today are many of them are entrepreneurs in their early stages. So please make your submissions as lay as possible, as simple as possible, and as memorable as possible. Fortunate for you, you have only 2 minutes to do this. And I guess ladies first. So we'll start with Miriam Faiza. Please go first and give us what your business, what you do, what your business is in just a minute.
Did you get me before now?
No.
I guess not. So I'm called Miriam Feza. I'm a refugee in Uganda since 2015. My business is called Clay Cosmo. With Clay Cosmo, we produce natural clay to make cosmetics products, which are clean to human being. So we also train teen refugee mothers into our production. That's how we do it. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Emmanuel?
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Kamuhire. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Elite Uganda. At Elite, we specifically major in the development of medical devices. One of the devices that we developed at Elite is the Elite vein locator. And this is a device you use to locate the veins of a patient when you come to the hospital. So I think you've had either your sisters, your brothers go to the hospital, and the medical doctor or clinician or nurse has to prick so many times to locate a vein. So we have innovated a device that helps in easing access to veins and alleviating the burden of clinicians.
All right.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Ben DeBran, and I'm a TV and film producer, stroke showrunner. And my company, Uflix, is setting out to be the first video on demand platform providing both locally and dubbed content strictly for Uganda, produced for Uganda, and for the Ugandan audience. Thank you very much.
Sandra?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandra Ejange Lobu, and I like to refer to myself as a poster child for entrepreneurship. I have, most of all the businesses that you have. I have a construction business. We have an automated pothole patching machine. I am also invested in the entire beekeeping value chain, from consultation, primary production to value addition. If you know any products that are made with honey or hive products, and I'm not making them yet, I'll be making them very soon. Thank you.
All right. Delia?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Delia Nalukwago, and I'm the founder and CEO of My Musawo, which is an on-demand mobile app that connects you to quality healthcare services, products, and information. We're not yet on the app stores yet, so I already see some of you getting your phones looking, but we'll be launching next month, so really excited about that. I'm also a social media influencer, so when Professor Abajo said social media is very bad, we'll have a chat about that later.
All right.
Thank you.
Geoffrey.
Hello, everyone. My name is Geoffrey Mutabazi. I know someone said that phones are very bad. Well, my company charges them. So I'm the founder of ChargeCo Technologies. We build portable chargers like this that basically plug into your phone and you can charge conveniently. Secondly, we're also building electric bicycles to enable delivery of small businesses and e-commerce platforms during this fuel crisis. Thank you.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Kasozi Dixon. I'm a lawyer and also an entrepreneur. Very passionate about legal tech, and that's the field I'm in. I'm running an organization called L'Oreal Wills and Trust, and majorly our main focus is to address issues of post-conflict, especially after death. So you realize that in every family or every home, there are always conflicts when someone dies and there is no will. So what we do, we are working with different entities to build, very soon we will be launching our platform that will guide students, family relatives, especially the youth and even the elder people, to come up with their own wills. And we also intend to go further to offer self-storage of these wills, and in case of any demise of any of these individuals, a will will be able to be produced by our entity and try to address such issues of post-death conflicts in various families. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, and just as we get on, I would love your participation as much in this session. And because we are very short of time, I will not have the chance to probably run the microphone around as much as I would love. So if you're fortunate enough to have a piece of paper and pen, please just write down whatever question you have to any of the panelists, and we'll use the social media network that's here to get it to me. All right? So if you have any questions that you want to ask anywhere in the middle of the discussion, just put them to me. I will interject them in the questions that I have prepared, because I would want more questions from you dominating this session. I will start with you, Kasozi. And I would love to find out how did your business basically is telling people they're going to die. So how do you come up with an idea that tells people you're going to die and you need to prepare for that? And remember, you have just 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Actually, a matter of fact, it's not true that we are telling people they're going to die. It's just a theory, an apathy that grew up over time, and people think that once you are writing a will, you're about to die. But that's not the case. When you actually juxtapose the benefits of having one against the disadvantages associated of not having one, you agree with me that having a will solves a number of problems. I come from a background whereby my mom, my dad died without having will, and we've had to fight over property with my brothers because they think that they're entitled, and not only brothers, even the brothers of my dad. So from that background, if there was a will at that time, such conflicts won't have arisen at that point. So from there, we realized that actually there is a problem, and it affects a number of people. When we did our survey with the Administrator General's office, we realized that after 2 months, they record over 500 files of cases of conflict over property. And those are the known cases. Imagine those cases that are not known. So I can assure you that once we break the apathy or that mentality of thinking that actually when you have a will, you're about to die, you realize that this entity or these services that we are offering is a big benefit to the society and everyone.
All right. Thank you so much. Please, I don't have the questions yet. I see a couple of people writing, but please, when they send them, please make sure you send them over. I want to move to you, Geoffrey, and my question to you really is, how did you start out in business? Because you're basically doing, if I'm to put it very simply, and I know it's much more complicated than this, you're doing charging systems. You're starting with mobile phones, but you're probably going into a whole electrified ecosystem. So how did you start out in your business? I'm sure a couple of people here are keen to know, what does first day look like?
Interestingly, I was still a student of MOOBS when I started, thinking about entrepreneurship. Even before I had tried out different businesses, but while I was in MOOBS, I started thinking about different ideas. And through my school journey, I kept on experimenting. And I think that's the most important thing. It's not really that idea that works. It's the previous ideas that, you try, they fail, you shut them down, you try again, they fail, you shut them down, and you keep learning. So for me, it was a series of failures that led to me now taking stock of, what problems do I face and what solutions can I provide. So I used to face problems with charging my phone. So I came up with a solution to that. And then, besides that, I started thinking what else needs to be charged or powered. And, we are now building more solutions besides just phone charging, home energy systems, electric mobility, and other portable energy storage and energy generation solutions. Yeah.
All right. Now, just as I move over to Delia is a childhood friend, and I say this with utmost respect. I know, seeing you from your childhood days, we share a bit of the clumsy side. So I know there are a couple of mistakes that you made at the start of your business. I'm very keen to find out, is there a mistake that you made at the beginning, at the start of your business, that you think the people here can benefit from or learn from?
Yes, thank you. So at the beginning of my business, so I was educated, my background is in healthcare. I went to Nabisunsa, flew to China for my medical school, and then came back, did my internship at Naguru Hospital, where I ran into a series and myriad of problems there. Now, when I got the idea for My Musao, the first thing I thought was, ooh, I have this best friend. We went to Nabisunsa together for 6 years. We did BCM FN together, and she's a genius. She's one of the geniuses at Makere, or Mulago Medical School, I don't know what they call it. And so I told her about the idea, and we decided to partner up, and she was my co-founder, and the idea was that I'm gonna handle the business side, and she's gonna handle the medical side, because I thought if it's a health tech company, there must be someone who is a registered doctor in Uganda. The biggest mistake I made with that is I usually like to use the analogy of dating. I didn't date her as a business partner first before I got married to her, because when you partner up with someone in a business, it is like a marriage, and those same values you need to succeed in a marriage relationship are the same ones you kind of apply in a business relationship too. So it was very toxic. She told us all our trade secrets, our intellectual property, and it was a very ugly separation. So I think you guys need to know about that before when you're venturing into a business, and when you're thinking of the team that you should work together with. First, get to know them. Date them first before you get married to them, because it could be very detrimental for your business. Thank you.
Just to be, please applaud. But just to be clear, when she says date and marry, it is in a strictly business sense. Just so we're clear. I'm curious, and as you pass the microphone on to Sandra, I myself was on the other side of this audience before, and the challenge I had was I was bubbling with so many different business ideas, and I just didn't know which one to start. Or was it even normal for me to be bustling with business ideas? When you're introducing yourself, you said you're into honey, you have an automated pothole fixing machine, you have something else that you're doing that I miss right now.
So many.
Exactly. So talk to an entrepreneur here who has several different business ideas that they want to start, and how do they get to where you are?
Thank you, Vincent. Entrepreneurship is it's mostly a mindset, and what you're willing to put into it. My biggest motivator is, I want to lie to you people and say, okay, I wanted a better life for my children, but I actually fear poverty. So, with the amount of resources we have in Uganda and the underutilization, you know, we could all be entrepreneurs here, probably in the same field, and we would all make money because we have enough customers. So for me, it was seeing all these things that we could do and people trying to do them and not doing them well enough that motivated me to start. And then at some point I was like, okay, so I don't have the money. I started with whatever I have. And a few years from now, remember my face, I'm going to be very rich. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just pass the microphone on to Brian there. Brian, Uflix is a platform that, for lack of a better explanation, you can correct me on this, is somewhat the Netflix of Uganda. So explain to us how you start out a business in a very dominated space. There are giants that have come there and have been slain. Netflix is on a downtown. CNN Plus, I think, not very long ago had to close. So there are several businesses that are venturing into the sort of space that you're venturing in, not to mention the other media businesses that are there. So how do you venture into a crowded space like that and still be able to stand out?
Thank you, Vincent. Well, for me, starting Uflix was more of a conviction. Being a film and TV producer or a content producer, I realized that Uganda has a lot of talent. We produce a lot of great content, but we have nowhere in order to showcase it from. Like for now, I can ask a lot of you, like if you really want to watch Ugandan content, which platform do you go to? There are hardly enough platforms enough to find quality Ugandan content. I'm talking about the top notch. So personally for me, of course this is about profit making, but the drive to me was empowering the local content creator. Let us put them on the platform, let the world get to see what we have to offer as Uganda in terms of storytelling and of course using film, because to me film is the best way humanities or communities can use to express their most profound visions to the world. So for me, right now we are into a process of iteration. When we talk about other companies in the streaming platform or in the streaming industry, the thing is we have to connect with your core audience. The reason why Uflix seems to stand out is because we are looking at promoting local content that's produced by Ugandans and engaging Ugandan content. And one of the most competitive advantages we have is that most of the content in Uganda is produced in English, but I mean 70% of the Ugandans are illiterate, they don't understand English. So as Uflix, you'll be able to watch our content and choose between different languages. You can choose to watch in Luganda, you can choose to watch in Acholi or Kiswahili, but most importantly, you have an option of choosing which language you want to watch the Ugandan content, and believe that is going to be more effective in creating a real public identity to the audience, and of course, empowering our creators to create more content that's strictly driven to what they want to watch. And in so, we believe we can have a more sustainable business model and impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I saw a signal to applaud, so just giving the chance for you to. All right, are we still together? Are we still together? Should we continue? All right, Emmanuel, you're in a business, Vein Locator, which is largely onto a medical side. One, do you have a medical background? But two, and very importantly, how do you get into, because medical field is a very largely regulated space. So for an entrepreneur here who wants to start out any business, any idea within a very regulated space, how do they go about it, learning from some of the lessons that you have had?
Thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, I'm a biomedical engineer, so I have a medical background. I really understand anything to do with physiology, anatomy. And like the previous speaker said, you have to identify a gap. So the idea to develop the Elite Vein Locator started when we were in a hospital, one of the children's hospital in Mbara, and we realized that clinicians were actually having issues finding veins to deliver intravenous medication, like drugs that you really have to go via the veins. So as a team, we sat down and asked ourselves, what can we do to actually solve this problem? I think this is something that you could have seen from the different hospitals that you go to. And so coming up with the team, we had, of course, different specialties. Some of them are into engineering, medicine, biomedical engineering, business. And we put together this team to leverage on every person's experience and skill. So you can do something as a business person, and you could actually become successful in that. But I think for a medical kind of innovation, you'd want to have someone who understands the medicine, someone who understands the engineering, so they have to put together something to prove the concept, and then someone who knows the business, because at the end of the day, you want to make money out of this. So I would have to say that as Elite Uganda, we leverage on every person's experience in their different areas to actually come up with a unique kind of combination.
All right, thank you so much. Over to you, Miriam, and you're creating products, as a cosmetic products out of clay, right? I mean, it's only as a compliment. You have very fair skin. I guess that should be coming from your products. But so how did you come up with this idea? Because every time when you look at clay, when you look at dirt, all you think about is clean it up, take it away. Maybe the artist will have something to do with clay, but how do you come up with an idea that is so out of the box?
Thank you for that question. Actually, I would love to ask the women around, so don't be shy. How many of you eat boomba?
Hey, there are a couple of hands, but I'm sure some of the ones that are not up are just being shy.
Yeah,
Please
so personally, I've been a victim of that. It's like a disease. So I've been eating clay at, I don't know, with no moderation. It has been like an addiction for me. So with that, I started having stomach problems and developing anemia due to the zinc that is in the clay. So I started doing studies about clay when I was young. I was around 13, but at that moment I didn't know what to do. So I didn't know about entrepreneurship. I just knew that clay is bad if you consume it, but has a lot of wonders if you put it on the skin for its capacity, which act like as antibacterial, which is zinc that heal wounds on the skin, and it gives the skin the natural beauty it deserves. So that's how I got to know about clay and got connected to clay. So eating clay had made me develop it as a solution to a problem that happened. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. And as we slide back to Emmanuel, now that Dennis is out and all the teachers are out, I want to ask you, Emmanuel, because your business, I'm sure you have to do a lot of R&D, research and development. And one motto that you hear from everybody advising entrepreneurs, especially those who are not in entrepreneurship, is you don't need capital to start the business. How far true is this in your case, a business that has a lot of research and development, and how did you go about the capital need to start your business?
Thank you very much for the question. I'll have to say it's 70% true, because money is not the biggest thing that you need. The first thing you need is actually the team that can push out the R&D idea. So before we even got in the money, we had to actually think about the team that would be able to push to a level of concept. So now when we were able to prove concept, money started coming in, So I think you want to first work on the team. If you need an engineer, for example, you want an electrical engineer, do you really have the best electrical engineer who can actually pull out the idea? Do you want a mechanical engineer? Do you want, like a medical personnel, a pediatrician who, like majors into children, kind of things? So once you now come up to put these things together, at the end of the day, you actually now begin attracting, money. And money will come in later. But I think if you focus so much on the money and then the other side of the human problem, maybe what we can say that even human, capital, that also like is money in its own. That's why I said 70% human capital and then maybe 30% real, cash.
The person listening to you there is saying, you're saying you need human capital. How are you going to keep the human capital without the capital?
Oh, that's a great idea. So usually when you're starting, you completely like have nothing that you're starting with. So you're starting with a team that is a bit passionate about the idea. So what we did as a team, and we were university students by then, was to put together a team of students that was passionate about what we're doing. So we used to put in our time, we used to put in even the little that we had to just like, say for example, you have to chop lectures. I'm not saying you guys have to chop lectures, but we had to at some point chop lectures and be in a hospital for end user, kind of feedback. And at the end of the day, then of course, money came in to, be able to manage people. And of course, some people will run away. Some people ran away from, they couldn't manage. And those are the people that don't actually add up to the vision.
Right, I will circle back to you at some point, but now I'd love to hear from Ben because I have a question. Oh, please keep the questions coming. There are a couple of people already shared with their questions with me, so if you have any, just send them down. I would love to make this as audience-centric as possible. But to you, Ben, as someone who is very keen here, I'm asking, how rewarding is TV production, because they have a similar business idea, and it says for you focusing on local content and delivering most of your content within the local languages, aren't you locking out the international market? So I think that the two questions, the two things, wider discussions that I pick from here are, one, how do you monetize an idea like Uflix, or how do you monetize your business idea? But also, how do you, or what decisions do you have to make to focus your content or your target market to pick out that, this is a niche that I'm going to focus on, this is a niche that I'll tend to. So please, take it away.
All right, thank you. First of all, Uflix is not entirely a local dialect language. We have options. For example, if you go to the platform, you're able to choose to toggle between different audio tracks. You can choose to watch in English. You can choose to watch in Uganda. There's also a version of the jingle version of the film when you get it, like, you guys are well versed with. So I will answer the question of, how rewarding TV production is. Personally, you have to be passionate about it because until now, right now, it's a bit rewarding because right now there are media players that are willing to invest a lot of money into production. Yeah, we are seeing what's happening with Power Magic. There's a lot of good content there that's produced by Ugandans, from the sound guy to the editor, everyone Ugandan. So the trajectory is there that people are starting to believe in what Ugandan is, for example, in terms of content creation, but also what we need our audience to feel like in terms when they watch the content. The feeling they get when they watch the content is what's keeping us moving. But the sustainability of the business is, of course, we are going to be leveraging on subscriptions, on advertising and all that, but I feel like the audience would argue with me that at this point, there's a lot of shift from content consumption in Uganda, that there's a shift into people accepting and acknowledging that there's content here and there's something watching. So right now we are really leveraging on that kind of ability to be able to provide what our audience needs, so that we can also iterate back, go back, if these guys are not loving this, okay, what can we do to produce more engaging content and content that can speak to them themselves? So we believe that way people will be able to, to pick out a dime and be able to be like, what, let me pay the subscription as an added advantage, as an added package of entertainment at my home or at my free time.
All right, thank you. But over to you, Sam. I asked this question mostly for the benefit of the female entrepreneurs in the room, because entrepreneurship, as I'm sure each and every one of the people in this room can testify, is a very tough and lonely journey. But for you, Sandra, on top of all the things that you have to juggle being a mother and wife. And that is the highway a couple of entrepreneurs here in this room are headed for. So you're uniquely placed to possibly be the only, well, you and the two other colleagues on the panel, to be the only ones that can answer these questions. I have to put it to you. How do you juggle your entrepreneurship journey along with the rest of the other struggles that you have to deal with in life?
At the risk of sounding like a singer, my fellow female entrepreneurs, never ever settle. Date somebody with whom your goals are aligned. You need a supportive partner. I've had scenarios where I've left a 6-week-old baby home because I had a meeting to attend in a different country, and guess what? My husband actually stays and babysits. I do the whole pregnancy thing. He does night duty. Like if the baby needs to feed, he's going to help. He's going to help with feeding the baby. So I'm very lucky that I found someone like that. I believe there are good men out there. Anyone who wants to do that? See? They're here. It's very, very important to find that person who understands you, who believes in you, who believes in your dream. Of course, it's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street. You have to do the same for them if they got into a situation where they need your full support. Also, for me, failure is not an option. As women, there are so many things they tell you. Oh, you're a woman, you can't do this, you can't do that. No. We're all human beings. I have blood, you have blood, I have limbs, so do you. What's stopping me? You know? Failure is not an option. That's my personal mantra. I hope you can use that as well. Also, I want everything. Literally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Over to Delia. I once listened to you deliver a keynote speech. It was at the Academy of Women Entrepreneurs. And the part of the speech that stood out to me was, one, the biased capital that's available for startup entrepreneurs. But possibly a highlight that you made there was the sexual harassment that actually exists within the entrepreneurship ecosystem and fundraising for particularly for women entrepreneurs. So there's no easy way to ask this question as a man. So I'll try to take it as crudely as I can. But how do you advise the female entrepreneurs in this room, but possibly also the male entrepreneurs in this room, or the male funders that are listening to this? How can the female entrepreneurs be able to navigate the space that is riddled with a lot we are in the Me Too era, so it's literally a lot of sexual harassment and other harassments on top of that, but how can women be better?
Yes, thank you for that very important question, because it is a conversation that needs to be had. We've been having it for a while now, but it needs to be echoed a little more. Well, I don't really like the narrative that, oh, it's so hard for us women, boo-hoo, poor us. It is hard, but you shouldn't take that victim mentality. You shouldn't let your circumstances hold you back from your dreams or the way the society perceives you. My philosophy is that we need to let go of limiting beliefs, and the journey of a female entrepreneur, especially in Africa, a place that has social biases, gender biases, religious, tribal biases so deeply rooted in our cultural fabric, it's really complicated. And navigating that, in my experience, I've found the only way to navigate that as a woman is to literally wake up one day and just say, enough is enough. I'm not going to walk as a victim today. I'm going to walk as a boss. And you have to be willing to have the audacity to demand the respect that you deserve, to have the audacity to walk into any office or go and make that introduction yourself to anyone that you think might have the opportunity. You're going to hear a lot of no's, you're going to get rejected, but everyone gets rejected, not only women. Men get rejected, everyone gets rejected, but that shouldn't hold you back from stopping. Right now, there's a lot of organizations that support young female entrepreneurs, youth entrepreneurs, both men and women. And there's also a lot of organizations that help mentor entrepreneurs like us into learning how to navigate the journey. So I'm hoping that Muwesa and NACE can share a lot more light on that after, but just find yourself in those networking groups that can give you that power. There's power in community, so try and find the community that gives you that encouragement, that can empower you, so you can also go back and empower others.
All right, thank you so much, Delia. Geoffrey, I have a question here that was particularly meant for Miriam, but I think you can take a bite at the apple. And someone is here very curious and asking, how do you build the team? How do you put together the people that you work with on your idea and through your entrepreneurship journey?
So that's a very good question, and I believe a lot of entrepreneurs face that same challenge. In terms of team building, I think it's really about, I read a book some time back, and it's called Build to Last by Jim Collins. He said that before you get people on the bus, first, vet if they're the right people to be on the bus, right? Before you even determine where the bus is going. Because at some point, if you start a journey and the destination changes, then you might find yourself with, people jumping off the bus and saying, you know what, we're not going to Jinja. We wanted to go to Mbarara, right? But then when you get the right people on the bus, it has to be for a worthy cause. So it has to be something worth doing. Elon Musk talks about this a lot, and he says you have to work towards a future worth building. If it's something that a lot of people are excited about, then you'll not have a problem getting people to follow your cause. And honestly, in the early stages, you cannot get the very experienced, and mostly in hardware, it's very hard to get the experienced talent because it's very expensive. So you have to balance both the passion the person has for what you're doing and them also wanting to be on the journey that you're on with you. It can't just be about money. So if a lot of you are out there saying, oh, I need money to hire people, trust me, it's not money, it's the passion, it's the person wanting to be on the journey with you, and it's also you really setting out to do something that's very, I would say, exciting, that people want to join you on the journey. That's it about team building.
All right, thank you so much, Geoffrey. And well, Kasozi, it looks like you scratched something. You really did get everybody's attention. So before I put a question to you, I would love, because the questions here are very specific to wills and what should go into a will, who should sign where, if something is missing. So one, tell us about how we can use your business. How do we access your services? Is there an app that we have to download? Do we walk into a particular office? How do we utilize the wills and trusts business?
Thank you for that question. Incidentally, we are supposed to have launched our platform a month back, but unfortunately there were new amendments in, of course, the Administrators General Act, which we ought to have complied with prior, but we couldn't because, of course, the act has not been passed by Parliament. So, as I speak, actually, the President assented to that act, and we are actually making amendments, trying to tailor our platform with the new requirements of the law. Because I can tell you that certainly that before, anyone could have signed, or you could have signed at the last part of your will, but apparently, as per the new regulations, you're supposed to sign on each and every page that constitute as part of that will. So at this time, I can only say that we will be, of course, having a launch as soon as we are done with the new formalities and complying with the other requirements. And of course, at that launch, we intend to invite, of course, the MOESA, the association in here and other party. And of course, such information will be trickling into all of you who are networkly, socially connected.
All right, but at the moment, is it possible, because some questions here are not even borderline, they're dead center asking for legal advice. So can you actually be able to help out to these people? Because I'm about to recommend that they hold you back after the discussion.
Exactly.
Oh yes, so some of these questions, especially for the very specific ones, please reach out to Kasozi right after the discussion. Geoffrey, you were talking about you don't need capital, you don't need money to put the team together. Someone here asks, how do you manage emotions in the business team?
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to make a very interesting statement. While I was in school, for all the time I was in school, I never dated anyone at school. And secondly, at home, I've never dated anyone at home. Why? The two worst things you could do is to date from where you work from and to date from where you stay. Unless you're very sure that relationship will turn into, I don't know, a match made in heaven or something. But it's a very, and honestly, some organizations actually say if the person is a direct report, one of you has to move to a new branch, or like they find a way of splitting you, because what that does is it biases the decisions in the business towards, you know, the person that you're having a relationship with. So while building a team, you should also build the culture of the company and have certain boundaries. And on top of that, some organizations actually say if you begin dating someone at your workplace, one of you has to leave. So it's very hard in most cases to, I would say, keep your emotions to yourself. But if you find that you can't, you have to really analyze if it's really worth it, listening to your emotions. But it's a very terrible idea to have emotions mixed up in business. And same thing with client relationships. It's very delicate handling client relationships which involve emotions, things like negotiations, things like, you know, I would say supplier relationships. If you can't keep your emotions out of it, it will be very difficult for you to make unbiased decisions, and it might hurt your business in the long run. So these are at times hard decisions you have to make as an entrepreneur. And lastly, because I have to run immediately after, I just onboarded a CTO, and we're having some serious planning meetings that I can't miss. But lastly, as I close, it's very important for you as a business person to understand that, do you really want to be in business? I know CK has just come in, and he always tells you, if you've not started, don't start. And I would like to also tell you the same thing. Entrepreneurship is very difficult. I have been working non-stop for 7 months. I only had one day off, which was last Saturday. It's the only day I've had for 7 months to myself. But all the other days, I've been working from November last year till last Saturday. So, yeah, you might look at people glorify the hustle and saying, oh, entrepreneurship is nice, it's, you know, you have freedom. Trust me, when you get into it, I mean, it's a whole different story. So be very, very sure that when you're getting into this journey, it's something worth pursuing, and it's something you want to do for 10, 15 years, you know, maximum. That's what I would like to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Geoffrey. And I guess you can take your leave. Well, I have a question to you, Delia, from an earlier submission that you made. And you did confess to making a very grave mistake of not dating your business partner. Well, not dating in the sense that he was talking about, yeah? But how did you correct that mistake thereafter? Oh, just before you leave. Okay, I'll just allow Geoffrey a minute to show us his product, or one of them. Yeah, just before he leaves. And I'll circle back to you, Delia.
So this is one of our products that we are developing. It's a solar backpack. Initially, we thought it would be great for people hiking or people moving around in town or something to charge their devices. But I think we are pivoting it more to delivery agents, so people who deliver food and, you know, all these different packages to keep their devices, and probably over time. Oh.
It's not broken, is it?
No. So over time, probably to power the electric bicycles that we're developing. Yeah, so we build a range of products. It's not just the power banks, it's not just this, but we're really trying to build a culture of innovation within our company, and I think that's the most important thing. Constantly innovating and not having a one product and, you know, riding that forever, but, you know, building one after the other and never settling. As Steve Jobs says, stay hungry and stay foolish.
Highlight the foolish part. Thank you. Delia, as we circle back to you, and this may be, yes, how did you overcome the challenge that you talked about? You didn't have enough time to get to know your business partner deeply because you knew them from the outside. How do you correct such a mistake?
Well, just to clarify, that was an analogy that I was using. I'm not telling you guys to go date your partners. What I meant by that is you need to have a long period of time where you work with them and learn their motivations, learn how they manage stress, because entrepreneurship is a very high stress environment, and what their goals are, do they align with yours? So this was a friend of mine that I was with in high school in Nabisunza for like 6 years. We sat next to each other, we did the same courses. We were really great friends. She was an amazing friend, but I hadn't given myself the time to see what she's like in business, and those two things don't always translate. I was living abroad, where I was studying medicine in China, and coming back to register my business, I was scared. You know, that first step when you're making the decision, okay, now I'm gonna start, now I'm gonna go back and register URSB. It was very scary, and I wasn't that confident back then. I really thought that I needed her. And because I thought I needed her, because she's this medical genius, even though I graduated medicine myself, she graduated medicine in Uganda while I graduated medicine abroad. So she had all the networks, and I thought I really need her if I'm gonna make this happen. And because she knew this, I started to see a shift in her attitude, and also there was ego problems. She didn't believe, I don't know, it just always felt like two women can't succeed at the same time. There was this ego power struggle all the time between she and I didn't understand that. So when I realized that this cancer was, because it is a cancer, when there's toxicity in the work environment, you have to cut it before it spreads. And that's what I did. That's how I managed that. I had to have that very, very uncomfortable conversation very earlier on. She did not believe in the idea. We didn't have any money, and I had to cut her off and let her free so that I can go on and, you know, move on. And what that did, it empowered me, and I realized that all the things that I thought I needed her for, when she was slacking, I realized I can actually do this. I can actually stand up and speak for my business, and I can actually connect with people. So that's how I manage that. When there is any toxicity in the work environment or within your team, you have to address it head on. It doesn't help to sweep it under the rug or be kind of polite about it. You have to address it head on, give chances to the people, because sometimes maybe they just need to catch up with you, or there's been a misunderstanding. But if you see that it is not improving and it's starting to affect the business, then you gotta cut it immediately, and that's what I did.
All right, thank you, Delia. Over to you, Sandra, and I'll put to you a question from one of the entrepreneurs in the room. They ask, are there some businesses, and I put this to you because you're the you're the serial entrepreneur on the panel, but they're asking if there's some business ideas that you see on the landscape, on the horizon, that you think, you know, some people should take advantage of, or are there sectors that you can point out that, you know, people can critically look at, innovate around, and create business ideas out of?
Thank you, Vincent. As somebody that's invested in agribusiness, there is still a lot of opportunity. The narrative, the biggest narrative in Uganda is we start businesses out of need. Like, you're starting a business because you need money for, I don't know, a couple of months. We don't start businesses that we want to grow. I think the most important thing is, number one, to change our mindsets. Are you just starting this business because you need money for being around, or you actually want to build this? Now, if you want to build it, then you start by doing things properly. I'll give you an example of actually this bottle of water, right? The packaging is nice. I would want to buy this. But you find, you've seen the water in the caveras. I'm sorry, and that's not my target market. But you see, if I walked into a supermarket and I had those options, I'm sure Uganda is the only place that sells water packaged in caveras. That's not what we want to do. Like, if I want to sell bottled water, I'm actually going to try and do it properly, such that if somebody like me walked in there and there were different options and the other one is cheaper, I'll be like, oh, new product. It's not Renzori, but they're actually making an effort. Then I'd want to buy that. So back to your question, Vincent, there is a lot of opportunity in the agriculture section, especially in value addition. There's a lot of food wastage and there's a lot of opportunity there. If you go to the market, I used to vend vegetables. I told you guys I do everything. So when I was vending vegetables, sometimes I'd actually go to the market and buy, I've forgotten the word for those crushed tomatoes. So I'd buy them and I'd actually go and turn it into pasta sauce. Now, the normal tomatoes that are not crushed, they would sell, say, 5 for 2,000 shillings. And these, I would get like almost a black cavera full at the same price. So I go, package this jam really nicely, and guess what? My production cost, the jar would be more expensive than the product in the jar, and I would get triple profits. So there is a lot of opportunity if you do a lot of research. I won't say a little bit of research because I'll be lying to you. There are lots of places, especially Chikubo, where you can get really nice packaging and very affordably. I know social media like WhatsApp is full of people selling things here and there, but take your time, compare prices. You can actually reduce your production cost and sell a good product. Also, the internet is your friend. Everything, all these things we are telling you, you can find them on the internet. So we had that conversation earlier that phones are not good. Phones are really, really valuable. I literally live off my phone. Thank you.
All right. Thankfully, you're saying that when the professor is not here, he'd have kicked. But Ben, I have a question. Someone is asking, one, do you have, because when you talked about your experience, it's largely biased on the media side. There's a dead center tech component of your business. So someone's asking, how do you start a business that utilizes technology without actually being from the technological background?
Yeah, so like our colleague Geoffrey said, you have to build a team. You need to find a team that can help you cover up those areas you're not good at. Personally, I had, when you look at our team, most of them are, you know, film producers, media people who have been in the media business, not necessarily producing content, but working behind the scenes to promote the business of filmmaking and television production. So for me, what I set out to do in the first thing was to look for those missing pieces in my, I studied at UICT right here. I did a diploma in telecommunication engineering. And I had a little bit background of programming, but I wasn't so passionate about it, and I really didn't want to advance in it. After that, I went at Crane Media Institute, did a short course in video production because I was passionate about it. And of course, I went to East Bat University, you know, in the Bachelor's of Science in Multimedia and Animation to beef up my knowledge about media business, multimedia. But as I went on, I had to find a chief technical officer, someone who was going to handle the framework of the product, how it's going to work, how light is going to be, and how it's going to look. That's a field that I really didn't have so much expertise about. So I had to reach out to a few networking groups and until I found the right person. But this right person had to share the same passion that I do. I mean, these people, they could have a background of media, but they're so passionate about producing in terms of giving people a platform that they can use themselves. So for me, I set out to find a team that was insufficient about, that was both the marketing part and the technological aspects. As I speak, we have onboarded two CTOs. One is a senior, another one is a junior, to help me work on that framework of the technical aspect of the business. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And over to you, Emmanuel. The question is, how do you, after you bootstrap the business for a while, because that's pretty much what you did in the beginning there, how do you go past bootstrapping into a real fully fledged big business?
So I'll speak on behalf of the medical device development and in the context of Uganda. So of course, once you've been able to prove that you have a concept, you have a device that is actually working, then you have to think about, you know, like regulations. So there are different bodies. You've heard about the research ethics committees. You've heard about the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. You've heard about the Ministry of Health. You've heard about National Drugs Authority. All these are bodies that you have to go to, you know, for you to actually have those certifications before you, you know, can finally translate your idea, your innovation into a commercialized kind of product. Maybe just to add on, someone was asking if the opportunities, like ideas out there, and I think the ladies in the house just had one thing. I've already thought about this. I look at the number of, the increasing number of unwanted pregnancies, increasing number of, you know, abortions, and I think the solution we have currently is when someone is probably engaged in unprotected sex, they would have to go and, you know, buy a pregnancy test strip, and I think you and I know that this is a post-prevention kind of solution. And I've always asked myself, can't we think about like a kind of prevention mechanism that before you actually engage into this kind of activity and get pregnant, would you want to first test and know that you're not safe before even getting there? Now, this solution could actually double even for couples that would want actually to have children. So you would actually know when, you know, you're fertile enough to, you know, be able to get the child. So I think that's an idea that is out there. In case anyone comes up with a solution, please tag me.
Yeah, I have the business idea for that. It's called Jesus. Just take Jesus. Finally, to you, Miriam. There are a couple of questions for you, Miriam, and we're running out of time. But the two questions are cut from the same clock, so I'll just take the one. So this one asks, how do you make people believe in your idea? Because, for example, there are times you tell people that you can produce cosmetics. I guess she comes from a cosmetics background herself. There are times you tell people you can produce cosmetics, and everybody's like, are you sure? So how do you market your idea? That's what the other question is also about.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think what I will say is the cosmetics as a project or a business didn't just come maybe just at instant, just as a product, but we wanted first to solve a problem. As for the moment, there is this organic boom all over the Europe, all over outside there. So African also are going there slowly. So by the time I started Clay Cosmo, it was first to resolve the problem of high chemicalized product that are more imported in Uganda. Like in 2020, according to the research, Uganda has imported over $88 million of cosmetics product because there are few alternatives in the country. But if we, as people in the country, we join effort to work on that as a problem, then we don't have to maybe market a lot. So any product that will come that has maybe a natural advantage will be solicited in the market. So by the time we post the product, there are already calls that we need a product if they are safe on our skin and well-being.
All right, thank you so much, Miriam. Well, we have first spent our time. So I'm going to do a lightning round for each and every one of the entrepreneurs. I'll allow you one sentence, just one sentence, and have at it. Anything you want to talk about, but especially for the benefit, that the sentence has to be for the benefit of the entrepreneurs here. So I'll just allow you one sentence. If they have to forget each and everything that you have said, what is the one thing you don't want them to forget? Starting with you, Miriam.
Yeah, I'll start with the thing that I always say. If you're an entrepreneur, don't get so much in love with your product or your solution. So that leads you to mistakes because you don't know what your customers need. And that's what brings problem into marketing because you want to look for people to buy your product. But we need to learn the other way around where customers are looking for us to get our product. Yes.
Cannot be better put. Thank you, Miriam. Emmanuel?
Yes, what I have to say is that you can be the next speaker here. You could be the next panelist. So everyone you see here actually started like you. We started way back when we were at the university, and life after the university has completely been different. So you could choose to move out of this room, definitely encouraged to start working on your business, or you could choose to go out there and start hunting for, jobs. But as I have to tell you, is the university is a very fertile ground that you can use to incubate as many ideas as possible, have different connections. You have students who are coming from different faculties, have this, synergize and feed on every person's perspective, and then have your idea very well, have your idea very well thought through, and then when you get out of the university, you also begin, being able to employ other people. As a company at Elite Uganda, we've been able to employ more than 30 people, so that is really very, and it's something you can do as well. So you have the power, you have the platform.
Thank you. Ben?
For me, I would like to thank every one of you for coming to this initiative. This is the first step towards achieving what you're passionate about. What I can say is that be passionate about what you're doing and keep trying. The first step is try. However much you fail, keep trying, keep iterating. One day you'll get a breakthrough.
Thank you. Sandra?
Thank you, young people. I'll start by the person with the cosmetics background that asked the question. If you're looking for an internship opportunity, please let me know. Beyond that, failure is not an option. Do not allow to fail. Sometimes the ideas don't work out, but if you believe enough in it, if it has worked out for other people, it will work out for you as well. And agribusiness, value addition in agribusiness is the future. Think about it. If you're looking for ideas, I am usually very open-minded about trying out things, and if you need help, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Delia?
Thank you. So we're all youth, and it is our time. technology is to us what farming was to our parents. I don't know anyone's parent who hasn't been proud of eating the food that they dug themselves. My mom is always telling, hey, mira. That's technology to us. And if we don't leverage it, then who will? I feel like if we go into our elderly stage without ever eating internet money or technology money, that'll be so sad. So find a way to leverage technology because that's our thing and no one will ever take it from us. And please respect yourselves, respect your teams, respect your business. Respect your business. And one last thing, dream big. When you're thinking of an idea, my mind goes back to the lady that was really focused on having her business in this Ugandan market. That's great if that's really what you want, but also I hope what drives you to that is not fear. Don't be afraid to dream big. If you want to be the next Elon Musk, you can. Elon Musk just went to, he was born just here, down here in South Africa. So dream big, whatever solution you have or whatever problem you're trying to solve, make it as big as possible, and then reverse engineer. And that will help you to give you the right steps to achieve all your dreams. Thank you.
And finally, Kasozi.
For starters, I want to thank you for creating the time and be a part of this segment. And also to thank the organizers for the invitation. Mine are two. One thing I want you guys to go home with is that you need to understand that the first idea you put out to the market may not necessarily be the idea that gives you the leap that you want to get. Can assure you have been part of other startups, of course, other platforms that have been part of development, marketing. And this brings me to my point that focus as more you moving towards the journey, there are a lot of things that you learn, and those use them as assets to your next big idea or to the next step. Then the other point I think is important, as a startup entrepreneur, it's very important that you understand the different aspect of your business. I know you realize that at some point you might be needed in the marketing, the development, the research. So it's always important that you understand every aspect of your business so that at some point, maybe the near future, someone steps away, you know what exactly you ought to do and you are capable of stepping in. And the other side actually, how will you be able to evaluate whether someone is doing a good job if you don't know what exactly it's supposed to do? So I wish you all the best of the luck as you start on your journey and enjoy the rest of your day here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, there are a couple of questions here that we have not been able to get to. And unfortunately, some of them are technical business questions, such as business models, how do you finance, and the like. So we'd just love to take a moment to ask the following people to stand up. CK Japeth, please stand up. Bob Oganga, please stand up. Dennis Aguma, please stand up. Please stand. No, please stand. And face the other side. There's Paula Mugisa, please stand up. Please face that side. Now, please mark these faces. They should give you your answers in regards to the business models, financing models, and all the things that you need to, for the questions that I've asked here about businesses and what you need to fix them. Do not let them out of these doors before they give you those answers. Please take your seats. And finally, it's impossible for each and everything that has been said here to be important to you every day. It's also impossible that all the things that have been said here today will never be important for you. What your task is to remember what's important and possibly forget what is not important. Thank you very much. You've been hosted by Vincent.
I think you guys have been set free. A huge round of applause, first and foremost, to our fantastic panel. Now, I can tell you, I know this panel almost like at the back of my mind. we have been working with some of them. I look back, I think from December, and the progress that each and every one of these guys has made with their products. It's incredible. And the networks and the connections and the whole energy that they bring to their game is absolutely fantastic. But a huge round of applause to Vincent for an excellent job on moderation. I can't claim to have the same voice like he does, but he's done an excellent job. One, I'd like to thank you guys for having hanged in there this long. I understand you got some juice or water or something like that, and the future parties or something. At least you've eaten, Miss Naria. So, we have been doing something earlier where you have to get up and make 1 or 2 networks or connections. I imagine by now you have 2 connections, right? Should we do the 3rd one before we bring on our next speaker? Yeah? Especially after eating that luwombo. Was it luwombo or morokoni? Okay, so let's all stand up. This is the time where you can move if you want to move. If the guy next to you has been boring you, then move. I have just learned that there are some students at the back there who are from other universities outside of Uganda. Some guy from Luanda. I'll have to bring them in here for some introduction. So don't let those guys who are from universities in other countries leave without you saying hi or getting their contact. I'll bring them down here very briefly. Actually, why don't you guys come down here? Come and say hi to these other Ugandans. Tell us where you are at the LIVE conference and where you're coming from. But now, guys, don't leave because our keynote speaker is going to be speaking next. This whole thing, you don't want to miss the next session, okay? The next session is by CK. I'll introduce him very shortly. So you guys who are planning to leave, you're going to miss the reason we are all here, okay? So let me wait to speak to these guys from outside countries. Wawelu, come and stand here. There was your other colleague. Where's your other colleague? So guys, once you've gotten the context, please go back and sit, and then we'll listen to CK. So, who are you? Which university do you go to? What are you doing in Uganda?
My name is Princess, and I'm from the African Leadership University in Rwanda. And we are currently here for like conference and interacting outside our zone. So we just like go to other conferences, programs, and other stuff. Yeah.
Fantastic. Next.
Thank you so much. My name is Manuel, Africa Leadership University, be a student. We are here, we have attended Kampala Hub. So we are here for building our networking, exploring, making more research related to what we are studying in order to back there to solve the problem which are in our community. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. I'm Bumi, a Nigerian, and I'm a student of African Leadership University, studying software engineering. So we are in Kampala for networking and attending conferences like this. So thank you for having us.
Hi everyone. I am Okawa Enze Anyangwe. I am a Cameroonian and in the African Leadership University. A student in the African Leadership University. So we are here in Uganda to learn more, connect, and have experience with the environment. So far, we've loved Uganda, and we like the people of Uganda and everything in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll let you go back and sit. Oh, you haven't said? Yeah, but don't let them leave without you getting their contacts. Now, you notice I grabbed one of the guys who was here last time with their product before he left. I'm just doing the same. Our agripreneur. I didn't want her to leave without you seeing her product. Could you just come and explain very quickly about this? Because part of what you're doing is not theoretical. And each and every one of these guys has the product or service that they're working on. It's a shame we don't have enough time or the resources to project and explain each and every one of their products and services. But I would hate for you to leave without showing these guys what you're doing. What is this?
Thank you. So my primary business is beekeeping. Now, In beekeeping, I'm invested in the entire value chain from consultation, primary production to value addition. Did you know that you can make over 50 products from hive products in the line of value addition? So anyway, before I get all honey-like, the taste of honey and the color is dependent on what the bees feed on. So you'll find that the honey from, say, Kabale looks very different from the honey from Gulu. That is why, to set us apart from all the honey products on the market, we package the honey by the region that it comes from. This is honey from Toro. The place that this honey comes from has a lot of coffee growers. So when you taste this honey, it actually has a coffee aftertaste. This honey is from Karamoja. I call it the dark amber. The reason why it is like this, it's because it's multifloral. We all know that Karamoja is a place that is sort of a semi-desert, yes? So when you have honey from Karamoja, just imagine the vegetation that is there. And from Karamoja, we actually have two types of honey. The places that have acacia, the acacia honey looks different. It's much, much lighter, and this is the dark one. So in value addition, sometimes I even carry hives to presentations like this, but it's very bulky, so I just didn't carry one. So in value addition, these are some of the products that we do. We have the pure honey products. We have honey with chocolate. We have honey with peanut butter. We have honey with spices. We make body butters. Like I said, the entire value chain. We make things like propolis. Propolis is very medicinal. It's believed that the only thing it won't do is grant you salvation to heaven. I don't know how true that is. We have lip balm, we have soap, entire value chain. This is just to demonstrate to you what you can do in value addition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I keep the honey? Yes. Fantastic. Yay. Nanga siviri demwao. Thank you so much, and for allowing me to join us at a very short notice. Okay, so someone has a question. Can we do that after CK has delivered his keynote, or you want her contact? The name of the company, Western Silk Road Limited.
The honey brand is Asali Wamoyo. We can be found in Carrefour. And the cosmetic brand is Aza Naturals. Those are my children's initials. Thank you.
Thank you. So, without further ado, allow me to invite a great friend and a hustler who we're always working together in the trenches. This gentleman is called CK. How many of you here have heard about the Innovation Village? You would not be an entrepreneur if you've not heard about the Innovation Village. So CK is an entrepreneur building platforms for other entrepreneurs like you to scale. He's the founder of the Innovation Village. This is an ecosystem convener and catalyzer at the heart of the interconnected networks of all these entrepreneurs that we work with. He deals with academia, the private sector, government, investors, believers like you, and he's really a huge champion of technology and applying technology and positioning Uganda as one of the leading entrepreneurial countries in the world. He also founded Motive. Who here has heard about Motive? Yes, so you must be a creative person. Motive, I think, is the creative arm, a sister to the Innovation Village. And if you don't know about Motive, Motive is a recipient of the inaugural UNESCO International Prize for the Creative Economy, part of the work that they're doing around sustainable, supporting creative industries within Uganda and engaging young people within the creative and cultural sectors. The Innovation Village, if you didn't know, operates in like 5 different regions: Mbarara, Jinja, I think, Soroti, and very many other areas. One of the things I didn't know about the village is that their community has over 100,000 entrepreneurs annually engaging in one way, shape, or form. And interestingly, 40% of these are young women solving pressing challenges across 6 to 8 different sectors. CK is also a board member of the Junior Achievement Uganda and the CEO of Summit Uganda. We are privileged, CK, that you were able to spare your time to come and talk to these young people. I think the ones who came for food have probably left us, which is a great shame because they're going to miss CK and his keynote speak. So over to you, CK, if you'd like to come. A huge round of applause for CK.
Thank you, Dennis. Let's put our hands together for Dennis. A stronger hand of applause for Dennis. And I'll tell you why in a short while. Because the work he's doing here with you is really incredible work. Not every university has an opportunity to convene young people like yourselves to just, discuss entrepreneurship, the future, things that matter. And it's not that, like Dennis is being paid money to be able to do this. So that's why I really appreciate him and excited to be here with you this afternoon to share insights about entrepreneurship, what you should be thinking, and my own story, because I was seated where you're seated. I didn't study from MOBS. I studied from Makerere. The other side, I did economics. And being a student, I kind of understand where you are. And in my time when I was a student, I'm 100% sure I wouldn't be where you are. I'd be watching a movie somewhere. I'd be chilling in a bar somewhere with friends. So I'm quite confident you guys are going to have a much, much, much better future than some of us, especially that these ideas that you're hearing now are being planted at such a time when you are just beginning your own journey. I think for me, if you forget anything I said today, and we're not going to make this long, we're going to have more interaction with Dennis with questions. If you forget anything I've said today, there are three things you shouldn't forget, right? Forget everything else, don't forget three things. The first is, you can always go back and start again, Never be lied to by anyone that it's too late, you can't do it, You can always go back and start again. No matter what you've been able to achieve, failed, done, you can go back right to the beginning and start again and have a very good outcome, ultimately. The second, and the first is critical because most of you will think that I've failed, what's going to happen to me? No, you haven't failed, right? The second is really critical for my own story. It's about the fact that discover yourself, be you, right? Be you, everyone else is taken. There's a quote that says that. But be you in terms of discover who you are, what makes you different, what makes you better, why you're the best person in the room, why are you God's gift to Uganda? Be you, and really take time. It's going to take time for you to discover who you are and the difference that you have from anyone else, right? So anything you're going to ever achieve is going to come from you really discovering that you inness, in you, and then working on it, even in the absence of evidence that things are working. As long as you continue investing in yourself, being better, everything you want, you'll achieve. So everything for me rises and falls from becoming a better person who creates value, who thinks And then the last thing is, and also critical, whatever you do, right, make sure it is serving other people. Whatever you do, make sure it is serving other people. So if you're building a business, one of the first questions you should answer is, who is this business or solution serving? The more people it is serving, the better you're going to be off in life. You know, if it's serving millions of people, then you're going to have a very strong market base, you're going to succeed, and you'll be able to move from one place to another. So mine is really, I'll tell you my story. And I'm sorry if you've heard this already, but I'll tell it to you because in one way or another, I'm like you. I was a student, right? And a broke student at that, right? I know most of you are not. You have smartphones. But I graduated from university, and I remember we did my last paper on a Saturday at around 4 p.m. And I thought I was going to conquer the world. You know the feeling, last semester papers, right? That was me. I had done economics, and it took me 80 job applications to get my first job, 80. Things are worse now, right? And the closest I came to a job was with the Office of the Auditor General. We're 1,332, and we went to Nambole Stadium, not to watch a football match, to do aptitude tests, right? 50 questions, 50 minutes. The type of questions, they say, a mango has fallen from the tree. It stops. Which direction is it facing? You know? Those are the aptitude tests you're going to do. I had no idea which direction it's facing, right? So I managed to come for the face-to-face interview. And you know government pins names, right? So me, I knew one other guy was my classmate. The other guy was our lecturer. He was also trying to escape the system. You know, so we went for the face-to-face interview together. But we were 5 that had been pinned for the face-to-face. Then a 6th person entered the room, right? And registered. But she didn't do the aptitude test. And she ended up getting the job. Right? She ended up getting the job. Right? Knowing what I know now, I like to say that she was so beautiful that even if I had gotten the job that time, I would have said, let's save time and let's just give her the job. Right? Because, and that's an attitude you need to have as you grow up. In terms of, if I had gotten the job with the government then, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now. So sometimes the rejections, the missed opportunities we find are not there because they are, it's a bad thing. They're there because what you're meant to be doing is something better, right? So no regrets whatsoever. So the best job I could at the time was to go back to my former high school. I was really good with economics and entrepreneurship, and I used to teach economics, entrepreneurship to senior 5, senior 6. Excellent job. But while doing that job, I realized that, you know, I couldn't, I used to get paid, 230,000 shillings a month. I realized that I couldn't raise a family, of course, off that. But one of the things, I did that, I think, for about 2 years and a half. One of the things that got me off my feet was on 2nd January 2011 was my brother's wedding. And my brother works for he works for Bank of Uganda. So I was his best man. And typically, as a best man, you know what the tradition is. You buy your own things, right? Yeah, so my salary had been 230. The guy works for Bank of Uganda. The shoes he wanted to put on were 450,000 shillings. Right? Meaning that even if I had gone to the shop and said, guys, give me the left side of the shoe, they would have said, at least top up. That was with my entire salary. So that's how I ended up leaving the teaching job, because my mom bought the shoes for the wedding that day. We had a fantastic wedding. And I came to town looking for one guy, no, two guys. One of the guys I was looking for earns $1,000 to speak for an hour. So you see how I can speak here, I lie to you people, you say work hard, yeah? Those things, right? And then Dennis pays me $1,000. And then I go for the next meeting. And my time is booked like for months and months and months. That's what the guy does. So I wanted to look for the guy who earns what I earn a year. Because if you look 230 times 12, somehow like 1,000, right? I looked for the guy who earns $1,000 in an hour, what I earn in a year. Now, I struggled to find him, but while I looked for him, I was looking for other people who can perhaps also help me get my journey started. So the first guy I met was some guy who is a motivational speaker, and I'm not a motivational speaker. So he used to write in the papers, and when they write in the papers, they say, there's nothing impossible. Huh? The motivational speaker said, there's nothing impossible. Even the word impossible itself says, I am possible. If you spell it, right? Looks, sounds good, right? Yeah, so I met this guy after writing to him 18 times to come and work for him. We met at Sheraton, and he told me, unfortunately, I can't give you a job. I do a one-man thing. I only bring on board people if I have a lot of work. But then he told me, but I can teach you how to speak in public, and you'll have to pay me 700,000 shillings, right? My last job, just paid me how much? 230. This guy wanted me to pay him 700, so I said bye to him. I met another guy, right? And this guy, and this is a true story, we signed a contract for me to pay him 2 million shillings to work for him. Yeah? Yeah, so I was going to pay him to work for him. So this is me as a young guy like you trying to find myself and try to find the meaning of life. So I was going to pay him 2 million shillings to work for him. So we went for our first gig where he was speaking. And then he stood up to say, in a room full of people, and he said, when I decided to quit my job, I went back home to my beautiful wife. I fell on my black leather sofas, and I told my beautiful wife, oh baby, I quit. That's the sentence he said. Then I was like, no, wait a minute. I have heard those words somewhere. So I went to YouTube, right? And I searched. It took me about 3 days to find a black American speaker say the exact same words. That when I decided to quit my job, I went back home, I fell on my black leather sofas, I told my beautiful wife, oh baby, I quit. So I was like, are you saying it's that simple? That you go on YouTube, you listen to someone speaking and how they walk and how they talk, and then you go and do the same thing? So I didn't last with the guy. After 2 weeks, I told him, oh baby, I quit, right? Now, I eventually came across a friend of mine who I had gone to school with for primary and secondary school. And I told him, so guess what? I'm looking for this guy called Dennis. Where can I find him? Then he says, but that's my boss, right? I said, really? He said, that's my boss. So I'm telling you this such that you know that anything you ever want to achieve, anyone you ever want to talk to, please don't look for the connection out there. Look at it from the people that you know first, the guys around you, right? So he said, that's my boss. Eventually, after 4 months, he called me in a meeting with his boss, and I met this guy. And, you know, I remember I was like 3 hours out of Kampala, and he calls me and he says, my boss wants to meet you at 2 And remember, I'd been looking for him like for 8 months. So at 2, I jumped on a bike, headed to town on a bike. I reached around City Square. It was a Monday. I needed to be in an official shirt. I was in a t-shirt. I didn't have a job then. I went to Pioneer Mall, right? I only had 20,000 shillings. I tell this lady, she was like, she had a shop. I tell her, you know, you look like my mother, but I need you to save me today. I'm going for an interview. I have 20,000 shillings, and I need a shirt and a tie. She looked at me and said, yes, you also look like my son, but the only shirt I'm going to give you is this one. So she gave me a pink shirt and a pink tie. Right? So that's the one I went with to get this interview. I jumped on a border. As soon as I jumped on the border, it started to rain. Right? So I go to Serena where their office was, in a pink shirt, dusty, and it had rained on me. Yeah? You know how it looks. So my friend welcomed me and said, first settle. He put me in their waiting room there. First settle. But I'm telling you this because it's really critical for you to understand that all the experiences you're going to go through are only important for you eventually as you begin to realize the dreams that you're trying to pursue. The hustle, the pain is part of the process. You can't escape it, and So I got into that room with a guy, and he's my mentor up to now. He hit his table and said, I've been told the day is not going to end if I don't speak to you. So tell me, what can I do for you? Right? So I told him I used to have my 15-minute pitch about how I solve problems. And he gave me my job then after 16 minutes. It was a job to 17 hours a day, including weekends. Right? So I think for me the most important thing was working with him. He taught me one thing. He taught me that the world rotates around solutions. Right? All of us are looking for who can do for me what. The world rotates around solutions. If you don't have a solution, you simply keep quiet and get out of the room. If everybody is complaining, bring solutions. I worked with him, extremely challenging times, hard boss where he gives you, hard talk, and then when you start to cry, he says, you go to the washroom and you go and come back and we start from there, But anyway, all of this mentality of solutions, eventually I got into Umeme, where my unfortunate job there was to say no to about 700 job applications every month. So you guys are in school, but in Umeme I used to 700 job applications. But the people I used to meet in Umeme were guys who we had supported in a consultancy firm to do innovation competitions. And then you meet him now coming to Umeme, and he's like, I said, I thought you're the guy who was building this company that is going to shut down MTN. What happened? Right? That's how I ended up, of course, leaving Umeme and now getting into the business of entrepreneurship. I do it 26 hours a day. Send me a message at 3, I'll respond 3:01. But the entire objective of what we're trying to achieve at the Innovation Village is to build the infrastructure that can support entrepreneurs. We're not an innovation hub. We're not. We're building infrastructure that can support entrepreneurs to innovate successfully. Space is just a way we do it. We do it by also attracting capital, by designing big programs that can support entrepreneurs, by pursuing policy. So as I wind up, because we're going to have a session with Dennis, it's really that for me, when I look at you, you don't have to panic about everything you haven't figured out. When I look deep into your eyes, I see more questions than answers. I see ideas of, you don't know my story, you don't know where I'm coming from. I'm here, but you know, things are bad where I'm coming from, not the hostel, home, right? So my own story for me is testament that whatever you want to achieve, if you keep working at it every day, buli lunaku, kila siku, right? And I'm telling you this because that's my own story, right? Eventually, you're going to not achieve, but you're going to exceed whatever targets you've set yourself. So thank you very much for listening. Happy to interact and take any more questions.
A huge round of applause, CK. Earlier, I think I had some connection with the guild president. I had a connection with this is the president of the Entrepreneur Society. I used to be a president of the Entrepreneur Society. And I've noticed I have a connection with you. I also did an interview to join the Auditor General's office. Yeah. I think ours, we had about 3,000 people in Chambogo University in the dining hall. There were like 3 sessions. I remember our interview room. There were so many other people. I actually did the physical interview and actually passed. And I got it on merit, believe it or not. And I wasn't that beautiful looking girl. However, once I had gotten on the other side, you realize the world of employment is a completely different thing altogether. And I think some people want much more than a paycheck, isn't it? Because even if you work and you get paid, you know, 1 million every hour, there's a limit how much you can earn because you have an hourly rate. Yet, if you ask the other people who are creating the jobs, like Paula Mugisa will tell us about her digital platform, she could be earning while she's sleeping, isn't it? And I think that's why we're here. So, thank you very much, CK, for telling your story. I think he's toned it down. He's usually more robust and thorough with bigger, older entrepreneurs. It kind of tells it the way it is, and I know the challenges he goes through. So we're going to have about 8 questions, 8 very key questions that we're going to respond to between myself and CK. So who here has a quick question? One, it could be based on the story that he's told us, but also he's very knowledgeable. He's been there, worked with lots of entrepreneurs, and he sees them from an idea stage all the way to securing funding in hundreds of thousands of US dollars. So don't think small when you're asking CK 1 or 2 of the questions. I'm going to take 3 ladies first. Sorry, guys. Let's start with this one. And then I'll come for the 3 gentlemen. We'll do 3 first, 3 next.
Thank you. Should I stand? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patra Higenyi. I own a startup called The Platter. It mainly deals with workspaces and works with local traditional food providers to help them grow and improve their internal systems of operation. So one thing that I've had to understand with the period I've operated is that for a business to grow substantially, you need a business network. And I believe as you were growing the Innovation Village, Mr. C.K. Japheth, you had to rely on business networks, yes? But you know, personally, at times I've struggled with networking. How did you overcome that at the baby stage of Innovation Village to actually become that entrepreneur who seamlessly networks in a way that actually is substantial to your business? Thank you.
That's a very good question, networking. Ladies, I said I'll take ladies first, unless, of course, you've seceded your space, in which case I default back to the lads. Joe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dennis. My name is Patrick Ayawaziwe, and I own 2 startups. One is called Paylight Energy Uganda, which deals with which enables people to get access to electricity, clean water, and protecting the environment. I also own an organization called Lead Heart Uganda that specifically gives guidance in education. We do site visits, we do outreaches, community outreaches, giving guidance on leadership, environment, education, and other sectors of life. My question would be, is, my question is, professionally, I'm an engineer, but with passion, I'm a reader and an educationist. So how do I correlate, how do I connect the passion and the profession to achieve my entrepreneurial journey? Thank you.
Thank you, engineer. Are you a mechanical engineer, civil engineer, software engineer? What are you?
I am an electrical engineer with electrical installation, advanced certificate, and also a petroleum engineering diploma from Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba. So I'm passionate about electrical and petroleum. Thank you.
CV. Next. This entrepreneur I know, I've met before.
Thank you so much. Well, CK, my name is Cyrus Sumika. I'm the chairman and the CEO of the Sumik Group. Well, my question is, CK, I've followed your story since 2017 when you started the village. And it's now quite around 6 years or 5 years ever since you started the village. But I would love to know what sustainability methodology have you used to grow the village to be the launch pad of tech entrepreneurs, and the methodology used to grow the village from scratch to the extent that it attracts world investors now to come to Uganda, and then specifically the destination is the village, to identify different startups that have grown. It's not quite easy to start from scratch and reach this level. I would love to know the sustainability methodology you are using to grow all this. Thank you.
CK, assume that I'm the one who asked that question because I'm also interested in the answer. One last question, then we first respond and then do another round.
Thank you very much. I'm Moses again. I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm adding value to the dairy industry. I'm making yogurt, but most importantly, I would like to know this man. The biggest problem is management and ownership. It is disturbing most of the businesses. So I would like to know, sir, how do you separate management, critical management areas and ownership, since you're a director? How? Because it is actually creating a deterioration process. Our companies are flopping because of having managers who are not serious. Sometimes they are doing something that is not right. How do you separate management and ownership? Thank you.
Thank you. Very good question about leadership, especially in a startup phase. Often you're the one doing the work, you're the manager, you are the everything. So, CK, I'll let you have the first stab at the questions.
All right, thank you. Unfortunately, one out. The question about networking. I think for me, and I most of the time, quite honestly, I don't like to speak because I think my views are very contradictory from popular, because people will believe that you have to network, you have to know people, you have to, right? My views are different, right? I'm not the best of networkers. But my belief is build, I think it was one of my mentors, Bitature, who told me at that time, that build something so valuable that no matter what, anything happens, people will find you, right? So I don't necessarily believe in I have to go, I have to find out, it's not about the social network, it's about building something of value, right? That people will say, where is this person? All the partnerships, all the support, everything we've done is because someone found us because of what we were doing. And then beyond that, yeah, you can network with people, you can talk to people, but just develop that obsession with what you represent or the problems you're solving. The better you understand them, and commit to be the absolute best at solving that problem, right? When we were starting the village, I decided to find out who is the best person in Kampala, in Uganda, who does this. Who's the best person in East Africa who does this? Who's the best person in West Africa? Who's the best person in East, in South? Who's the best person in the Asias? Who's the best person in the Americas, right? Who does what we're trying to do? I visited everybody I considered is the best. I made them all my friends, and we were able to build out something that harmonizes something we really wanted to achieve. So for me, how I compensate not being able to network as much is value. You know, be so good, what you're doing cannot be ignored. Every time you have to explain, but don't you see this side? Yeah. If you have someone's picture and they're saying he's a handsome guy, and say, but if you turn the picture like this and the light somehow hits the picture at 90 degrees, you'll see how handsome. No. Let it be so good it can't be ignored. And that's not according to you, but according to the people who are seeing it. Now, the most important thing as you do this is that it's going to take time. You know, it's going to take ages, and that's, you know, painful ages. If you Google, there is a principle we call the 1,000-day principle. You know, it takes 1,000 days for you to prove what you're trying to do. If you Google and check out Facebook growth curve, 7 years, no growth. Even in a market like theirs, no growth. Only started to work in the 8th year. Amazon growth curve, 17 years, no growth whatsoever, loss making. You know, YouTube, straight. And those are companies in mature ecosystems. For us, you come up with an idea today, tomorrow, you have this exaggerated opinion about what you're doing and how people must welcome you while clapping their hands, because you have an idea, right? So it's going to take time, painful, patience, but it's going to take time. So you have to focus on the value that you're getting. Now, passion versus what you're doing. Nice question. Personally, I studied economics, but right now I'm into technology entrepreneurship. I think we have to come to that appreciation that we don't go to school to become something, right? We go to school to grow through our aspirations and thoughts, and what we get from school is what we take out there as we build our passions. So for me personally, the entire economics I studied came down to two things: demand and supply. That's how the world rotates, right? So get all your passions, get all your aspirations, and channel them into a solution, and make sure that solution is solving problems that people have. A number of us say, you know, when I was in Lagos, Nigeria, I spoke to about 15 startup founders, and all of them had a business card, and the business card had name of the person, CK, it had name of the company, it had address of where the company is located. None of them had a title. All the 15 companies. When I asked them why, each of them, they said, so we're building startups and we're working hard. If we're expanding to Uganda, I could be CEO in Lagos, but if I come to Nigeria, if I come to Uganda, I'll be COO, right? I don't want to be wrestling with a title. So if we're building a company, all hands are on deck. Everyone is building, right? But I meet my entrepreneurs in Uganda, and someone is a serial entrepreneur, CEO and founder, you know. We go for the title and the glory. you know, director general, and you know, the bigger the title, the bigger your startup. Absolutely no. That's why I just lead the team at the village, about 150 people. That's what I do. All of us are all hands on deck. So get your passion and focus your everything with it into a single page. And it's not about you. It's about the problems you're solving for society. Right? That's the business. That's what matters. Not the passion, not the degrees, not if I tell you my stories at university, you'll run away from me. You get? So it's not the degrees, it's what are you solving for people. For people, for communities, for businesses, for government. If it's for government, if for businesses, people will look for you everywhere you are to partner with you. And then on sustainability, methodology, those are nice words. And unfortunately, there is no easy answer to that, right? The first day we opened the village, I had a room of about 70 people that I hosted. The keynote speaker that time was a VC. He was in the country to check on some of his companies. This guy told me on day one, after speaking, that this business is not going to work. Shut it down, right? Shut down. He went back, he was kind enough to go back to his hotel room and write the same message in a very long email explaining to me why it's not going to work, right? Then I met a young lady, most brilliant lady I know. She has an MBA from Princeton in financial engineering. A bachelor's is from Harvard. So when someone has gone to Harvard and Princeton, when they speak, you listen, especially if you're from Makerere. If you're from Mobs, you can speak back. Huh? Yeah, so she's told me it's not going to work, right? And she was right. So the hardest thing about entrepreneurship and starting a business is even when people tell you it's not going to work, they will be right based off the information that they are seeing. But I think for me, the most important thing that has led to our sustainability is businesses don't get better because of, businesses get better because you work on them every day, right? So I will tell you that I know that I will outwork anyone in the room. That's why we're able to continuously improve that. Businesses get better because you work on it every day. You keep pouncing and hitting hard on that sustainability model. And even when it's seemingly working, there are so many pieces of evidence that it's failing, right? And for everything that fails, put it on that treadmill, work on it every day. But I think for me, the biggest source of sustainability business models comes from solving people's problems in a simple way, right? In a simple way. So ultimately, we've built a business that has, an impact organization that has a business side. But the difference between the presentation I used to make when we opened and the presentation I make now, if I have the slides, the only thing that has remained is my name and the name of the organization. Everything else had to change. Because you try this, you try that, you try that. So you have to keep going, keep learning, and it's not really, the best place to be. So when people say I want to be an entrepreneur, I struggle to understand that. So for me, sustainability business is solve problems for millions of people. Be the best person in the room with for problems people are facing. The more you understand that, the better you'll be a stronger business. And then, of course, management, ownership. I'm happy you know that now. And the most important thing that you need to know if you're starting a business is you're not the business. And I'm sure if you're doing entrepreneurship, you'll be taught that a business is its own independent identity, right? So if you get into the business knowing that, it's going to be easy for you to, structure that out. Bring in some people who are professional. Don't hire. Talk to friends who are in different fields to help you understand how you can separate ownership and, all these people I talked to, the lady from Harvard, I can't afford her, but, she's my friend and she's from Harvard, so she can give me advice about how to, really, it's the most important, decision you can ever take to professionally set up your enterprise. I knew that the business will grow, we'll work with partners, so I made sure that our lawyers are the biggest law firm in town to give it that, our auditors are KPMG, again, to give that assurance. But really critical, but I think it's critical to focus on, get the advice you need from experts, but it's one of the most important things. Keep the business separate from you. We've built the village, and I remember one day into a meeting, and a white guy asked, I don't mean to offend you, but are you the person in the village or your employee to work there? I just said, no, I'm employed to work there. And that answer was good enough, for him, because there was no way we could have built what we've built as local boys and girls so build something. And then I went to another meeting, and they were waiting for the meeting to start before the guy from Innovation Village comes. And I was already there, but we waited for the guy, So understand that a business can grow to be millions of times bigger, better, faster, and you can even step away from it and let it take its own life. But it doesn't happen then, it happens after you set up for it to do that now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miracle, our speakers keep cutting off. We'll let you off. But now, we're running slightly behind schedule, so we're going to take maybe 3 or 4 questions max. And please make them brief, and both Sika and myself will also be brief in responding to them, and then Paula can get on to the next interesting session. So lady number 1. But you asked too many questions earlier. We'll let you go. No, go for it.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Nachitende Mastula, and I'm an entrepreneur. I want to start up something, but I need your help with some of the basics I need to have, like to start an organization. It can be an NGO, climate change something, action organization, but the basics I need. Because you talked about having the lawyers. Do I need that much money to have them on board? Thank you.
Lucky for you, Paula Mugisa is going to cover some of those to turn decay. Lady, and then I'll come back to the guys.
I'm Lenia Charity, Kevin. I deal in a non-profit that is girl-child oriented. We do very many different things. We've moved to different remote areas, dealing in reusable pads, teaching girls how to make reusable pads. Then we have trainings on menstrual hygiene and sexual and reproductive health rights, different leadership sessions with the girls, because we encourage them to always embrace leadership, and many more other engagements. But it's basically youth-oriented. I would say basically young girls, including me. But then, most of the times, I've read with a non-profit, especially if it is just growing, a baby non-profit, there is a lot to take in. And one of the particulars is not considering revenue growth at all. So besides us leaving the revenue growth out or anything concerning financial growth, I need the basics on how to sustain or maybe create sustainability with everything that we're doing. I believe I have a very beautiful team out there, but then the most important thing is creating sustainability and how we can actually run the non-profit even without expecting so many funds from out there, but we could do it within ourselves. Thank you.
Very good question about revenue. It's a key part of the business. I always say that revenue is the #1 killer of businesses. Your hand was up first. Please make your questions brief.
Good afternoon. I'm Carolina Cole, a student in MOOPS pursuing Bachelor of Entrepreneurship and Small Business Management in my last semester. I would like to request you to take me through any business startup that I can engage in as a student, trying to finalize with school and trying to figure out life alone without being dependent on the parents. So I'm requesting for some of the business ideas that you can give me and guide me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm Kasami Jonathan Puga. I'm a student here at MOOBS. Now for me, okay, the business I have is not tangible. Me, I deal in stocks, Uganda Securities Exchange. I have some shares there. But then I also hope like one time to also get a physical business, but I can't seem to understand what a startup is and what an actual business is. If you could please clarify for me what a startup is. Thank you.
You're in the right place. And I think Paula also respond to that. Let's first go through these ones. I'm genuinely mindful of time. That will be the last set of questions I think, CK, you can deal with. Yeah. And then the other questions that you have, please hold on to them. Paula will go through them, especially some of the technical ones, like the difference between a startup, and I think it should be in the name. There's a startup, there is a micro, small, medium-sized enterprise, there's a medium-sized enterprise, then there's a huge organization, there's a private limited company, there's a company limited by guarantee, there's an NGO. Luckily, you are at Makerere University Business School. Over to you, CK.
Thanks for the questions. Really soul-searching questions, and I understand where they're coming from. Luckily, like Dennis said, we have Paula. Paula has built the best platform. That's why it's Tutandike. So if you're looking to get started, that's the best place to begin thinking about learning and going to. So I think for me, the best, and I'll try to wrap up some of the questions together. One of the most dangerous things in my context that I see young people, and I know where it's coming from, because you think you need help. And if you can hear in the context, every question is beginning or coming from this place of what? I need your help, right? I need your help. I need your help. I need your help. I need your help, right? You don't need anyone's help, right? You don't need anyone's help to achieve what you want to achieve, right? So the moment you start saying, I need your help, you're beginning from a position of weakness. You're beginning from a position of what you don't have. You're beginning from a position of what you lack. So you need someone's help because now you want them to do for you something or to give you advice that will enable you to move. That's one way of divorcing your responsibility from that self. So one of the most important things you need to know is begin with what you have. Even the Bible says the one who has, more will be given, right? For you who doesn't have, even what you don't have will be taken care away from you. That's not what it says, right? But you get the point. So begin with focusing on what you have. Matthew 25, parable of the talents. What have you used what you have and then more will be added. That's really the principle for me. So but you want to start a business, Tandike is a good place to start. But for me, like I said, a business is an independent entity. Give birth to it already, right? Give birth and then give it its socials, whatever you're calling it, right? You don't have to go to the lawyers and no, you don't need all of that. Just give it its identity, its brand, its identity. Speak about it, tell people about it, and then you'll begin to get ideas on what you can take, where you can take it. I like the idea about NGOs, the organization you're building, and for me, that's one of the most important things I've noticed about young Ugandans, young entrepreneurs. You have big hearts, you know, big hearts. You want to give back even when you don't have, right? Even when you don't have, your passion is on giving back. So you'll build a non-profit to give back. Very dangerous position to be in, because typically a non-profit has to depend on someone giving you for you to be able to do. If no one is giving you, then you won't be able to practice your big heart. You understand? So I think for me, one of the things I did right from the onset, the Innovation Village is not an NGO, it's a business, because we need to do the work of working with entrepreneurs, whether we're given or not. So I'd encourage you to think about some sustainability aspects, or think about how you channel the passion you have into some revenue generating activities that can begin to speak to some sustainability. However, you might say that the man who came to speak is a bad man. He doesn't have a big heart like ours of giving back. So here is my secret around how you can get people to support your non-profit. Personally, I don't like non-profits, but here's how you can get people to support your non-profit. 10 out of 10 people who will enter a room asking for support, right, will come and they'll say, I'm doing this, please help us. So the human spirit is naturally greedy. So please help us, we are doing this business, help us, help us. So they want to take, right? To take. What you need to find out is who is solving the problem you're solving at a bigger level. Who else is interested in solving that problem? And when you get a chance to speak to that person, instead of asking for help, instead of, I need your help, say, here is what I can do for you. So solve a problem for someone else. It might be another NGO, a bigger one, for example, that's also doing that. Show them how what you're doing can solve a problem they have, right? By solving the problem, people will not give you support because they like you or because they are interested in you. They'll give you support because what you're doing is aligned to what they want to do. Even an investor who gives you money wants 10 times back the money. 10 times. They're not giving it to you because you're an amazing person. No. They want it back. Even in non-profits, they give you money because of what you're solving for them. So find out who is interested in what you're solving. And then when you go to them, don't ask for money. Don't be weak. Say, here is why. This is what I can do for you. And here is why I'm the best person to do it. then they will support you, but not to support you, to support themselves, right? Yeah, so solve a problem. And then I think for me, the most important thing when it comes to business, one thing I really, really fell in love with is, I think there was a question again about sustainability or something. Solve problems. Be the best person in the room with the best solution that is solving the biggest problems, right? And then, of course, finally, difference between a startup and a lot of that Paula will go through. But I think for me, a startup is a company built to grow fast, leveraging technology, and it's supposed to be scaling also. Startups are the ones that grow year 1, year 2, year 3, and you hear they are all over. So it's tech, disruption, and scale, really critical. If you start a restaurant, it's not a startup because it's not supposed to scale and disrupt. It's really any other business. So thank you very much. I think for me, finally, you're in the right place. Don't panic. Everything will fall in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CK. Are those the only hands? Just for your information, we can't afford CK to come and spend 1.5 hours here. We can't afford his time. I tell you, Gambian, that saga. It's real. But thank you, CK, for sparing your time and joining us. And these guys are doing excellent work. So please go onto the website. If you haven't been to their space in Bugolobi, once in a while, just go around there and see what they're doing. So CK would like to let you go. You can stay and join the next session, which is equally interesting. It is by none other than Paula Mogisa. And the ladies in particular will be very happy because she's a champion of female entrepreneurship. A lot of the work that they do also supports men and gentlemen. But she's very passionate. We've done a lot of work with her on a number of other projects. And I'm delighted that she was also able to spare some of the time to come and talk to you about the basic fundamentals of starting a business. Over to you, Paula.
Thank you, Dennis, and the NACE team. I'm really, 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 really happy to be here. My name is Paula Mugisa. I am the founder and team lead of TESA. I don't usually like to introduce myself and what I've done in the beginning. I like what I want to speak to you about to speak for itself, and I can introduce myself and what I've done and what I'm about later. Unless, of course, you guys insist I introduce myself now. By a show of hands, how many would like me to talk about myself now first and what I do? Okay. Less than half. The rest are like, So, okay, I can go briefly into what I do. My business is called TESA, from the Luganda phrase tutese. I like the idea of planning and discussing and agreeing with entrepreneurs. We have been in operation since 2018. I've been a business development consultant and coach for the past 10 years. I was in university like you guys. I went to the University of Buckingham in the UK. I studied business enterprise. I am very, very passionate about innovation. When I was in university, I built apps to do exactly what we're doing now, long time ago, to aggregate resources for you guys, to put together resources for African entrepreneurs. It won an award at the University of Oxford in the UK. We are literally doing the same thing right now. We are the first entrepreneurship support organization to design an online business course teaching the fundamentals like Mastula was asking for Uganda entrepreneurs. We launched it during COVID. I am going to give each and every one of you access to the entire course today. But before that, Being an entrepreneur is really, really hard, like CK said. I spent a lot of time in the beginning encouraging people to like follow their passions, which is what I'm going to tell you today, but it's really, 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 really hard. Every time someone asks me, hey, Tessa, nobody calls me Paula. Yes, please. Yeah, every time someone asks me, Tessa, how's it going? I'm like, hard. I always say that. I say hard. If they push me further, I say it's very hard. If they say, yeah, but I think I saw you guys online, it's very hard. That's what I say every single time somebody asks me, because that's how I feel every single day. So, entrepreneurship is not really for the light-hearted. Entrepreneurship in Uganda, it's like being in a war zone where people are shooting at you all the time. And so those of you who, there's a lady at the top who is doing her, sorry. I think she said she's doing her last papers, or, yeah, you in black and white with the braids. And you're trying to figure out what to do. There's really no shame in getting a job, acquiring skills, working for your parents, going back to the village, working on the farm, and figuring out what you want to do. There is so much joy, and it is worth it being an entrepreneur, but I am not going to lie how hard it is. Now, that being said, I am supposed to be teaching a master class on the fundamentals of starting a small business in Uganda. But two things before I start. One is, I was just thinking about all you guys who have stayed, and why you're here, and your patience, and about me when I was in university, whether I would still be in this room. After everything you've been told since morning, and it's highly likely, me as me, I would not be here. Yeah, I would wonder about how much I actually relate to the people talking and how much they really understand what I am going through and whether what they are saying is really going to help me. That's the truth. I was seated here, the stars thinking. I was wondering why each of you have stayed. And I understand there are many who left after lunch. That's one. Two is, every time I'm going to give a talk, and especially with you guys who are in university, I really want to be so careful not to waste your time. Like, in the back of my head right now, I'm thinking about how not to waste your time, what, again, you've already been told, and what it is that I can say that can really be relatable to you. So that's what I'm thinking about in my mind. I just wanted you to know that. Now, I don't think, I'm a little bit weary of giving a master class on the fundamentals of business to people who are in moves, right? So it's a bit, yeah. I will add on to what you guys already know, but I'm not going to give you guys the same jazz and waste your time, especially since you've exercised the patience to be here. So this is what we are going to do. Me, I'm not going to talk at you the whole time. It's not my style. I want to know what you guys think are the fundamentals of starting a business, a small business in Uganda. Okay? So I want to know from you guys, what are the fundamentals of starting a small business in Uganda? Me, I'm going to write them here. Then we'll continue the masterclass from there. That's one of the ways, as I was thinking, driving here, how not to waste your time. Okay? So I want people to just shout. We're not going to do raising hands, picking people. I need a thing for writing. A marker, if we have. I imagine you're thinking. But I think I have good memory. We can't wait until they find a marker, right? This is Uganda. So, in the meantime, I'm repeating the question. What are the fundamentals? That is a big word for the key things to start a small business in Uganda. Just shout, no raising hands. Capital, finance. You need an idea. Team, you need to research. Feasibility study, banang. Yeah. Market? Okay. Market research, You guys shout. I know you can. Passion, location, media situation, registration of the business. Okay. The market, as in the people who are going to buy. Okay. Sorry? Yes, there needs to be a problem you're solving. Sika was telling you. Capital. I had that one. Is there anything else? Which business model? Yes, Sebo? Mindset change. Mama. You guys, you see, you know that stuff. Chaka, they brought me here to tell you fundamentals of business to people in moves. Anyway, there is a point. But what you have shown is that each of you already know what the key fundamentals of starting a business are. You're in moves. Right? So the key then is not necessarily that we know what the fundamentals of a business are, but the key becomes how do we apply those things, right? So what does market research really mean? How do you do it when you're in moves and trying to start a small business in Uganda, or if you've already started one? That's the key, right? It's not the thing itself, but it's how we do it. Like CK and like most other entrepreneurs, my advice is not conventional, meaning my advice is not traditional. It's what I think. I could be wrong, but it's what I think, it's what we have tried, it's what has brought results. Now, what I decided that I'm going to do is, remember when I was introducing myself a few minutes ago and I said we were the first entrepreneur support organization to create an online business course for Ugandan entrepreneurs, and we launched it at the start of the first lockdown in COVID. Remember when I said that? What I did, okay, let me give you a background story. Let me leave you on Bunkenks. When we started TESA in 2018, I thought that I wanted to help as many African entrepreneurs as possible, and I wanted to help Ugandan entrepreneurs. What actually happened is when people ask, what is it you do again, Paula? I'm like, I'm a business development consultant. A lot of people, maybe you guys who are thinking of being a consultant, a coach, a lot of Ugandans, this is my opinion, want you to come into their businesses, give them solutions, implement those solutions, and stay there. A lot of seasoned, medium, all these big businesses you see, and that's why consultants make a lot of money. They give solutions which nobody else knows, and they always have to stay there making those solutions. And I felt like when I left university, which is a whole other funny story, I might not get time to tell you, I had promised my program director that I didn't have money to go to the UK. My family couldn't afford to pay for me. I begged and scrapped and cried and really, really, really begged to go there. It might not look like I begged, but I can tell you now, I begged. And I told my program director, because we couldn't afford it, and I told my program director that if you teach me these things of business, I'll go back to Uganda and I'll build the same platform. But when I got here, there was no one interested in trying to use a platform and a course by some girl about business. And so we went into consultancy for 2 years. Thanks, Miracle. But at the end of 2019, no idea of COVID, no idea of anything. I just said, we're not really helping the people who I said I was going to help. We're not helping the everyday entrepreneur. We're not helping the people in universities. Why don't I put everything that I think that I know about business somewhere, right? Anyone who wants to access that information, anyone who's tired of asking people for help, anyone who's tired of having their hands held behind their back and told to run, anyone who really, really wants to enter a product and service into the Ugandan market and into the world and wants to know how to do how, they will find it there. I was just thinking that. And then in the end of 2019, I was sitting in a boardroom of a hospital where we're offering business development services, and I was trying to tell the MD how we are living. And he was like, so Paula, what? So now what are you going to do? I was like, we are going to create a course. A course? Yeah, for Ugandan entrepreneurs. And then you give them certificates. No certificates. They get what they have gotten, and they do themselves. And how much are you going to charge for it? I said 500,000. He's like, let me see if I get this. You're leaving our contract to go, create a course. You know how people say Ugandans don't like studying, Ugandans don't like reading? I don't know if you guys have heard that before, right? For us, trying to say our people, for them to buy 500K for your course. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly it. And that's exactly what we did. We cancelled about 3 or 4 contracts. There are some contracts which were coming to the end of 2019, and I created a course. And that course is the One to Tandike. It's a Tutandike course. It's also known as the Online Business Fundamentals course for Ugandan entrepreneurs. It's 9 business modules, 44 lessons in video, audio, and text of every single thing 2 years ago that I thought will help a Ugandan entrepreneur enter products and services into the market themselves. That was the key, themselves. Nobody's trying to tell you things which you don't believe in. A lot of the case studies of the businesses are local businesses or us what we did. Nobody is trying to make you ask them to help you. It's about equipping you guys with options so you choose who you want to help, you choose who you want to work for, you choose who you want to work with, and you choose who you want to sell to. I guess that's what all of us want, right? And so we did that. And I am going to take you through why I added the different bits in the course. I rarely get to do this. Over 100 people have taken the course. I think over 300 people have registered for the course so far. We have used just 2 of the modules on selling and creating business ideas. Those are just 2 out of the 9 modules. We have given them to over 5,000 Ugandans since 2020. And we're currently running a campaign because I woke up a few months ago and I was like, what if we give the entire course, which we're selling for 500K, for free to 10,000 Ugandan entrepreneurs? Me, even if I walk home, I will be like, I did what I said. So, you guys already know most of what will be in the course. I just want to tell you not what is in the course because I meant to tell you how to access the course. I just want to tell you what everything in it and a few stories of what those things achieved for us. I just want to show you that you can do exactly the same thing and that you can achieve results for yourself as a beginning. As a beginning, you always have options, and then, like CK said, other people can come on board later. Is that okay? Great. So. So one of the questions I got about the course is, I love Ugandans all the time. I love us. One of the questions I always get, actually, I get it so often, is, isn't this a theoretical study in how to do business, yeah? You guys might feel, anyway, if I was you, I would be asking the question in my head, isn't it redundant? I'm already at MOOBS. Thank you for creating the course, but I don't want to do more work. That's what I would be thinking if I was you. So two things we did to make it valuable. One is, so you know how you can watch a video or hear these talks the whole day, right? One of my biggest pet peeves, so one of the things I dislike so much is to hear someone speak, but I can't like pull out actual things I can implement, yeah? I mean, that means it's not practical, but yeah, you hear something, it's inspiring, it feels great, but you still kind of have the question of like, so now what do I do with that, right? Which is again what I meant about not wasting your time. And so one of the ways we tried to avoid this for every single person that would interface with the course is we added something we call PDF resources, yeah? So when we teach you how to hire your first team in your small business, we give you a tool that you can use to contract your first team. When we say, this is how you sell to someone your product and service, these are the steps, we give you something you can use to follow the steps and write your own things about how you're going to sell, right? So that if you write your own things about how you're going to sell, about how you're going to brand, it's highly likely you will implement them yourself. Now, this entire document is one of those tools. It's the Tutandike course project plan. You will each get it. I've seen some of you guys taking pictures, but it doesn't seem clear. So there are 27 worksheets and tools for the 44 lessons. All of them are in video, audio, and text, so you can just watch them. You can just watch them in a whole weekend, in 2 days if you want. I don't recommend. I don't recommend. You guys who watch series, I know you watch series, you want to go and watch, then be like, done. Now I can go. The people, we recommended that earlier, 2 years ago. The people who did that became overwhelmed. They didn't know all the things they had to do to formalize and structure a small business that's sustainable in Uganda. So they felt like, maybe I need to rethink this, or it's good. They were like, Paula, no, it's good, but I'm going to come back to it later, which is, of course, not what we wanted. So my suggestion is, I know some of you are still going to watch all the videos, but my suggestion is watch one module, yeah? We organize them like this for a reason. Do those things. Watch team, do the things of team. Watch business model, do the things of business model. Watch how to sell, first sell. Watch the things of branding, implement the branding. And give yourself like a year and a half to properly formalize and structure your business, which is really, really, really short. Okay, let me get to the point. So, getting started bonus. I added this because a lot of business courses don't prepare entrepreneurs for getting into the business course, or they don't prepare entrepreneurs for what it's going to take to do that course. So we call this module 0, getting started bonus, and it tells you, first of all, everything that's going to be in the course. It proposes different ways you can complete the course. It encourages you to get the support of your people. Tell your friends, tell your husband, tell your sister, tell your teachers. The more support that you can get in the beginning, the better. And so we teach you how to demonstrate, not just tell, but how to demonstrate to your people what it is that you're trying to start so that you can get their help as you go along. This is an old project plan from 2 years ago. It says completing business ideation process, which I want to stop and talk about. I might not go into all the other modules in detail, but you guys can find us anywhere. We have apps, we have emails, we have social media. You're all going to get that course. So we can communicate by email. But I want to talk about business ideation because so we did this business ideation module to test if Ugandans would buy our course. And we launched, I think, in February of 2020. And in 10 days, 410 people had signed up. And some of you asked questions about business ideation, which is a very, very fancy way of just saying, what is your business idea? Right? We wanted to solve that for people so that they could trust us to get the rest of the course. And I think in 2020, because we were all home, one Paula, leave alone everyone who worked at TESA, I coached over 100 women entrepreneurs. And if you ask me, what did I get out of that? Before you ask me, let me just tell you now. Part of what makes starting and growing and scaling a business really, really hard is we are building the wrong thing. Many entrepreneurs are building the wrong thing. Many organizations, even that have millions of dollars, are still trying to enter products and services that are not aligned to them. And so I thought, what is the process that I've seen work for myself, and how can I teach that to help people build the right thing? And the gentleman whose passion is leadership and is trained as an electrical and petroleum engineer, this might help you. So I came up with something. Literally all these things are my ideas from what I think works best. I came up with something which I called business aggregation, okay? What I did, I was like, if someone gets their passions and then gets their interests, gets their foremost skills, I'm going to explain each, gets their foremost skills. So one of the foremost skills is what you've studied, yeah? Then gets their informal skills. So the things which you know you can do, but nobody taught you how to do them. You've never worked for anyone in them, in those areas, but you know you can do them, yeah? And then after getting those 4 things, you get your recent activities. So events, things like this, things that you've been a part of that had an impact on you. They were showing you that maybe you should do this. If you get those 5 things and put them together, that is what we call a TESA business aggregation. Now, from those 5 things, as you're going through that process, you should already be getting ideas. Things even which you had long put away should start coming up as you're asking yourself, what are your passions? This is how we define passion at TESA. Passion is a long-standing thing that pulls you. Yeah? Passion is a long-standing thing that pulls you. I don't say a long-standing interest, because we often confuse passion and interest. Interest is something that you want to do, where you want to apply yourself, but it is recent. It's because you were at the university and you saw people are not eating great food, and then maybe started the platter. I'm actually not sure if that's what you do, but that's just a random example. So interests are recent. They are formed by your immediate environment. They change. Passions are strongly linked to who you already are. And so with women, and this doesn't happen for men, the men who I have advisory sessions with women, a lot of women know what their long-standing passions are, but we don't give ourselves permission to do them. We want to do something we are interested in, and then later do the passion. Men, once it clicks in their mind that this is their passion, they are going to go for it no matter what. Unfortunately, it just takes them longer to realize it, because a lot of men, you here and even a few years when you live here, are focused on how to make money. You're going to go and enter, if you're not already in the marketplace, and people are going to be expecting you to, if you don't already, provide for families and take care of your mom in the village, and people are sick and the cow got sick and all of that. And so, unfortunately, men don't have that luxury of trying to think, oh, what is my passion? They mostly don't. And so they mostly don't apply their minds like this. Though those who do really, really go for it. And that's why universities abroad and markets abroad that are starting startups have a lot of men in them driving amazing, amazing businesses. So women are more aware, but they won't start. They won't do it. So just an interesting tidbit. Anyways, so once you start asking yourself what the long things are that pull you, they don't have to make business sense. It doesn't, this is also dying, but I'll try to keep going. Yeah, it doesn't have to make business sense. It can be something that you've always considered a hobby, but it's the thing also which people always come to you for, but you don't really think so much about it. They always come to you to organize an event, or they always come to ask you where to get a certain type of thing, or they always, your family knows you're good at that thing, that long-standing thing, which has most likely been there since you were a child. That's your passion. Then your interest, then your formal skills. So your formal skills is what you guys are studying. Your formal skills are also where you will work, where you've already worked. And then your informal skills are things you've taught yourself, and then recent activities, things you've done. Spend all your time figuring out what those things are. It will literally probably even take 30 minutes, but ideas will start to come to your head about what it is that you should do. Now, my theory is, I'm not saying it's a 100% guarantee that if you do this activity, the business ideas you'll come up with will succeed. It's like I'm saying that there is a higher chance of the business ideas you come up with succeeding, because if you do this exercise, whatever you will come up with is strongly aligned to you. And so you will keep pushing. The gentleman who asked about CK's sustainability method, CK was like, me, I work hard. Me, that's what I got out. His sustainability method is he works hard. He keeps working hard even when stuff is tight. That's how he was saying, me, I will always drive the thing until there's nothing left to drive. That's what I got as his sustainability method. So whether people are coming into the village, whether people are paying 20K, whether MasterCard gives them money or whoever they have at Nazar, CK will be there driving the thing. And whatever is keeping them there is keeping him there, leave alone his team, but him there is something that's really, really important to him. And he figured it out, and he answered it to himself, and he decided, I'm going to drive this thing. Or like how Americans say, I'm going to die on this hill. If they find me dead, it will be here. So, if you want to circumvent a lot of business failure, starting and stopping, making some money, but it's not enough, working so hard, but the thing is not adding up, do this exercise, save yourself time. If you don't get anything else, get that. If you do the course and you watch this one module, get that. You can leave the rest. Because the rest is the 30% to help you sustain the business. Okay? So I've already taken too long than I thought. But yeah, so module 1, which is team, I want to teach 4 things that I found really, really important in starting a small business or growing an existing business. The first is your founding team. I'm going to be blunt because time has gone. A lot of you, or you've seen a lot of people, maybe that's a better way to say it, partner with, their husbands, their wives, their sisters. Most of the time, that's not a good idea. Okay? Start with people who are highly skilled, who have a vision to die on the hill, like CK said. So that founding team is a lot of who should you partner with. The key message in that founding team lesson is do it yourself. A lot more women struggle with that again than men. But that's another time. How do you onboard your first service provider? So you're making food, the guy who supplies you tomatoes, your first suppliers, you're running events, the guy who brings the chairs. We teach that. If you want to run a formalized business, we give you the contract on how to do that. Subcontracting in the gig economy. Guys, because I did business enterprise, I couldn't resist using the big words. I learned, so we are doing better now. But subcontracting is really not hiring permanent employees. So the first person you hire is someone who you actually give a task, and you pay money for a job where you already received the money. That's really what it is. Yeah. So we teach you how to do that, we give you a contract. And I realized all of you who are starting businesses, all of you that even think you might want to raise money, a grant or capital from a venture capitalist or angel investors, you must have a board. And it's really simple. It's literally you and the guys who you came with, make them your board. Make sure they have experience in the things that you want to do. Write them a little invitation letter and say, can you be on our board? We need to meet you just like 1 hour once a month. We're going to use your picture on our social media. This is what we'll give you in return. We teach that. We give you the letter to write to them. Yeah? That's the team module. Strategy, planning, and execution is teaching you how to write a business model. So I am not a huge proponent of, believer of business plans. Don't tell your professors. And those of you writing business plans as your final theses, leave me out of it. Don't say, Tessa said, I didn't, even though there's a video where, yeah, you can play for him or her. But yeah, we like entrepreneurs to write business models. It's simple, it's fun. You think about everything about the business, how to add value, how to make money, the end. You can do it with your friends, and it's most important to the entrepreneur. Now, when you go to Airtel and you want them to partner with your fintech, or you go to your friends and you want them to use your company to buy stocks on the stock exchange, then you write a business plan. It's for an external person to show them what you're about. An external person who's not running your business, but who wants to partner or give money to your business. Otherwise, in my opinion, a business model is fine. So we teach you how to create a business model, and then we give you that tool of short-term activities that I really, 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 really love. So it breaks down all of the different aspects of running a business: branding, registration, marketing, and it makes you write down for each of those business development areas what you're going to implement in your first 30 days, in your first 60 days, and in your first 90 days. Then we encourage you to, we teach you how to execute, how to implement. Oh, I forgot to mention, I don't know if you guys have seen, there are action steps. So there's a lesson, there's the resource, that tool for writing, and then there's the action steps. So we do give you some guidance on, it will be good if you did this thing. Does that make sense? So that you feel you're implementing and actually growing a business as you go along. Yeah? And then, wow, this is getting tired. So customer acquisition is a fancy word for selling. Now, we didn't want to teach you guys how to brand, how to market. Every time when you ask, I went to train women in Fort Portal, the brightest, amazing women in Fort Portal, and an American embassy program where they're training entrepreneurs. And they were like, Madam, thank you for the course you brought, but for us, sorry, I have a lot of stories, but for us, if you could just teach us how to market. So I was like, okay, cool, yeah, well, let's do it. Let's talk about how to market. We have to. Then we start the product. They were like, great, thank you, madam. For us, and most of them are, of course, mothers with families. So they were already feeling like training, you know. So, but interestingly, when we broke it down, a lot of times what Ugandans mean when they say, teach us how to market, they mean teach us how to sell. Do you guys know the difference between marketing and selling? No one raise your hand, just shout. That's the style. I know Mr. Aguma has been making you raise your hands. Just, what is the difference between marketing and selling? Or what do you think it is? Or is there no difference? Yeah. The answers are in your own room. Yes, so. Then you close, meaning that person buys, they pay. Yeah, that's a sale. And so that's a really, really important distinction. And now, remember, in my mind, we were creating this course for the Ugandan entrepreneur, I told you in the beginning, to do things for themselves. Now, as you're going through this course, you're using time that you could literally be using for anything else. Yeah, doing somebody's makeup, for the ladies, sleeping, men, going to talk to some guy about some deal, right? And so we had to think about what is really going to add the people who take this course value. And customer acquisition is a fancy word for selling. Like, how do you sell? Like, if someone is going to explain to you, how do you sell step by step? Like, how? Like I told you in the beginning, me, still till now, I dislike hearing talks and not figuring out how to do the same thing myself, right? Which is why I applauded all of you here being here this time. So I was like, if you're to teach someone how to sell, how? So I came up with those 7 steps. Teach people how to sell. Make them all the time till now. I'm saying once you know your idea, once you know your strategy, once you've planned your activities, you know the value, yeah? In this module, we talk about price. Even in the strategy module, we'll talk about price and value. So now once you come here, I wanted a Ugandan entrepreneur, especially those selling services, even some of those selling products, sell. I'm always amazed how Americans and people abroad sell things which are not there. Like, a good example is when a new book has come out, yeah? An author has said, yeah, I have a new book coming out to all my 1 million followers. Please go and pre-order. But the book is coming out in November. But guys, go and buy. Literally, the thing that you're paying for doesn't exist. Let me make it more real. I created the entire outline of this course when we were still running the projects that I needed to close by 2019. And we sold this course to 30 women at 500K and made 15 million. The course was not there. I've said this many times on YouTube and in talks. This course, which now exists, at the time we sold it, did not exist.
So we had 15 million in cash on Flutterwave, which I've shared many times on Instagram because people didn't believe me. There is the account. This course was not there. The videos were not there. Switch Media, they can tell you, they shot the videos, extracted the audios. What we did is every module came out from, we sold the course in May, from 3rd June, a new module will come out. So I had 9 weeks to release all the modules, right? It was hectic, it was bad, but me had my 15 million. Don't know about you, but me had my money. So it is possible to know what you're selling, make people, of course, Bambi, if you sell something which is not there, deliver it in the end. I'm not saying run with the people's money. Okay, so, okay, that's clear. The lady in front here has laughed like, so she's like, yeah, okay. I knew I was going to deliver that course, yeah? But everything, like every other entrepreneur, we bootstrapped it, yeah? These guys took a lot of those millions to produce the course and make it fancy and have the videos which you're all going to watch. And so it's possible. What I did was list every single person that I thought, from my experience, would buy the course, approached them, wrote it in a fancy way, everything the course would give them, told them what the price was, 1 million, discounted it in half, 500K, then told them, me, I think you should have this course. Re-approached them, negotiated with them, and like the gentleman said, closed. I wanted Flutterwave to do, you have received 500,000 in your Flutterwave wallet. That's what we did. And then I was like, no, that's not enough. So all there, I think this is the biggest module because I spend a lot of time teaching you guys how to sell in these videos. But I also wanted to teach you guys how to fund your businesses from the income you're making. So it might read, I don't know how it reads to you, funding strategies, use of income, the income cycle. The whole video is just really telling you, make the money, put it back into the business, this is how. Okay, so after that, we teach branding. Now you can design the things and make them nice and do the logo and all of that fancy stuff. Some of that should be obvious. Again, you guys are going to have the course. Now, this is the module which I think makes it for us, yeah? So you might already be asking yourselves, what about this course is really for Ugandan entrepreneurs? I wanted to talk about how to, I think it's that gentleman at the top there with the mask who said registering a business. How do you register a business in Uganda? What is the cost? What are the different ways? How do you do it cheaply? Mastula, who left, I think, said, when she was asking CK for help, I think she said, how much money am I going to spend? I think it's like 25K to reserve your business name. Like, you don't even have to go through the whole 700,000 getting a legal lawyer. First, be a sole proprietorship. In Uganda, by reserving the name, you have a registered business. And then you take it from there. So those are the things that we were teaching for us. Also taxation for small businesses for us. Then we go into business processes, you know, how to do your finances, how do you create a projection, how do you present all of that. Yeah, not as fun as selling or branding or strategy. Very useful. More useful because we teach all the things in the videos, then we give you the tools. As in, you just go and fill in. Just go and fill in, and when someone asks you, what's your budget? How much do you want to raise? What are your projections? You're like, I'll send you an email. 2 minutes, it's there. Yeah, we wanted it to be so easy. And then service delivery. So we figured if you've done a business model, then you already know what your product and service is, how you're going to price it, who you're going to sell it to. So we moved service delivery at the end, knowing it's a big problem in Uganda, telling you guys to focus on how to build a product and how to offer a service package and how to deliver that service. Yeah, the truth is we had nowhere to throw that third one, business separation, team and team engagement. Someone asked about it. The gentleman in the checkered shirt, about separating ownership from management. That's where we talk about that. And then how to deliver a good customer experience. And then we tell you what we expect after not after watching. After implementing each and every one of those things, we tell you what kind of business we expect for you to have. And then that's the course.
That's it. That's what we think are, what I thought 2 years ago are the fundamentals of starting a business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula. I felt another huge round of applause. Normally when we do the first early LEAP conferences, we used to do them for 2 days. And we'd do 1 day after maybe like 2, and then everyone goes. Because a session like this, most of you are, almost dozing, and it's understandable, it's very hot, So I'm really happy that you were able to go through this. Do we have any very brief questions? Because after that, we're going to have our last session, which is for the student entrepreneurs themselves. And I hope that some of you guys are here. I can see one there, warm up to join. There's a whole panel. If I could ask the president of Muesa to make sure that the panel comes here in the meantime as we pick up the questions. So, questions. Paula, how many questions do you want to take? I know that you... Okay, good. A lot of time.
Sorry. As you guys get to the questions, this is where you'll register to access all the course content. Yeah? So I'm mindful you're in uni, so data access online, but literally everything is here. So you register, your form is submitted, and then in a few days you get an email. Please look out for the email. It will be communications at TESA, and they'll say, here's where you can access all the course content. Yeah? So that's, and then you'll get everything.
I just wanted to add, maybe participants don't realize the value of this course. When it first launched, it was worth $2,500 US. Am I lying? The price has probably gone up now, I don't know. But as part of the LEAP conference, you guys are going to get this course for free. Yeah, seriously. And it's also available for anyone who registered on our channels. But if you're interested, or if any one of your other friends is interested, let them send an email to... Actually, follow that link straight away. It's a one-off opportunity, so please do not take it for granted. Go and tell about your other students, especially those ones who are at MOOBs, that is a unique opportunity. It's a very valuable thing. Please do not miss it.
Thank you. My name is Edgar. My question is, you've been repeating the statement 2 years ago, and it gives me the feeling that maybe there's something else that maybe that's not in the course that you know. So yeah, that's my question. What is that stuff?
Edgar is like, leave everything here.
Thank you. Another question? Let me first. This lady is into food. I would have loved to see some food that you came with. Did you come with anything today? Oh, fantastic.
Thank you. Miss Paula, right? Yes, I really appreciate what you've shared today. I just want to say thank you. And second, it's not this related. I just want to ask, which book have you read, or are you reading, that you think we should read?
That's a very good question. Probably the best question of the day, I think. For me, at least.
Thanks, Paula. My name is Marie, and Marie. Yes, I do work with young businesses to get there. This is not necessary for this audience, but to some extent, maybe you changed from selling the course at the 500 price to get it for free. For some reasons I might not know. I'm saying this because I might not get a chance to talk to you. Have you thought of another model of selling the course, maybe partnering with organizations and giving them as a package? The courses are free, but the process of taking them to implement could be a source that you can make money from, and also to find a different model of selling. Yeah, that's what I do for a living. So I've been thinking how else you can do it better than individual sales.
What she didn't mention is that Marie Antoinette is actually a lecturer here. And this is up has, it's too late. the cat is out. And she will be facilitating the next session. But you can...
Can I answer those first three before we
Yes,
go into
go
the
for
next
it.
three? Edgar, so yes, applaud you for listening astutely. There are a number of things, as when you build something, that I feel are not in this course. We have refrained from adding them because people are already like 44 lessons on business. But one of the key ones is personal development. So I took for granted that people are immediately going to know why they should do passions, interests, formal skills, do that entire exercise, yeah? The mindset change, the discovering yourself, the figuring out what you're about, what you tolerate, what you want, who you work for, who you won't work for, the impact you want to have in MOOBs, in your family, in your community, in Uganda, all of that, we really needed to walk with people through all that before then we told them, build ideas and build that thing and enter products and services into the market. So we will build it. We have 2 websites up, by the way, so I hope you guys don't get confused. This is the new one. We have built apps. Our current model is not to make courses and resources anymore. We want you guys to create those courses. The apps that I was telling you I built years ago when I was at university, we have rebuilt them, and we are now a business skilling marketplace, hopefully for the African content. And so we want to host courses, coaching programs from lecturers, from people all over Africa just for you guys. Just resources, skilling programs and support for us. That's my passion, that's my mission, that's the hill I'm gonna die on. So we will work on something regarding personal development because I think it needed to be the first thing that we taught. And then the lady book. Yeah, I don't spend a lot of time reading. Definitely not anymore. Did you guys see that meme on social media about people who have made it their jobs to be professional armchair experts, so they know a lot of things, but they don't put them into action? I think before I watched that video, I didn't know how to voice it, but that's why I don't read. I spend a lot of time doing stuff, but most favorite book that I recommend all of you get is Business Model Generation. So everything you need to know about starting a scalable business, yeah? So scalable business, community, the world, Africa, but even just for MOOBs is in that book. I really love it. It changed my life. I did want to say something. So, and maybe even this answers Edgar's question. You'll see in that video of subcontracting your first employee that we're saying, get someone who's highly skilled. CK kept on saying, the best person, the best this. We teach, get that best person, hire them in the short term, let them lend reputation to your business. The money you've got from the gig, pay them. Now they are part of your team. What I would have changed, which this is a good platform to announce this, is our labor market is, what's a word I can say without swearing, is bad. Our labor market is not great. And one of the things is, with all due respect, which many people leaving the university feel is that you're still not equipped to enter the marketplace. So you guys feel like that, businesses feel like that. And I don't think, Tessa started out trying to find the best UX designer, the best developer, the best, and there's value in that. But we're launching an internship program in August with the Ministry of ICT Job Fair. You guys must come, not just for Tessa, for all the other startups in the ICT ecosystem. We're launching an internship program where half of the program is going to be about skilling. We will skill you in the roles we want you to take up for our business, and then you work for the rest of the time. There's going to be an assessment, a theoretical assessment, and a physical assessment, and then you acquire a certificate of achievement, showing skills have transferred, you implemented and worked for a startup. Then someone else can be like, where did you work? Tessa, and what did you do for them? I helped them launch their apps into the market. Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah. So the reason also, to answer Marie's question, that we're giving the course away for free is, well, one, we want to have impact. But you guys don't get results from the course, then we really won't make as much money from the course. So we can put money on the side, focus on impact, give the course to 10,000 Ugandan entrepreneurs, and we convinced the National Curriculum Development Center and the BETVET to certify their course. We're waiting for a certification. I also convinced the University of Buckingham, where I went, to endorse the course, because I thought it would be really cool, like I promised my program director, for you guys to do this course, and do the assessment on the apps, and then get a certificate of achievement endorsed by Buckingham. It will be the same as if almost you went to Buckingham, which I would have loved to do instead of begging to go there like I did. And so we're hoping that maybe 10% of the 10,000, yeah, will want to do the assessment, will want to get the certificate of achievement. And many of the ladies who did the course didn't even start businesses. Some of them got jobs. One got a job in DFCU. One is building curriculums for a startup called Zena, and she's being paid 5 million shillings just to build curriculums using our curriculum. So the course is not only helpful for entrepreneurs, it's also helpful just to get a job, and you do want to have that certificate of achievement. That being said, Marie, we're hiring for the role of sales. You guys, it's going to be up on the website in August. We're hiring for that role. So apply.
Incidentally, she's a lecturer of marketing. So
you see?
If you're selling,
Jesus.
this is the person. So we're going to take 3 more questions, and then we wrap things up with the last panel. But I couldn't let the opportunity go for the books. 2 books, I think. One is The Richest Man in Babylon. It's a very small book. You should pick it up. Very small book, tells you how to grow money from blah, blah, blah to the next place. The other one is, who has read The Art of War?
I have.
Yeah.
Sun Tzu.
Sun Tzu, very good book. I think you should read. The other one is How to Make Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie, I think it is. I could go on, but if you have those 3, the first one is really starting from scratch and building an empire. This guy was the richest man in Babylon, blah, 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 blah. The reason I like the last one is, especially at your age, is there so many things we take for granted. Your mannerisms. Someone invites you into their home, you're putting your feet up, eating all his popcorn, you know. You're not making friends. You're not influencing that person. You don't get invited again. Small little things like those. I wish I had read that book. It would have helped me. And I think you also asked about networking and connections. When you're in a room with these individuals, how do you become impactful? You remember who you are. How do you become friends with them and influence their decision making? So many other things. I could go on and on with books. But most importantly, please read. At your age, I wish I had read lots of books. The tendency for most university students is to focus on your courseworks and leave. I guarantee you, more than half of you are going to be doing something completely different from what you have studied. Not least because the jobs you're studying for are not out there. So how do you make yourself relevant to the world that you're joining? By reading outside of what you're studying in class. Very, very, very important. Really very, 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 very important. 2, 70% of the jobs that you guys are going to be doing in 20 years have not been created. Did you know that? If you look at the top 20 universities, top 20 businesses in this world, the Facebooks, the Amazons, the Googles of this world, guess what? Most of those were started 20 years ago. Now they're the biggest jobs. They're offering the biggest jobs in this world. So if you started 20 years ago to be a receptionist or to be a journalist, now there are people who are called influencers. You know, Paula has so many friends who are really very good influencers. They are using Instagram, they are using TikTok to make a living. Like it's a real, that's what they do on a daily basis. And they're making millions. And you're here studying debit, credit, you know. I'm not saying that's not helpful, but chances are that you're going to be doing something completely different from what you are studying. So how are you preparing yourself for that world? Last point is that I was not preparing. This is just off the cuff. But at university, you have the best opportunity to do whatever the hell you want to do because you still have time to recover. Okay? You don't have a husband, you don't have a wife, probably no children, you're still in your hostel, no one gives a damn about your hostel, you have nothing, you know, you are just free. You still have these friends, you can go and eat muwogo and it's okay. Eh? But once you're out there and you start keeping up appearances and you're getting married and you have a job to keep down and you have a family, things are going to get harder. This is the easiest time you'll ever have to do anything that you're so passionate about, because once you miss that gap, you start conforming to what society is expecting of you. Like you must have a job, you have to pay some bills, and it's harder for you to leave all that to start your business because you're being bogged down by those obligations, responsibilities, okay? So if there's anything that you've been working on, have a go at it. If you don't do it while you're here, while you're looking for your job, okay, have another go at this thing when you know 1 or 2 years outside of university. What's the worst that can happen? You're unemployed anyway, isn't it? So go ahead and do it. You just crack on. Get 1 or 2 of your individual friends. If you look back, and we keep giving these examples, I don't like them, but they're the best examples around. The Microsofts of this world at university, in their garages doing things, you know? The Mark Zuckerbergs of this world, the guys at Google, you can argue that they were very smart. Most of the time when you're at university or just outside of university, that's a hotbed of ideas. You have all the time to dedicate to your entrepreneurial journey. Follow your passion. Have a go. Worst case scenario, you can always go back and look for a job.
Right.
Okay, so last question. Last 2 questions, and then we have our final session.
And even as we get the questions, I want to add on to what
Shoot.
you're saying. We have a lot more examples, guys. It's not like when I started out of like Ugandan business doing amazing things. Do you guys know Rocket Health? Right, there is $5 million. That's amazing for each and every one of us sitting in this room. It shows Ugandans can do something. They can build something. We can create something in Uganda and take it to the rest of the continent. In Sibuko, raised $2 million. There are a lot of those stories right now. Zeno, who is a friend of my brother's, used to work in Bank of Uganda, left his PhD. I remember they were trying to get me to be their marketing person. Sent out an email saying we're going to help Ugandans save on a platform. Just raised $2 million. So even before the international examples, the examples right here, Ugandans are really, really building things. When people say university is the best time, it's not just jazz, it's for real. You have an immediate community that you can impact and sell to. And don't be afraid of failing.
Talking of Ugandans raising money, there are some students here from Gulu University. Yep. One of them raised, or at least won, 1 billion shillings, isn't it? What is it?
Amazing. Where? Who's that?
Has it disappeared? Where's your colleague go? Hey, there he is, yes. This gentleman, you tell us, where is that 1 billion shillings?
Tell us.
What is it for? When you talk about entrepreneurship and money and your idea being valuable, this chap can tell you that. So he's going to tell you about his 1 billion shillings, and then those 2 questions, and then we wrap things up.
Great.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ikware Manuel Asha. I'm from Lira University. Finalizing my studies in public health. I think I'll be graduating this August. Yes, okay, about a month ago, when you go to Google, NBS, okay, most of the platforms, my name flagged that I'd won 1 billion shillings together with my fellow colleague, Kakosa Stephen. And yesterday, we were with the president together with the STI minister was home trying to, to lay the foundation stone for the establishment of the factory, the project that is starting, I think, a month from now, because I have first get school done, then turn up to business or to the project. But I had to squeeze time to be here because I'm a scientist by making, and I'm getting into business that I have little knowledge about it. That's why I had to squeeze all it took, because I even had a test this morning to do, but I said to avoid blunders, let me go and create network at the 8th LEAP conference. So what happens is, I've been doing a lot of research and publishing But I also got to know that most of the scholars in Uganda, we just do publish theory with Xerox work, do this, publish and make names. I have 250 publications. I have 300, I'm a professor with these publications. But when you look at the project, okay, the product out, there is nothing that you can, we can put on ground. And also, okay, we have professors here and there, but why are we still at this level? So somehow, I formed a group of my colleagues. I love what he spoke. In fact, I had to put a team of my classmates. I went to computer science, picked the best computer scientists, came to public health. There are those genius, there are those people who love reading. Came to psychology. Okay, tried to get people of different fields. Then I formed a consortium of researchers. We call it EMASHIC researcher, just from Ikware Emmanuel Asher. That's what they called it. So we came and began working on different projects. Right now we have over 13 projects. One of them is called ACAVAP. Here with ACAVAP, we applied, that one I was giving value to cassava. With cassava, what are we going to do? We are trying to, yes.
I think your story is more interesting. I would not want to, in Ruchiga we call it okujijabura. We are going to give you, you're going to join the panel on the entrepreneurship students, so we can dig deeper into that one. I think it's more interesting. So allow you down for 1 second, then you join the other panel, and then we'll wrap things up. I would love to hear much more about what you're doing. Especially, can you imagine, he even has an exam and has postponed it because he values the knowledge, that thirst and hunger for knowledge. Greatly appreciated. So take a seat. We'll get you on the panel, and then we'll dig deeper into that one. So, last two questions.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anikwa Genevieve. I'm a student of Metropolitan. I do public administration. I'm in my final year. But also aside that, I'm an executive director of 3D Africa. That's the Uganda branch. Then I also coordinate 4 projects here within Uganda, but they are all youth-oriented, since I'm also a youth advocate. So I was making a request to you, madam. Like these courses, I feel they are good to the youth that I'm in with, and I really feel this will be of benefit to them. That was the only request I was trying to pass out.
The courses made available to your network?
Owning 7, yeah. But for more, I have many perturbing questions, but I'm always hoped. I started business in 2015. That was senior 3 in King's College, Budo. Now, I started with the kids services, which I have now, which was small. That business is big now, because it has produced most 7 and many other projects. It's really big, and I'm proud of it, because we have 5 ice cream points, big with everything. We have over 37 ice cream machines. We have bouncing castles, cotton candy, what. We do anything of kids, anything of kids. Right now it is becoming an event because I've done so far 3 weddings. But now, sir, what I'm saying, we have won many bids and all that, because we were the bidders of Total Kids Festival 2017-2018. We have done Green Festival, Kacheka Stadiums. I do organize my own kids festivals and all that. Many things. Uganda, where we were. Now, the question which I want to pass to you, sir, and all that, my main issue of coming here, I've been overfought by my family and all that because of doing business at a tender age. I'm making 22 years in August, but 8th. But I want, when we went in Kenya in 20, there's a festival I've done in Kenya, Tanzania, also South Africa probably. We'll go there and work. Kids and all that festivals. Also go another festival because we can do many. We're number 4 in Kish Kenya Festival 20 before COVID, when I just done senior 6. Now something's coming to my mind that if we manage to win people who had come from anywhere, and Ian Kids Services managed to be number 4. The next Ugandan company was Bouncing Castle Uganda, was number 34. I want to do a business. I want to take my business in Kenya because I see Kenya being Nairobi being the busiest city in East Africa. And I managed to meet very many city tycoons and businessmen. Mandela is our personal family friend, that man of Cafe Javas. He also told us the same thing, that he regrets why he started Cafe Javas in Uganda first. He would have gone to Kenya. So what's the criteria and all that? And also advice, because also my uncle told me somewhere, is in Netherlands, that Ian, people will give you boosts, people will give you gains, but again, you need to consult from very many people in field and marketeers, because go to Kenya and they kill the kid services. Because now the kid service has helped us because we have 4 kids parks, we have what we are getting really, because I'm even making an orphanage from the kid service. That's done a lot for us, but because that's operating internationally, because I'm even selling shares to people, because you can't own such a thing alone. I speak out for men. So this question is somehow long, but is it the right time or something? Because from 2015 up to now, that's it. But I've started from small and from scratch. Yeah. So please help me. Thank you.
Right. First and foremost, allow me to answer this question and then I'll let you answer the rest. You should be very proud of yourself. From a tender age, the business that you're doing, growing as fast as you're growing, for your age to be going to Kenya and taking it to the Kenyans and winning. So you should really be very proud of yourself, and I think we should give him a huge round of applause. And the challenges you're facing are typical challenges of scale, growth. We all go through them. I always say that grow where you're planted. Let me explain why. I could be doing this thing in London and Birmingham, but I'm doing it here. I'm planted here. Okay? So grow where you're planted. Your roots are here. Why do you want to conquer the Kenyan market before you conquer this one? I get a feeling that you've already conquered the Ugandan market. If you feel that you've conquered the Ugandan market and you can leave Uganda and go to Kenya and spend 1 or 2 years and your businesses here will be flourishing, by all means go to Kenya. And especially now, we now have the Africa Free Continental Trade area. Okay? So there should be nothing that stops you from going to South Africa and so on and so forth. But if Mandela says you go to Kenya and he's giving you $1 million, by all means go to Kenya. But if you're taking your own money, you will be ultimately the final person to make that decision. And if your business grows to a situation where you can leave it here and you have systems and people can crack on without you being here, and you want to go to Kenya, then go. But that's a whole new market, different territory, different language, different cultures. You have to create new networks and connections. It is not as straightforward, especially if you're in a product business of ice cream, real food and tangible. You have to understand the dynamics in Kafunda at a service delivery. But still, there are lots of dynamics that you have to engage. And Nairobi is not your Kampala. It's a whole new ball game. So I would encourage you to, by all means, go to Nairobi, go to Ghana, go to South Africa, but first deal with this elephant that you've built. I think you're on the right trajectory, but I'm concerned that if you make that move and abandon what has made you successful and things don't work out the other side, you might have seceded the market. So focus on this market, but once you get to a situation where you think now you can go on the other side, go. And only you can make that decision. You can hire experts, finance experts, they can tell you blah, 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 but what is your gut telling you? So we'll pack it up.
Can I add on to that, though I
By all
wasn't
means.
asked? I didn't hear your name well, but I would say if in your gut you feel you have conquered enough of this market, raise a round. You said you've been operating since 2015. Raise a seed round, enter into the market, go to angel investors. 2015 till now is 7 years. So structure your business so you can show how much money you've made, how much opportunity there is to scale, what you guys have figured out, why you were number 4 and the other Ugandan business was 34. And Kenya it's a completely different startup ecosystem totally. And so if you want to enter their market, I would say it's different, like Dennis said, from your home turf, where if things don't work out, people don't pay, you'll just go home. Yeah, if you want to enter a new market and Kenya, raise around. Structure your business to raise around, and the gentleman from Lira should help you on how to do that.
He's won $1 billion shillings after all. So a huge round of applause. We end this Tutandike session, moderated expertly by Paula. Paula, thank you very much for sparing your time to come. But you may want to stay around for that last panel. But if you have to leave, we'll let you go. Okay, good. So, next panel is going to be moderated by Marie Antoinette Ainembabazi. And I would like to invite her. So, I'll hand over to you. Do you have the list of the entrepreneurs that are supposed to be joining us? How are you guys feeling so far? Shall we do that one last standing up? Yeah, I think let's do that one last standing up. This is your last shot. And we have 3 bags to give away. I will give those to the guys that asked the most interesting questions and the ones who we think were very engaging. So, the guys who are sat at the back, I would like you guys to come at the front. So somewhere from halfway back this side, okay? 2, don't sit together with the person that you came sitting with. Please try and sit with another person. If someone has been boring you, this is a perfect time to also ditch them. So the last 3 or 4 rows, actually the last 4 rows, please move further at the front here so that we're all hearing from each other. On the left side, there's more space on the other side as well.
All right. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Marie.
This is a very difficult situation to be handling.
By the way, sorry. We didn't say leave. We said move to the front, okay? This is the last session. It's going to take a far shorter period, and then we'll wrap things up, okay? So please move this side.
Thank you so much. My name is Marie. I'm not going to go to my profile. I am facilitating this session, and I'm going to call the following entrepreneurs to come forward. Kansime Edith from Skies Collection. You're welcome. Magara Basari Clever from Summer Kids Foundation. Zabarinda Grant from Tuza Industries. Sagol Maureen from Momo Poultry Farm. Kalema Gideon Joseph from Adobe Property Services. Raymond Katumba from Raymond Yummy Roasted Meat. And Cyrus Simka from the Summit Group Online. You're most welcome. Let's move as fast as if you're going to pick that check that you've been waiting for a month. That check that you've been waiting for a month. Hello, people. You're tired. It is okay to be tired. So as these people sit down, or as young entrepreneurs, they were asking about which book you want to read. And the previous presenter told you to read The Business Model Generation by Alexander Osterlander, the owner of Strategizer. But he has a series of other 5 books that are going to be helpful once you get that one. Alexander Osterlander of Strategizer. You can follow Strategizer online. It's a Swiss company, and there is a lot for you to learn. So I thought you'd need that. So if the panel is ready, there is a microphone seated right there. You are going to tell us, I think we already know the companies. We already know some of these individuals, the classmates, our course mates. So to make this easy, and the billionaire, hopefully we get to make it. One of my goals in life is to have 1 million shillings, $1 million US on my account, my personal bank account, not the one company. I have a company called Deloitte, but that's not for today. But that's one of my dreams. Just $1 million US on my account, then we can shoot for the next level. So we are entrepreneurs, and I'm not going to ask us to tell us what are we doing, what have we been doing. Each of you, I want you to be specific and tell us what problem, what customer pain are you solving in your enterprise. Please pick up the microphone. I don't know who's going to speak first. What problem are you solving in the market? What customer pain are you solving? The microphone is right there. Hello? Entrepreneurs? I said today we are acting like you're picking that check you've waited for 6 months. Come on, okay?
Well, thank you so much. At Sumic Group, we have 5 brands, and I will specifically for this panel discuss one particular brand called Sumic Online. And at Sumic Online, we are addressing the customer pain of the poor online shopping experience.
Thank you so much, Cyrus. Next, what problem are you solving?
Thank you. Gideon Joseph Kalema is my name. And the basic problem that we do solve at Abode Property Services is management of property and at most a collection of rent, because we all know how hectic tenants be to landlords. So it is the solution we give to the stakeholders.
Next, what problem are you solving? What customer pain are you relieving?
Thank you so much. Edith is my name. I deal in scents, so I understand what most people go through, so I make sure people are smelling well.
What do we go through? Me, I don't know what I go through. What problem? There is a bad customer experience. There is a problem collecting rent. What problem are you solving?
Scents, smelling well.
Okay. Next.
My name is Magawa Salwa Clever from Summer Kids Foundation. We are solving the problem of taking back children to school because the community where we are, children are not studying.
Why are they not studying?
It's because they are coming from a poor background.
Does coming from a poor background mean not going to school?
Like they don't have access to money so that they can pay their tuition.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you entrepreneurs are learning. I'm helping us to learn. Very many businesses are out here. You're starting, you want to sell tea, you want to sell yogurt, and the reason why you are not actually getting out there, getting customers, is because you're either solving a problem that does not exist, or you're not solving the actual problem. So if you can easily get overhead the problem, then you can be able to solve the other parts of the business, because that's what makes everybody give you an ear, right? So this session is more for learning, but from the experience side of people who are doing business. What problem are you helping us with, sir?
Thank you very much. I'm Katumba Raymond, once again, entrepreneur by profession. The problem I'm solving, I like to say, my business, it's more of passion. And Madam
Marie.
Yes, Marie. To answer you, I would like to say that meat, roasted meat, it's something people eat to enjoy.
Yes,
so
please.
I'm offering test meat to people who go to clubs everywhere. So maybe the question to me would have been, which target market do you intend to supply? Yeah?
No,
So
with the question, we're not answering. If it was Dangoni, the factors for their movement would be bad. Thank you so much. Because I was going to ask, are you sure there is no test meat in Buzz? Next person, what problem are you solving?
Thank you very much, Madam Mary. Once again, I'm called Zabarinda Grant from Tuza Industries. Basically, Tuza Industries is solving quite a lot of problems through product development. We came to notice and made a research, and we found out that, for example, malaria has killed more people even than AIDS in Uganda. So we have tried to come up with a product where we build it innovatively. For example, we have made a detergent, which is liquid soap, that after you clean your house using the liquid soap, it repels mosquitoes.
Clap for that, please.
Yeah, so we have also come up with a beverage, not only this one, but we are trying to build, for example, as entrepreneurs, someone can tell you the only option you have is to work for MTN, but as an entrepreneur you can say, but even Mike can do something which works like MTN. If someone says the only option, you have to go and work for Coca-Cola, but we can also make the person who made the product of Coca-Cola, you can also make it. So we have come up also with health beverages. We produce both soft drinks and alcoholic drinks. But the good thing with our drinks, they are health. In that they have ginger. We put in ginger, we put in pineapples, which improve on our health. Thank you very much.
All right, now the billionaire. What problem are you solving that earned you $1 billion shillings? How big is that problem? Please pass on the mic, then I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ikware Manel Asha. I'm a public health expert. With public health, for us, we are diverse. We look at both clinical and health of people generally. So we sort of I'm working on a number of projects. Let me begin with ACAVAB. They wanted to earn me $1 billion.
The one for $1 billion specifically.
Yeah, the one for $1 billion ACAVAB. We are adding value to cassava, but how are you doing it? We are doing it at stages, right from the peelings. The peelings, you are processing them into cake for what called the goats, the cattle, and so on. And then into small, fine feeds for the birds. But then we have a compressor machine that compresses the potassium cyanide in that peelings that could cause harm to these. So we have gone further to digest the potassium cyanide into potassium and use that as a fertilizer to improve the agriculture side. That is on the peeling side. But again, the other side we use the machine for washing that cassava, peeling it. Then the cassava is processed into chips, and these chips, we take it into flour of good quality and get the flour and take it into baking flour, which is replacing wheat, which doesn't which wheat growth is not favored by the Ugandan climate.
Yes.
And you find that there was even a time the president was quoted on media saying, if you can't afford bread,
buy cakes.
Exactly. But now
really?
But this comes as a replacement of what? Of wheat. By the way, most of the Ugandans took the present literally. But me as a researcher, I took it as serious. And we realized with the cassava, we can replace wheat and make the bread and make the cakes of that very quality. But we don't end there. Still with cassava, we look forward to producing biofuels. And this biofuel will be a replacement for diesel, yes, to run most of the tractors. And then as well run some vehicles, most of the vehicles that use diesel. This could be a very good replacement for those fuels. So with the ACAVA project, that's what we do. But at the same time, I told you I'm a researcher. We do a lot of things. This MRSHIC project, way back in 2019 towards 2020.
You have a minute. I'm going to control this panel because entrepreneurs, I know you want to sell a lot. So.
Okay, great. There was a time Eastern Uganda and Northern Uganda were invested by, was it locusts? Yeah, as public health experts, that's where we ran. We ran where there are problems. So we had looked at pesticides, and I realized normally when we use inorganic pesticide, they again cause up more problems. There's what called DDT. The health workers will tell you that this has caused bioaccumulation and biomagnification in the health field, which is causing more health problems. But as a public health officer, I thought of coming up with an organic pesticide. And so I just got chili and then chili and garlic, mixed the two, and then applied on the locusts. I want to assure you this worked and repelled the locusts. Yeah. And really
Please, let's come from that for that.
Yeah, it repelled the locusts. But obviously by that time I didn't have a platform to have it brought to the people concerned. But currently we are working on it to see how it can be brought on board. Thanks to the Minister of STI. She's putting most of this thing into action.
All right, thank you so much, our billionaire for tonight.
Research in action. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to actually get you time to explain. So, we are in the 4th Industrial Revolution. I thought you had passed the microphone because you didn't want to answer, but give her the microphone. She didn't say anything. What problem she's solving?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sagal Morin, and I have a poultry farm in my home area. I come from Moroto, that is Karamoja, and I didn't see any commercial poultry farmers in the region, because most of the poultry products came from our neighboring districts. That was Teso, you have Kumi, Kabermaido, all those areas. And yet, yes, at the moment there is so much insecurity, But before that, the economy was starting to grow, though not at a very high speed, but slowly but surely. And we had restaurants coming up. The demand for these things were rising. So I decided to venture in this. One of the solutions I wanted to give was to make this, to get these products to make them accessible to the people in my area at affordable prices, because by the time you have to travel to bring these things, it's expensive. There are so many costs you have to incur. There is transport and all that. So I wanted to come up with a solution of that, you know, make things accessible and at affordable prices. Thank you.
The poultry farmer, you've answered the question that was supposed to be next. So many people here are trying to start and they have started. I want to ask each one of you, where did you start and what inspired you to start?
Well, thank you so much. I started in 2019 when I was in year 1, second year. I remember at the time I was in the lecture and the lecturer said, the knowledge we are giving you in class, you should go and use it to solve problems in the community, change society, solve problems we're facing, and then you'll be rich. Literally at the time I had faced a number of challenges. And the first one I did was a hostel booking system. That drove me to register a company again in 2019 called Sumika IT Solutions. Having tried to copyright the application, not to steal it, and URSB told me, you know what, Cyrus, you can't register an app as a business, register an IT company and put all these brands under this company. So 2019, I ventured into that journey, and though the hostel system didn't work out because as we entered the market, we had the MVP, we entered the market.
Has failed before. Clap for that, please. He has failed and survived. Continue.
So it didn't work out. I remember going to Valley Courts and meeting the owner of Valley Courts, and he said, my hostel gets filled without an online system. Why should I use your system? That's when COVID came in, and we had to venture into a number of things. So that's where we started from.
Next. Thank you so much. That's a nice one. Actually failed. All right, next.
Thank you. The reason why I started the Board Property Services Limited, I do believe at the back of it all, entrepreneurs are born. It is at least cost that an entrepreneur has made. To a point that by the time I did start up this real estate and property management company, little did I know about what even land laws, property laws are. But yes, I was, let me go for this. Why? It was back then when we had a number of rentals in my circle with my people that I do live in. And they all had companies that were running these different properties, of which they did hold. And so there were a number of grudges that we used to fall into with these people. And it was a high commission that we had always to pay for these people to deliver literally our money still. So I seated aside, I realized that this could be an opportunity for me. Why are people collecting our monies? Yet I personally can also under what they are doing. So I did take up the venture. I came to realize the cores and all the chews of this business after even me going to repercussions with legability with some tenants. So that gives you a guess that, yes, I did not have the expertise, I did not have the knowledge to do what exactly I was going to do, but the confidence and the drive that I had towards what I wanted to drive to and the urgency of the money to be left to me instead of giving to other people, it is the drive that made me open up for such a company. Okay. And I can tell you it is through the network that I did build with different people, because some of the technical knowledge that I did receive, it was from friends. I couldn't bring them on board for payment, but rather I could entice them to come on board like partners for starters then, and maybe we can realize as we go forward how we can succeed.
Okay. The lady for Saint is going to answer the same question. but a lot of students here are selling cents. Why would I buy a cent from you? Why would I choose to buy it? So what inspired you, or why would someone buy a cent from you?
Thank you. First of all, what inspired me, Sky's Collections does scents and clothing. So I do online. So why would someone buy scents from me is because I make them myself.
Oh wow, please clap for her. I thought she's importing from Dubai the oil scents. So you're making them yourself. Come on, one more round of applause. She deserves better than that. Okay, I would want to buy a Ugandan-made perfume to see how it actually works. All right, okay.
I make the oils myself. Then I have the bigger versions that I import here.
Still, that's a very good one. Thank you.
Yes. So what inspired me was passion. I like clothes and all that, and I felt like if I did take part in it, I'd exactly get what I want. And very many people out there like the same things. So I loved scents, and I decided to start. I started in VAC, in my Form 6 vacation.
All right, next, the gentleman helping children from a vulnerable community. Thank you.
We started in 2019 in Busia district. So Busia district is an area where you find refugees. These people are coming from different countries. These people are coming from areas where there are totally no hope. So me, myself, the one who is speaking, I was brought here on government scholarship, and it's the first degree in our village.
The first degree in the what's the name of the village?
It is Solo A. Busia.
Which one?
Solo A, Busia district.
Solo A's first degrees. A round of applause, please. A good one, a good one. Come on. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. People are not agreeing, but please don't be jealous, okay?
So I thought of starting an organization so that I can uplift youth, the children within our community, because these are people who have passion about education, but they don't have people to give them education, to give them tuition. These are the people who sleep on empty stomach. So we said, no, we have to start something that can help children in our community. At least we give them something to eat, and they don't sleep on empty stomach.
So how did you get the first few students to school? Did you raise the money yourself? How did you take the first cohort to school?
Now when I knew that to do these things, we have to get funders. So I made sure I advertise on social media platforms, on Facebook, and wherever. So it happened, I got one funder, and this fund of ours, he was coming from America. So this fund of ours asked me a question: would you like I bring other more American funders to come and help with organization? And I was like, no. So I sent away this funder. And I was like, the funder is not again replying. Why is the reason why this funder is not replying? So I went ahead to ask other directors, EDs from other organization. I saw them the message, and they told me, do you know what? You sent away Amataga Ise. Like you chased away this funder. So because the funder was requesting that to bring other more funders, and for you said no. I see.
Why did you say no?
I didn't understand the question because you know these people, when they're asking their question, there's a certain way they frame. So I chased away this funder. I didn't give up. I worked hard. And I got other funders from Italy. So we have very many funders, like 5, and they have been supporting our activities.
So how many people did you take to school with the first funder?
Right now we have over 20.
No, then the first funder.
The first. I think it took 2.
Wow. Please clap for him for that. Why I'm getting these stories is some of you, the limitations are the situations happening. You want to take 10 kids at once, and it started with 2. Thank you so much. Yes, please. What inspired you? Where did you start?
My journey in entrepreneurship starts way back in high school, whereby I started by hawking popcorns. I believe my OB is a witness. Yes, thank you. Popcorns in high school. Then what inspires me to start a meat roasting place is I used to hawk fruits in moobs, door by door, class per class. So when COVID came in, I realized my businesses had gone to a standstill. I was doing nothing. So one day I move as an entrepreneur. I find someone in a place whereby there are no people and is roasting meat to people. So I was like, who buys this meat? And in our place, it's a busy place. No one is selling meat. As an entrepreneur, I spotted an opportunity. That's how I ended up starting to roast meat currently. And my goal, my key driver, because I'm a politician in making and by nature, I realized we have
politician, Zoe.
We have students in MOOBs who are suffering to look for tuition. But on a daily, when you have a meat roasting, let me say grill, or you call them charcoal stoves, maybe, you can earn 10,000 on a daily. That's the least. So my inspiration came in that if I have 10 of these, on a daily I can be earning 100,000. So if I had brought it to MOOBs and it's in mind, I bring it in MOOBs. In almost every hostel, we employ fellow students doing this. You help them get hostel fees, maybe part of their tuition. So that has been my driver, and it's the reason to why I keep aiming higher to put this business more in reality.
All right, who is your target customer?
My target customer.
You're the one who said I should have asked the question, right?
Yes.
Here we go.
Currently, I'm operating in around bars. So
Okay.
my target customers, I don't like to say that the people who are off or drunkards.
Abasimbuzi.
Yeah, but people who like meat are my target customers.
Okay. All right. Who realized that during the COVID lockdown, the East African Meat Carnival happened online? Anyone? Anyone in this room who knows how the East African Meat Carnival happened during the total lockdown? Because it didn't stop, it happened. Anyone? Hey. Okay, please go out and find out what happened, because it was an interesting one. The East African Meat Carnival of 2020 actually took place, but people were indoors and they sold. It's one of the success stories, but they sold like 3 times what they were selling when we are having free movement of people and goods. So you need to find out what happened. Yes, please.
Thank you very much once again for this opportunity. Sometimes even I feel like when I say shedding tears when I remember where I started from, but I'm going to share where I started from briefly. In my life, I think it was in my Form 4. I usually thought about these people who make products. For example, whenever I would go to a shop and buy a cake, I would be like, who are these people making these cakes? If I buy a soda, who are these people buying? Who are these people making sodas? But in my heart, I always felt that I should one time make something that not only people will consume and buy, but something people will consume and they gain. So in my Form 5, I started researching about making detergents, bar soap, liquid soap, shower gels, and everything. And I told my dad that I'm doing some research and I'm trying to do it from other companies, other big brands who have already started. So I joined those companies to start making research in production. So I told my dad that I've finished my course in making.
You were reading books or using your phone?
I was using both the internet and the people who have already made it.
Okay, got you.
Yeah. So my dad was like, aren't you going to stop studying? Aren't you going to waste money? So he said, okay, let me give you this 20K. If you make losses, don't blame me, but with God's blessings, and I tried to ask my uncles. They contributed for me, and I think I had 50,000. I started with 50,000, making liquid soap.
Please, let's clap for that 50,000 from the family members. But are you getting the lessons we are picking? That's my point. Okay, continue.
Yeah, so what inspired me mostly in entrepreneurship? After making that soap using 50,000 shillings, the production cost of, I first produced 2 jerry cans, which cost me around 40K. Then I was eager to go on the market to see if they can actually buy what I have made.
Yes.
So after making it in the evening, I got my boxes and said, let me move around and see if they will buy my product. But surprisingly, I made sales of more than 80K.
A round of applause for the first sale of more than the share of investment.
So that was my first, the step which motivated me more into entrepreneurship. But my liquid soap, some people also came in making liquid soap, and I was always like, but I have made this soap, but what is my unique selling proposition? Why will other people leave those other brands and come to my brand? So I continued making research. Until I found out another solution where I could add actually organic oils that can repel away mosquitoes. There I wanted to, because at our place we were already suffering from malaria. And I was like, what can we do? Because people don't have money to go maybe and buy mosquito repellents in the villages, they are not there. So I said, let me make this product. If people, after using this product, they can get everything. So I made the liquid soap, which repels away mosquitoes. And I continued building it in that there is when you buy your cloth, maybe black, and after sometimes it fades. I believe most of us have faced those problems.
Yes.
So we continued and made research from one of the companies here in Gayaza. It makes detergents also. So we made research and made our product in a way that when you use part of it and mix with maybe other detergents, your cloth cannot fade.
Okay. Thank you so much. He's innovating so much. Your story.
So I believe with time, I think because of time, I will cut short in that we are trying to build other more products, but which bring more value to the society, including the beverages and other products.
Thank you so much for thinking about other people from your small background.
Thank you very much.
Himself. So the Cassava project sounds to be big. Where did you start and what inspired you?
Okay, how it began, it was in year 1 when I joined Lira University. We were introduced to research, and research matters as a course unit. But I just developed passion for research. So, with research, you're always very keen on gaps. What problem is there in the country? And to us now, like for us, we look at government. We look at what is the government, and the government aims at Vision 2040. And currently, on the health side, we are looking at UNDP 3 and the SDG goals. SDGs, yeah. Exactly. So,
how many SDGs do we have currently? Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah, there are 17. Please give him a round of applause. They have, why I'm asking for them, they have a lot of opportunities and inspirations for places of innovation. They're talking about things that are affecting Africa, things that are affecting the rest of the world. So it is very important for you that, especially if you want to get to the level of funding that he is getting, your goals, your business plan, your business model, it has to be addressing some of those areas. The NDP3, which has just been put out, it is 2020/2021 until it is for 4 years. And then we look out for the SDGs, what they're aiming to get, and then from that you can be able to convince the government, the funders, that you're not looking only out for yourself, but for the rest of the world. Understood? Yes, please. You go ahead.
In fact, you've mentioned something. You know, you need to be targetful. You do everything with a purpose. You know whom am I targeting and what do they want. So that's like for government, I knew there was STI, Secretariat, and they do with science, technology, and innovation. And I know currently the whole country is basing on the SDGs, NDP 3, and then it was also basing on the Vision 2040. So using my interest of research, first and foremost, there was a simple one, Happy Twitter, that advertised for concept call. Then I just went down one night. I just sat one night and wrote a concept, and I sent it. After 2 weeks' time, I saw 12 million coming, and I said, just by writing, you can earn millions. And just one night. So it gave me some morale. So the next time, there was one that was advertised by Red Cross. I applied, it was a 5 million. I again went through it. And this one came in style because I even had to fly to Ghana.
For the same project?
No, this was a different project. No, this was a different project. Actually, they advertise, they have their own restrictions. Like that one was purely research.
Ah,
yeah.
Understood.
So, so what happens is, from there, it gave me a clue that I just need to be very prepared. So then I looked at my village. I see what problem do we have. I realized most people are really poor. When you look at Eastern Uganda, I am his neighbor. I come from Tororo. Yes. So in Tororo, people grow more of cassava. Then I said, how can I give what? Value to cassava. So I began researching, reading literature. What has been done in Ghana? What has been done in Canada? How about Israel? So from there, I realized there were a lot of gaps that we had here. And this, if we address, could actually move Uganda to the next level and enable it to achieve Vision 2040, the NDP 3s, and then the SDGs. Likely enough, the STI Secretariat and the Minister Monica advertised this and ran over most of the platforms and New Vision. So I said, let me make my try. I tried. And at first, by that, I applied with only 2 million. But I said, let me increase the 200 million. I said, let me increase this because of the biofuel. It would require a lot. So I pushed it to 1.4 billion. Surprisingly, when the team went through it, they reduced it to 1 billion. And by God's grace, I was able to win it. But
congratulations one more time.
The thing behind it is knowing your target, what they want, then get prepared and wait to track them. Whenever they make any mistake of advertising, you try your level best and what apply. So that was it. But me, I just give credit to my research teachers of Lira University. Those people, they gave us the content of research.
Okay, so
yes.
If I'm not wrong, you're processing cassava to do the same role that we've been doing with wheat.
Yes.
All right, I like simplified things. So thank you so much. I have done a lot of things, and I've been one of my best employees of my mom. So the time she has done everything literally. So the time she decided to do, I have a problem with this word, chicken, but chicken. So for layers, my next question. So my mom gets her money, invests, we get a house put together, and she buys the what? The one-day chicks, okay? Now, we're supposed to wake up in turns, because when those things are young, you have to push them from each other, otherwise they will be together and they suffocate and they die, okay? So, unfortunately, I think one of us was supposed to be going in for that moment. We had spent the whole day looking after them, managing them. It's like literally giving birth to a premature baby. So we slept. And by the time we got up, like 40 chicks were dead. Okay? That was the first scenario. The second scenario, the third round of them, they had reared them, they are growing, laying their eggs. So they went to the shop and bought a pesticide. Is it a pesticide for chicken, right? But it was expired. So they sprayed it and all the chickens died. All of them. So I want to hear from these guys. The bad thing of it is that since my mom was spraying them, she went into a coma. She nearly survived because the drug was poisonous. That's not what we are here for today. But the loss in the business, like she's coming back to life and her poultry is all gone. You get it? I want to ask these guys, what is that scenario that you have survived? And how did you survive it, or what did you do? What is that tough situation for those who are already doing business or in your research journey? That was so tough you thought you are ended, but for some reason you're here, and what did you do to remain alive? Please, the microphone, anyone can pick it. This is a second last question. Yes.
Thank you. Like I said, I do poultry, commercial poultry farming. I grew up with my mom, and she so much loved poultry farming. But it wasn't commercial, it was for home consumption. And my mom had so much passion for her birds that sometimes when the chicks die, she felt like crying. And I would sometimes want to laugh. But she had so much passion, yet it wasn't commercial. And we had so many birds in the compound. Sometimes people would come and think she's selling, and she's like, no, these are for my kid. I'm not selling any birds. And I kept on learning from my mom. I also got the passion. So when people used to come home and ask if she's selling, then I somehow thought that this is actually an opportunity, that I can start this thing because I'm seeing potential buyers that come, so I can start something with these small, like relatives, they come and want something. And my mom, like whenever the birds are sick and so what, she really didn't spend so much money. She would come up with local herbs and small ideas, and they would really work. So I began my business last year. I wanted to do the exotic birds, but unfortunately I didn't have enough funds. So I decided to start with the local poultry because I wanted to get some knowledge through this local poultry and see if I can pass it on to the exotic birds. I also made some research. I went to some hotels, and some managers told me that, in this place, in this region, most people prefer local birds. So my mom helps me manage the birds. Last year when I called her, she said there is a cholera outbreak. I don't know if it's for birds or something, but that's what she called it. And she had mixed her birds with mine, and most of her birds died. So I was so worried that mine are also going to die. Yet I began with very few birds because I had very little money. I had like 25 birds. Then I was like, imagine all these birds die, because those poultry diseases, they are deadly. You can wake up and 100 are down. So I somehow got worried, but my mom was like, don't worry, we are going to try out something. And I remember she bought, I don't remember the name, but she bought some small tablet. She mixed in their food and water. And the next time she called me, she's like, all of them have survived, and yeah, they are okay.
So what's that? No, it's okay. You can pass on the microphone. Thank you so much. What's that situation that made you think entrepreneurship is not for you? Okay? Sorry. First, you already said you failed. I want a second one. For you failed somewhere.
Well, I've never sat down to think that entrepreneurship is not for me. Because
round of applause for a confident entrepreneur. Okay.
I believe that challenges are the ones that have made me to go to the next step and next step.
Okay, so what did you survive?
The one I survived was, it was an event like this one, and police came for me to arrest me. I remember in the SUMIC group, we have a section for e-commerce. So SUMIC Online is not the first venture we have ventured in e-commerce. We are venturing and trading as Naya stores, and we are working with different teams. And when investors wanted to put in money, the teams developed conflicts of interest. And the team I was heading, we could not accept some terms the other team was bringing. So we decided to split. And we said we'll run the venture because the team I was heading was the operations team. So when we failed to agree, we had sponsored some event like this one. We were in the room, banners were everywhere, and at that time the team had won the MOBS EICC website challenge, and I was just waiting for the award, and I was just waiting for the people to read the Summit group, please come and pick your award, and then police was on the door to arrest me. They called me out. I was very confident, and I laughed at them. I said, these guys are jokers. Police insisted, and they're like, if Cyrus, you don't get out, we're going to come and hijack you. I said, well, come and hijack me. I want to make breaking news. They arrest the winner. And my two mates told me, you know what, Cyrus, just go out, not create a mess. I went out. The police guy told me, yeah, you have been reported to the police, this and this and this. Are you aware I'm a police officer? The guy removes out his ID. I told him, okay, can you please wait? I get my award and I come to police. So we went to police, we discussed things, brought in lawyers. They started sending me people, threatening me. I was not just stopping. And how I managed to go through it, management was on my side, and they really supported me, the team at the MOBS Entrepreneurship Center. And we went up to the principal's home, and literally things, you know, when you work with people who matter, you see how things start to perish by time, and everything went away. So we left the brand because the brand had died, and we said the whole vision and whoever wanted to put money in this venture can't put in money anymore because of the wars that have come, and we said we need to move the vision with another brand name. And that's when we repeated again the e-commerce section, and we started the Summit Online, and we started again, and we resolved to name every brand we create to have a name called Summit, to have the brand name of the company. And that's why everything we're doing now has Summit. Summit Online, Summit Productions, Summit Air, and you know, that's all
right,
of it.
thank you so much. We need to be cautious of time because these rooms are going to be used for evening classes. So what did you guys survive?
So literally, if you are managing property, of course, losses is one of the key points that you should endeavor to willingly appreciate. So me starting up this property company, I had only 3 landlords then, accumulating to 14 units that I had to manage. As we talk of now, I'm having 8 landlords, accumulating to 123 units. So you never know.
A round of applause to growth. Thank you so much.
So it was in the month of March. You know, when you contract with a landlord, the given date of him or her receiving the amount of money is the due date. And they make sure that the account, when it goes to the first of a given month, it means that is a unit that they're going to account for your payment. So you can come to realize that it can come to the date of payment and a lot of tenants are out. I remember in March, I lost almost 3 units. Accumulating, the list of them was they had to pay 250. And so this is money that you couldn't argue out with the landlord. Of course, you have to make payment for those units. But of course, persistently, you have to keep moving because it is a risk venture. And the more I believe a venture is riskful, the more earning it is. I can testify that I have earned, of course, and I can also still testify that, yes, I'm still losing, but I'm not drifted to leave the venture.
Okay,
I'm in.
Yes, what have you survived?
Thank you. Mine was I ordered something, and then when you order, you have to pay before they deliver. So after I'd ordered, it occurred that the person I sent the money to was not the person I was supposed to send to, and then the whole money went. So my money is there, stressed. Yeah, but I got back up.
All right. You know those things you do for the Christmas festive season? Some people save, some people borrow money. So I have this friend of mine, she wanted to get, was it an iPhone 12? So there are these guys who are always selling, like iPhone 12 is like 2.5, the one that is used. And then these guys are like 1.8, right? So my friend gets the opportunity. And, there is a Safaricom you can pay even when you're in Uganda, some application. So she had like 1.3, then she borrows the 500 because this was an opportunity of a lifetime. She sends the money at once. And as soon as she paid the money, the application was gone. There was no chat in WhatsApp. They blocked her. And she didn't get the phone. It was the Christmas gift for her mom, so it went so bad. And all in all I'm saying is be careful with online payments. Be sure that the person you're talking to or the platform, there are platforms like Wave, there are platforms like, there are platforms that are validated that even when you don't get a product, it's still on the platform so they can revert the money. So in most chances, if you have not bought from that person before, especially if they are within your proximity, it is better to become careful about online payments. Yes, please. What have you survived?
As Summer Kids Foundation, I can't even tell.
You have survived too much.
Too much.
We thank God.
One scenario, it was all about we had a trip, and I was bringing the kids here in Kampala to play soccer. So I had a coach that I had left home, and this coach was training the kids. I had my friends. I told them that, you know what? I have just received a call. They have told me the coach has run away with a lot of money from the foundation. He has run away with the shoes, with the bags. I think almost the organization now is done.
You know, when you say a lot of money, I know you don't want to talk about these specifics, but
Yes.
if you're comfortable to make these people understand how bad things can get, I was estimating how much.
It was 2M.
Oh, but for a starting foundation, that's a lot of money. That's
Yes.
like food for like the next 4 months. All right.
So I told my friends, do you know what? I can't even do exams. Let me rush to Busia. So I went back in Busia. Remember, we were in the time of period exams. I told them, I don't know what will happen, but good enough. It's an online exams. So when it's an online exam, you sit in a group and you answer questions.
Why are you saying that right here?
Yes. So I had to rush. I left all that. And we had a trip that we were coming in Kampala. And parents were eager waiting for that trip. Funders were waiting for that trip. So I organized each and everything, the trip to come to Kampala. Now in the morning, I had all finished paying the bus fee.
From where?
In Busia.
Who getting the money to pay from where?
You know, we had money as we on our account.
On the
besides
account.
the other money.
Okay, let's being prepared. Thank you.
So I had to bring the kids to Kampala. But remember, you have to first organize, make buses, So reaching in the morning, I had brought all these kids to sleep within the organization. I had informed their parents that, you know what, tomorrow early in the morning at around 3 a.m., we are leaving. So reaching at 3 a.m., I wait for the bus nowhere to be seen. We reach at 4, the bus is nowhere to be seen. Remember, I have told the kids, you wake up, at 3, we are doing what?
We are going.
We are going. We reach at 7, so the bus was nowhere to be seen. So what I did, I went to where the buses park to check what is happening with the bus. So when I reached at the bus, the bus that was working at night, in the morning the bus was not working. I said, is this a witchcraft? What? What will parents say? Remember, they have just stolen the money, the coach ran away, and right now even the journey is like being cancelled. Started receiving phone calls from where we are coming here in Kampala. You people, you have delayed, the matches have already begun. And I was like, wow, what should I do? I just fell on my knees, I started crying. So I had a certain boy who was near me. The boy turned to me, told me that, stop crying. Let us go back and tell our fellow kids that this is and this, what has happened to the bus, and they have tried their level best to make this bus move, but the bus has failed. So we came, within the kids, I was just shedding tears. I told them, we are not going, the bus has refused. So remember, I had promised the funders that the moment we start our journey, we shall be online, we shall be interacting, you will see the rejoice in the bus, because this is your money. So funders were waiting, nothing to happens. So I explained to the funder that the bus has refused. We paid, we cleared everything, but the bus has refused. So what I did, I went back, I slept. Due to sleeping, I thought, now what should we do? Let me call these people back in Kampala. At least the matches are for tomorrow. So what I did, I went to order another bus. I withdrew my money from this bus and I went to order another bus. So remember, even the community people were saying, that foundation is very fake. They stole the people's money, and right now even the director is still again stealing the money. So I brought a lock. Do you know these buses that move Kampala to every country district of the country? I brought that one, and the community was like, wow, wow, wow.
A round of applause for one more win.
So
yes, let's summarize.
Another scenario. There is
a summarized one.
Okay, yeah. We had like 3 kids. Those kids had some inches on their body, so I had to lob money so that I can take these kids to the hospital. So when I told one funder that this is what's happening, so let us collect money. We need at least something like $30 so that we can take these kids to the hospital.
$30, that is 100?
Yes, 100.
Wow.
So the funder said, okay, let me try to look for the money. Remember, on that very day, still I had an outreach, and that outreach is like we are reaching to hospital. So when I came back, I got my phone, checking on the phone, and that funder was like, do you know what? I have been always seeing you. Your eyes are looking like you're a humble man. You can give to your community, but it seems you're a very fake man. And I was like, why are you saying so? How can you tell someone that to take these kids to the hospital, we need something like $200? And I was like, ma'am, who told you $200? I remember when I told you, we want just $30. And this mom of mine, the funder, was like, no, there is a certain woman who told me you requested $200. What is that? So you're like, you're a good man, but on your eyes, you're not a good man. So I have left, never to see me again. Bye. That's the end of me and you.
Okay.
And so this person switched off all the platforms, the Facebook, the Twitter, and I could not access this person. I sat back in my chair. I said, now I'm no longer a director. So what I did to come out from that scenario, I checked these other funders who were connected to this mom of mine. And I was like, I'm not understanding what Magdalena is telling me. Because when I talked to her, it was $30, and now he's telling me $200. How does it come? I have not even talked to this person who is like telling me $200. So what I did, because he told me, the lady who told me that we are going to $200. So I went to that chat, I screenshot it, and then I sent to this friend of Magdalena. And I was like, you see, I was in the hospital working, cleaning. Now, at what time did I speak to this lady? Because there is no anything shows that I have asked $200. Now, why is this person telling me? So this friend of Magdalena went to Magdalena and told her that, do you know what? This person may be deceiving. This gentleman has not spoke anything concerning $200. You see, even the chat is like empty. So he talked to her. I don't know how they interacted. So he was like, oh, he sent me again another request. We were friends and told me, those people, maybe they want to separate us. I see from the beginning you're a good guy.
All right, thank you so much. One thing I see from his story is resilience. Things are not going to work out, but you have to do the right thing. Guys, let's summarize our tough experiences. What did you survive?
Yeah. As a meat roaster, and we have, I would like to say a few times, yeah? I'd like to say there was a period when I was minding elections, and that time, the election, I had nullified the election, so I had to repeat it again. So it was a bad day for me. Then I had to go roast meat. On roasting meat, I roasted meat up to 9, and we were to stop at 7 between. So, when we went past curfew time, I was taken. The following day, I had to mount another election. So, I felt like, now I'm going to be embarrassed as a business personnel. Then, the following day, when students need me to mount an election, I will be nowhere to be seen. So, that was one of the greatest nightmares in my life. But how I managed to survive, being low, then as entrepreneurs, social capital, networking. So friends helped me out, and then being low, when you're low to everyone, even the one who has caught you in wrong, we always respect that. So that has been my worst.
Kulikayo.
Navayo.
Yes, please, what have you survived? One story. I know there might be many. One. I want one.
And I'm going to give one because the scenarios, it's not easy. But purposely, I will focus on my first product that I started with. After making the first sale, my dad was like, hey, since you have started making money, you have to contribute on your school fees. So I was making it in the holiday. So when I went at school, I found out that my customers were always demanding, calling me, but I didn't have how to go out from school and meet their demand. So I went to the school administration. I told them what I was doing, and I was asking them for permission to always go out in the weekend and do the thing. But the administration refused. So I found out that the only option I had, it was to always escape.
And boy.
I'm sorry. I found, because I felt...
Tough situations call for tough people, right? I'm not saying escape from school.
Yeah.
Yes.
I felt so bad whenever a customer would call and say, you bring for us maybe 5 jerry cans, and I don't have a way how to meet them. So that scenario, I started escaping from school because since my dad was like, over you get money, like how? But as long as you have this skill and it's already working, I don't want to pay part of your school fees. And I was getting a lot of profits from the soap, and I said, I will not give up. So even in the middle there, I got to interact with one of our chaplains at our school, and he connected me to Compassion Uganda, where they gave me a project. It was a contract of going to teach the young children skills to make the soap that I'm making, and they were giving me some money, like 600,000 per month. So, but even when I went to the administration again, they were like, you came here purposely for studying, you have to stay here at school. So I made those risks. I found out I had to escape, of course, which was not good, but as an entrepreneur, some things you have to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So, after actually they even gave me a suspension, I was like, I'm going to give up. I felt like giving up. I didn't know what to tell my dad, my mom, because she would be disappointed. So, but when I reached home, I lied them. I told them they had given us a small holiday. So they were like, okay. So, and when I went back to school, they were like, where is your parent? What? I was like, my parent is in Busia looking for school fees. Do you want him to come from Busia and attend? So that's how I survived, but I'm quite happy that my business continued and the passion continued, and now we are looking for we are focusing on our brand, even beating the whole of Uganda and East Africa.
So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You have survived days. Final one, though not the last one. What have you survived?
Okay.
I know time is not on our side, so
yes.
but let's go ahead.
All right. Actually, from what I've survived, it has been so challenging. One, you know, research is time demanding.
Mm.
Balancing between friends and research
Mm.
and meeting deadlines
Mm.
has made me survive a lot, because friends have mistaken me for very many things.
Mm.
At the same time, you have a vision and you have a deadline to submit. Because I remember there's a time I had the coursework to submit.
Mm.
At midnight, a grant was ending.
Mm.
At the same time, I had a test the next day.
Mm.
Now, so what I decided to do, I used to have this friend who would stay with me together. I decided to just, because I don't want to disturb him, I decided to just move to the library, stay there the entire day. I started trying to do fidget around things. But when I went there, for him, I think he took it on the other side of the world. Maybe I'm too reserved, being too hard. But I just wanted to have my deadlines met. So the challenge I've been meeting is making hard decisions amidst deadlines. Yet all these things are very
Important.
Very vital. For example, currently I'm going to engage in. I plan to go for a master's, and at the same time there is business starting. At the same time, you have to complete this. I'm getting it. Yet they all seem important. So prioritizing what is important becomes too difficult. And there are times when you mess up in one, the other one hits you so bad.
Yes.
Like this specific grant, actually, I submitted at the last moment. In fact, when I received the mail that I'd won, I said, "Oh God, had I even gone to do the coursework?" Because I had a coursework to do. And good enough, had I gone to do a coursework, I would not have submitted this. But I want to tell you, miss slightly before going to that coursework and talking to the lecturer after, slightly turned up my life, because I'm telling you, with this, it has really changed my life. Because I've seen places I'd not seen. I've met people I'd never met. I've been placed in the presidential platform, which I even had no idea about.
Right.
So at times, making those decisions, those hard decisions, have been my biggest challenge. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I wanted to make sure that we are not asking, how do you do marketing? How do you social media? I wanted people to know that they can do the same thing and they can survive, and you have been through the same thing. They have the same kind of environment. So I'm going to request you kindly, please let's give these panelists a round of applause for genuinely sharing their experiences. Because of time, I'm going to get questions from the audience, if you have any. Any questions? Yeah. We shall do only two. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the panelists. My question is to the Tuza guy. Are you certified by UNBS?
There was another hand. Only 2 questions. I am so sorry. Time is not our friend. Your colleagues need to come here and study.
I'm Brian. My question is simple. From what I've heard from the panelists, most of them, they're innovators. And most of entrepreneurs, we have billionaires who even don't know how to write their names. I would request for one question, because I understand that even most of us may not have that capacity of innovating something, but they can still trade and they can be entrepreneurs. Briefly tell me about, and tell us the truth about money. The truth about money.
That's such a wide question. Money, the truth about money. Yeah, but it's quite wide. I know some of you have burning questions, but that's my role here, to decide when we can start or we can stop. So I apologize in capital letters. You answer the question.
Yeah, I'm going to answer it briefly.
Then the truth about money will be answered by Dennis.
Okay. As entrepreneurs, not only me, but we face a challenge of finally taking our products on the market because they are not satisfied. I won't go away from that because I have faced that challenge, but to overcome it, I have tried to work with already registered companies, and so far we have already started registration. We are now registered with the URSB, and we are trying to also register with the Bubu, and the NBS has said that after finishing up some registration, they are going to give us a trial period to test the market. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being patient.
Maybe Jim just said something about the truth about money. You see, for me, what I've realized with money, it is hard to come in, but easily goes. To maintain money, you need to make very hard decisions. That's what you need to know. Because, for example, I remember the first time I won a 12 million grant. This grant, of course, when the money came in, everybody was excited. And by the way, you will have many friends. Too many friends will come around. And me personally, I could say I was ignorant by that time. We spent the money with the friends together, but we never achieved the entire goal. At the end of the day, I was the one to give accountability. So this one, I think God was preparing me for something big. From that time, I learned a lesson that money, let people call you at times all sorts of names, but make sure that the accountability part you take it easily, because it easily goes. But it hardly comes. And when it comes and you mishandle it, it comes hard. It knocks you too bad, my friend.
Okay, thank you so much. I've been humbled to handle this session. My parting shots are, no one owes you a living. I want you to repeat after me by saying to yourself, no one owes me a living. No one owes me a living. Don't say this. Say the words. No one owes me a living. You've understood what it means, right? So get out and work. Thank you so much. You can clap for me at least.
Thank you very much, Marie. But before you leave, for a job well done, we're going to give you one of these bags. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we did promise to give away 3 other bags to some of the most interesting participants. And I think from this panel, we should pick 1 or 2. Where's the other microphone? I think it's the one with... Can you switch it off? So, before I wrap up, this other bag goes to the president of Muesa. Where is the president? For the job well done. These guys have been back and forth organizing. I know what it means. There you go. Well done. I'm going to invite you to say a few words later on. Booking rooms, it's a lot of work that they've done in the background, trying to market the whole event, getting people here, and so on and so forth. So we have 2 other bags. 3 actually. So maybe I start with this panel. I think we'll eliminate, you already have 1 billion shillings, so you don't need a bag. So that one we eliminate. I think this gentleman has hustled a lot, don't you think? Yeah, I think is a deserving. So who else should I give this bag? The lady. One lady. I think it's a well-deserved bag. The issue of sense is a big one. Who are your biggest customers, boys or girls? I think boys need them more, eh? Well done. Lastly, but by no means least, who? The organization. The first graduate from the... fantastic, fantastic. Well done. Thanks for the good work. It doesn't mean that these guys are not deserving, but they're all well-deserving young entrepreneurs. One of the reasons we do this in universities, and one of the reasons we have panels like this, is so that you guys can see people like you who are in the same seat next to you doing the hustle of enterprise and entrepreneurship. Maybe one last comment is that gentleman has gone, I know what he's gone through trying to get a medical product onto the market. There's a lot of things that you have to do in registration, compliance. Others will come and take this thing off. People can sue you if their hands burn. So please listen to him and quickly go and talk to him. But out of curiosity, I'm particularly keen. You mentioned that one of your products is healthy, Like you have healthy alcohol. How is that possible? I want to test that one. But that's after here. So I'd like to invite the president of Mwesa. You guys can now go back and take a seat. Thank you very much. I think our work here is done, and on behalf of NACE Africa, I would like to thank each and every one of you guys that has come here today. I know you're the last people standing. I want to thank my team, Melissa, stop hiding, first come. People want to see who is behind NACE Africa and who's been running up and down. That's Melissa at Haiti, doing excellent job for us at NACE Africa. And she's also still a student, by the way, at Makerere University, so talking about hustling, double hustling. The other one is our operations manager, Miracle Arichiza. Does a lot of work. We can see all the live streaming and so on and so forth. The rest of the crew is not here, but I wanted to thank, maybe on behalf of you guys, please send our, oh yes, no, I think I'll do him last. The one behind is from one of our media partners. I'll actually bring him so that he can appear in the video himself. Otherwise, so Kevin, Isaac from Switch Media. They've done a lot of work for us. They're filming, I think, a TV show for NACE Africa, part of the UNDP project. They do a lot of live streaming, so well done. And for your information, by the way, they're doing this as their way of giving back. So we're not paying them at all. So a huge round of applause for them. I wanted to thank specifically Makerere University Business School, and in particular Professor Ernest Abaho, for his relentless support for enterprise and entrepreneurship, not just here at the university, but also outside. And the deputy principal and the principal, both of whom are passionate champions of enterprise and entrepreneurship. And I think on that note, I would like to now invite the president to wrap up and give you guys, I think there was a message that's supposed to be going out to students. I'm not so sure. But I think our work here is done. Thank you, and we'll see you next year. Next year, one of the things that is going to happen is that this year our biggest challenge has been venue. As you can see, it's very hard to organize an event like this when rooms are scattered. Okay, so some are here, others are there. So it's been kind of constrained. But next year, we've been speaking to our colleagues at the Innovation Village. It's going to be a much bigger event in a much more spacious venue, probably in places like Serena or others. So I would love to see the kind of journey that you will have made between now and then. And your kind of stories are the ones which are going to keep inspiring us. So we'll see you next year, almost around the same time. And yeah, thank you. Carry on hustling. The gifts you missed. You missed. But we can give you one last bag, since you asked. Yes, let's give the lady. Oh yeah, because you were asking very good questions, I think. Mbasaba Wewa, that's the last one. Oh, Professor Baho is here, actually. Ah, fantastic. Thank you very much, Professor, for coming. You can sit here. You can sit here. You belong this side. Oh, okay, okay. The president is giving up wrapping remarks, and then maybe you can also share a few last words, if you're able to, and then we'll wrap things up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Hope all you guys, you have enjoyed the session. You know, it has been a long session from morning to evening. And now we are wrapping up so that we can reach home early. I won't say my name once again, but okay, anyway, let me say it. My name is Joel Katumba, President Mwesa. Mwesa is a Makerere University Entrepreneurship Student Association. We are so grateful that this is our 4th successful event in this semester. I'd like to take this chance to appreciate the following. The principal moves, that is Professor Wasa Barunwa. He extended support to Mwesa and to the entire team of NACE Africa. I'd like to appreciate the Department of Entrepreneurship, headed by our patron, Professor Ernest Abaho. Thank you so much. Appreciate to the MOOBS Innovation and Incubation Center, headed by Dr. Diana Tamu. It has really done great work, especially tablecloths, tables, everything you're seeing here. It is the MOOBS Incubation Center. appreciation goes to that smart team. Wesa, thank you so much. Since morning, they have been here registering, moving there and there, ensuring that everyone at least gets something to eat. You know, it was a long day from morning up to evening. Thank you, team. I also appreciate myself. I think I've done great work, not only to me, but also the institution. I won't say much, but let me appreciate the following institutions. Chambogo University, we had more than 30 students. Thank you so much for turning up. Uganda Christian University, we had more than 20. MOOC, we had students from MOOC. All those students did their best to make it to the 8th LEAP conference. Thank you for turning, and I think they have really enjoyed. In the beginning, I told you the purpose of the event is to us to connect, engage, and grow. I think there is a change. I think there is a change. We have connected, we have engaged, and we have grown, or we are going to grow, right? Before I give the